Cuneo's recent run.
We laughed about it, but Andrew Cuneo, in the last 5 Pro Tours, has finished in the top 25 4 times.
What about the time he missed?
Yeah, 51st. Right. That's a crazy run. That's like a season and a half worth of Pro Tours. He is every single tournament. He's 15th, 16th. You know, 1 match off, a match and a draw off. He has been in top 8 contention deep every Pro Tour we've played for the last 2 years. And here he is again. 4 rounds to go. He's X and 3. You know, maybe needs to win out. You know, he can get a draw at the end. Of course, he seems doomed to finish like 18th, unfortunately. But I really hope he gets the breakthrough. I mean, it seems like everyone knows everyone who is paying attention, everyone of the regulars out there in the room or watching, will have him on the short list of best players in the game.
And of course, his
right now.
last Pro Tour top 8 14 years ago, right?
Well, we'll soon find out whether it's going to be another one. 4 rounds to go. Let's get back to the booth. It's time for round 13, lucky for some, here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir.
Lucky for some, or certainly unlucky for some others. I'm Tim Willoughby in the booth here, ready to go down to the feature match with Ian Duke for round 13 here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. The players are ready. Well, let's go down and see some more magic. To round 13 of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. I'm Tim Willoughby here with R&D member Ian Duke, and we're about to get into our feature match as we can see the players just about ready to start here. On the left of our screen, the finalist from Pro Tour Gatecrash, that's Joel Larsson from Sweden. If we're talking about unlucky players in round 13, Joel might count because he's already taken a little bit of a mulligan in this match up against Rick Lee, who's playing Abzan aggro. You see Lee there just calmly prepared, ready for the next match as he tries to make an onslaught for top 8. Each of these players on X and 3, so as Rich was just saying, potentially a little bit of work to do for each of them to get there, but each of their weapons pretty powerful ones. Let's start off by talking about Joel Larsson's red-green Dragons deck.
Yeah, so this is sort of like a red-green, it's kind of in between ramp and beatdown here, reminiscent of, I think you mentioned, Chris Van Meter's Star City deck from a couple weeks ago in Syracuse. It's, yeah, red-green shell with some mana creatures, but it's ramping up into some powerful threats like Thunderbreak Regent, Stormbreath Dragon, Dragonlord Atarka, and a bonus for including so many dragons in his deck lets him use Draconic Roar.
Yeah, we can see that in Larsson's hand there. But early doors, starting off with an Elvish Mystic, that kind of a piece of the puzzle to make sure that he's able to get to those big threats. Meanwhile, Warden of the First Tree from Lee there on the right-hand side of our screen is able to get the beats in, potentially threatening to get quite a lot bigger later on. Lee here, his mana's all sorted for his 3-color Abzan aggro deck, and it looks like we're going to have Anna Fenza the foremost, so that will very quickly mean that all of the threats on Lee's side of the board, pretty dangerous attackers. We see there, whenever Anna Fenza attacks, not that she's going to because of that roast, she gets to put a +1/+1 counter on another tapped creature you control. Also, she does a number on creatures going to the graveyard, not necessarily a big deal in this matchup, but potentially very powerful in others in this field.
Yeah, so roast a nice answer to Anna Fenza there. So normally the character of this matchup, I would say that Lee's deck is a little bit more suited to playing the answer role. He's got a little bit more removal in general and a little bit of a grindier game plan. I mean, despite being Abzan aggro, he's not terribly on the aggressive side of the spectrum. Joel, on the other hand, wants to just ramp into big monsters. So he wants to be the one presenting threats. However, with his mulligan and a little bit of a slow draw, he's going to have a few turns to try to put that together, I think.
In one of the cards that he really wants to draw in terms of threats is Thunderbreak Regent, because that dragon in particular, not only is it a very efficient 4/4 for 4, but up against a deck that's got lots of removal spells, it at least punishes the opponent for trying to remove it. Anytime any of your dragons get targeted, it does deal 3 damage to that player. Now, it does mean that basically, even if a different dragon is the biggest threat, any dragon that gets targeted by Rick Lee is potentially going to spit some fire back. And here we see a Draconic Roar revealing Stormbreath Dragon in order to get rid of that Deathmist Raptor, at least for now.
Yep, so it's a pretty powerful turn there for Larson. Xenagos the Reveler and Draconic Roar in the same turn, allowing him to catch up a little bit. 4 loyalty on the Xenagos puts it out of range of the Warden, should Lee choose to level it up here. However, Lee does have Hero's Downfall in his hand. Looks like since he's attacking the Xenagos, he's not planning on using the Hero's Downfall just yet. And sure enough, he opts to play Whisperwood Elemental instead.
Now, Whisperwood Elemental might be a little bit tricky for Joel Larson to remove here, and if it does hang around for any length of time, it's fairly quickly going to flood the ground with creatures. One thing that characterizes this red-green deck a little bit differently from many other red-green decks is that almost all of its biggest threats fly. Basically, you've got 10 dragons in there, and then you've got a couple of Ashcloud Phoenix, all of them able to just get into the red zone in the air, potentially making them very, very difficult to block, and that makes this a really good deck for racing.
Right, so now that, and racing is, I think, just what Joel is going to do here. Now that Whisperwood Elemental has come down and Joel Larson is out of removal spells in his hand, he really has to give up on the ground and just take to the skies with his dragons here. And a little bit of damage that he got in early with the Draconic Roar, revealing a dragon, means Lee is already low on life and well set up for Joel to race here. That said, Warden of the First Tree threatens to gain lifelink if the game goes on long enough. So Joel Larson is really what I want to try to close this out within the next couple turns.
Yeah, and there's a Hero's Downfall in Rick Lee's hand here. He's got a few good targets here. Basically, it's really going to come down to, does he want to kill Xenagos, which is potentially going to ramp up mana, make all sorts of trouble that way, or does he want to deal with the dragon? Now, it looks based on his attacks here like he wants to say, I want to deal with Xenagos by attacking at least initially, and save my removal spells for the Stormbreath Dragon.
Yeah, and this is actually a pretty good situation for Joel here as far as racing goes. Because he has the Xenagos and multiple blockers, that forces Lee to, if he decides to want to go after the Xenagos, he's got to send all of his creatures at it because Joel could strategically block just 1 or 2 of them if that's all that comes. So Joel deciding to put his Elvish Mystics in the way, protecting Xenagos for a turn, which can then create another chump blocker next turn, and so on. But Rick Lee does have the Hero's Downfall to take out the dragon, which means Larson is going to have to find something off the top of his deck here.
Kratos' Claws off the top, not the worst though. I'm sure he would much rather have had it in play while he still had a 4 power creature so he could get the ferocious ability on that burn spell. The X spell there potentially meaning that he's got a little bit of reach, but realistically right now he's probably more concerned with just trying to get some sort of parity on the board, because I think that 9 life might be a little bit of a stretch for him to expect to be able to deal without cleaning this board up.
Yeah, although I think he may be far enough behind on board that he sort of needs to almost give up that game plan at this point. I was actually thinking about, well, he doesn't have quite enough to Kratos Claws the face and top deck a dragon or a Kratos Claws the next turn. I think if he had 1 more mana, that would be a viable option. But instead, he just chooses to take out the Whisperwood Elemental and make a token.
So at this point, Joel Larson says, no, there's really no way that I'm going to be able to keep Xenagos alive. Rather than throwing a satyr under the bus for no good reason, that's going to stay in play and be his only non-land permanent. Living off the top of his deck here, Joel Larson. He's got a current life advantage, but one has to think that that's not going to last too long in the face of some fairly consistent threats here from Rick Lee. It looks like another Whisperwood Elemental here from Lee. Now, remember, he also has a Deathmyth's Raptor in his graveyard. If any of those manifests prove to be creatures that he can flip up, he will be able to get the 3/3 Death Toucher back into play, either face down or face up, as is appropriate.
Notably, Rick Lee going down to 8 life here, which could have opened the door for a Stormbreath Dragon or some such off the top, but unfortunately Larson only comes up with an Elvish Mystic, and that's not enough in the face of Sorin, Solemn Visitor.
So that's the first game there in our first video match. We will have plenty more Magic for you soon enough, but before that, just a few messages.
With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard for safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Make Magic history by joining in on the biggest Magic Premier Play weekend ever, featuring events in Chiba, Utrecht, and Las Vegas. Pre-register now at magic.wizards.com/modernmastersweekend.
Hello and welcome back to round 13 here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. You've just seen the first game between Joel Larson and Rick Lee. Just to let you know, that's not the only game that's finished in our feature match area. Martin Dang, our King of the Hill, he beat Shota Yosoka last round, who was playing blue-black control. He's already a game up with his mono-red aggro against Adrian Sullivan's blue-black control. It may be that he's just managed to navigate matchups perfectly here towards the end of this second day of the Pro Tour. His aggro deck doing very well against the blue-black control decks, but we're going to have a live look in now on our match between Andrew Oldschwager. He's playing blue-black control as well, and he's up against Jason Chung, who's on red-green dragons, so a relatively familiar set of cards on the right-hand side of our screen, and our dragon count going crazy here as Dragon Lord Ojutai coming down for Oldschwager, taking that Stormbreath dragon and potentially ending this game very fast, because Jason Chung on just 8 life.
Yeah, just a quick correction there. That is Dragon Lord Silumgar, actually. It looks like we came in at just an exciting moment. Dragon Lord Silumgar grabbing that Stormbreath dragon. Looks to be turning the tide for Andrew Oldschwager. With Jason Chung at just 8 life, looks like this game could be over in a couple attacks from these dragons if they go unanswered.
Yeah, there, Oldschwager just showing that he had a Silumgar Scorn to stop whatever the first threat was from Chung's deck. And that enough to end the game there. So we got a chance to see the death blow and indeed increase our dragon count on camera, but not really to see the full feel of the match. So we're going to get a chance to look at another one of our games here, this one from the back table, and another one potentially that could be moderately draconic. It may look like Seth Manfield's deck is simply an Abzan deck, much akin to the deck of Marco Camiluzzi on the right of our screen, but in point of fact, his deck has a few extra tricks to it. It's got Whip of Erebos. It's also got 2 copies of Dragon Lord Ataka. Now, that one are particularly exciting. I mean, looking at the number of 1/1 tokens in play, I'm sure that Manfield would be quite happy were he able to cast it to get down the Dragon Lord, deal with 5 of them. As it is, he's having to play Elspeth Wars with Marco Camiluzzi here. Both players on comparatively low life total at this point in the game. But it looks like Seth Manfield are a little bit short on lands.
Yeah, this looks like a classic case of Elspeth versus Elspeth, where one player was able to get ahead in the tokens and now can just start attacking each turn and forcing some damage through. If Seth Manfield is indeed out of cards in hand, which it appears like he is, he's definitely in rough shape here. I'm not sure what he has in his deck that could get him out. Dragon Lord Atarka off the top would be a good start, I think.
Yeah, with those 3 copies of Sylvan Caryatid, he does have the mana available to cast it, even though it doesn't look like he's a red deck. However, when Ugin, the Spirit Dragon, comes down, all of the other permanents on Seth Manfield's side of the board basically getting scooped up, that -X ability able to deal with the last remaining creatures from Seth Manfield, or indeed simply say, your life total is 3, I'm going to do 3 to your face. So with that, we've managed to successfully engineer a situation where all of the matches in our feature match area are currently just preparing for their next games, which means that we get a chance to go back to our main match and start having a little think about sideboards between Joel Larson and Ricky Lee here in the feature match area. So on Larson's side of things, he's got a sideboard that features a few extra types of threats. So he's got sort of Nissa Worldwaker that might potentially mean that he can do a few different bits and pieces. Destructive Revelry potentially might do something here. He's got Outpost Siege to get additional cards each turn. A few options available to him, and then on the other side of things for Rick Lee, there's lots more removal.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like going into game 2, Rick Lee is probably going to want to take a little bit more of a controlling role and definitely fill his deck with removal spells, things like Bile Blight to take out mana creatures. But yeah, it looks like the game is underway here, so let's take a look at what we can as far as these players developing their early turns. I think Joel Larson is definitely going to want to start off with a couple mana creatures if he can, just to ramp up to his dragons a little bit quicker. Rick Lee not with the aggressive start that we saw last game, just leading off with a couple of tapped lands rather than creatures.
Yeah, in these early turns of the game, we can see there Joel Larson's career stats here. $49,700 career winnings. Big bolster there from the one Pro Tour top 8, that being the finals of Pro Tour Gatecrash that he made, where he ultimately succumbed to Tom Martell. But yeah, big finish for the Swede. And he's had a number of successes at Grand Prix level also there at just 23 years of age. Thunderbreak Regent there available as quite possibly the first player of the game here for Joel Larson. The bigger issue for him really is just making sure he hits his land drops, because now that Anafenza the Foremost is down for Rick Lee, he is going to be facing a relatively powerful set of attacks each turn.
So it looks like potentially a Storm Breath Dragon coming out here for Joel Larson,
1919.
which would let him get ahead in the race. I mean, the thing is, since his threats are flying, and some of them are hasty, it looks like if he can get on the board, you know, relatively quickly, he's going to be definitely the aggressor here. And sure enough, Thunderbreak Regent comes out. Rick Lee will get the first attack in here, but next turn, if Larson can hit his 5th land drop, which I believe he can, he'll add a Storm Breath Dragon to crack back for 8.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting kind of a race here, because it does look like Rick Lee has a Siege Rhino to follow up with. So that not only does the initial draining of Joel Larsen's life, it also gives a creature for Anafenza to put counters onto. And it potentially means that even though Joel Larsen is going to be able to crack back with haste with a Stormbreath Dragon, it's not abundantly clear that he's going to be favored in this race.
However, it does look like Larson has 2 copies of Stormbreath Dragon. So adding 1 to the battlefield this turn will allow him attack for 8, knocking Rick Lee down to 14 life. It looks like life totals just got updated. And another one the following turn would be another 12 damage, knocking Rick Lee down to 2. That's not quite enough to get there.
It may be that he has to play a Stormbreath Dragon to block, because with protection from white, it is going to be able to sit back and block any of the creatures that Rick Lee chooses to send into the red zone very, very successfully. Also, if Rick Lee decides to point any removal at that or any of the dragons that Joel Larsen has in play, it will end up dealing 3 points of damage back at the Malaysian player, and every point really counting in this race.
Yeah, so assuming Rick Lee, from Joel Larson's perspective, assuming Rick Lee doesn't have a removal spell, a defensive Stormbreath Dragon is pretty reasonable here. It means that Anafenza can't attack because the Stormbreath would eat it as a 4/4. And since Anafenza can't attack, the Siege Rhino also wouldn't be able to bust through the Stormbreath Dragon, since the Anafenza won't be able to put a counter on it. So the question here is, does Larson think Rick Lee has a removal spell or not? And it looks like he's playing a little bit conservatively around removal by leaving the Thunderbreath Regent back to block as well.
I mean, I guess the way that you look at it as well is that taking a turn off attacking this turn hopefully stops attacking from Rick Lee, and he knows that there's another dragon coming later, so it's not necessarily like he's losing out as much as he might be if he didn't have some great follow-up for future turns. He's got good things to play, he just wants to get the time to be able to play them.
So Rick Lee taking a look at his options here. He could either play 2 creatures in the form of Death Mist Raptor and Fleecebane Lion, or just get Whisperwood Elemental onto the battlefield.
Ultimately, either way, he's going to have lots of creatures in play. It's just a matter of whether or not he casts one or multiples.
Yeah. So this game looks like it's shaping up to be a really interesting race. I mean, Larson has the clearance in the air to start attacking when he's ready to, but he's got to be careful not to fall behind to Rick Lee's ground assault.
Now, what does this attack signal from Rick Lee here? He is coming in with both creatures. Now, it does leave the door open for Anafenza to get eaten, effectively, by the pro-white Stormbreath Dragon. But then, does Joel really want to be blocking the Siege Rhino at all? Is he going to go to 8?
Yeah, I think this is, this is definitely the right block here. Just taking out the Anafenza. I mean, he does take some damage from Siege Rhino, but he definitely doesn't want to trade his Thunderbreak Regent for the Anafenza and just to absorb 4 more damage from the Siege Rhino, which would have been his other option there.
And there's that Whisperwood Elemental. That side of it, not necessarily so much of a surprise. Now, a roast drawn for Joel Larsen means that actually his removal option is looking quite a lot better now. He does have the option potentially of saying Draconic Roar plus roast.
Yeah, that's a huge pickup for him. Roasting the Whisperwood Elemental plus Draconic Roar on the Manifest would take out almost all of Rick Lee's offense, adding some damage from the Draconic Roar, and then opening the possibility for Joel to start attacking. So that roast really a turning point in the game.
And potentially also the mana able to cast an Elvish Mystic as well, so getting quite a lot done on this turn, even if he is having to battle back from just the 7 points of life here.
So I think what we'll see is those 2 removal spells deployed, plus the Elvish Mystic, plus an attack from the Thunderbreak Regent. That does mean that Siege Rhino can crash back in for 5 more damage the following turn, which would knock Joel down to 2 life, potentially leaving him vulnerable to a second Siege Rhino. But I think this is Joel's most realistic path to winning the game.
So he finds out what we already knew, which was that Fleece Mainline was that manifest. Potentially a problematic one had it been able to be flipped up, just because it could be flipped up so cheaply for that extra point of damage. There's the roast on Whisperwood Elemental. Now we've got just Siege Rhino in play. And efficient use of mana there. Joel Larson now tapped out, signaling to Rick Lee that there's not much going on from him for the rest of his turn here. Passes across with just a Siege Rhino left to attack on the opposite side of things.
So Joel, clearly respecting the possibility of the second Siege Rhino, leaves back Thunderbreak Regent to threaten a double block with his 2 dragons, and Rick Lee deciding not to attack with his Siege Rhino into the 2 dragons.
So Fleece Mainline and Death Mist Raptor the play there. Joel Larson picks up another copy of Roast here, I believe, or possibly a Draconic Roar, certainly a burn spell. We'll find out soon enough, I'm sure, because there's not the time for Joel Larson to sit back on these cards in hand at this point.
Looks to me like it was a Draconic Roar, which I think will probably take out the... Well, eventually we'll take out the Death Mist Raptor at some point. Joel's decision here is, does he want to add a second Stormbreath Dragon to the table?
I mean, with the Elvish Mystic, he has the opportunity to do both, right?
Oh, I see. He does have 7 mana. That is true.
I mean, having to tap the Mystic, not necessarily ideal, but certainly... He didn't necessarily see the Mystic doing too much useful in the red zone anyway. He does cast the Stormbreath Dragon, gets a hit in here, and has mana up for Roast should he wish. And just to let you know, Andrew Olschwager against Jason Chung, that one is going to be going to a Game 3. Plenty more going on in our feature match area here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir.
In comes the team for Rick Lee, a pair of 3/3s and a 5/6 Siege Rhino. I believe what we'll see is Joel Larson Draconic Roar on the Death Mist Raptor and putting the dragons in front. Decides to make the block first, forcing Rick Lee to tap mana, playing around a potential Abzan Charm. And wow, beautifully sequenced by Joel Larson there, setting up that race.
Big plays there from Joel Larson, doing a huge amount of work there. It looked very, very dodgy for him for much of that game. Not necessarily because he didn't have a good hand, but just because he was always having to be so much on the back foot.
Yeah, and the key point for him there was drawing that roast on that critical turn.
So we're going to get a little bit of a look in on one of the matches that we've seen something of already, which is Seth Manfield up against Marco Camilluzzi over on our back table there. This one is being covered in text, so you will later on be able to read Craig Jones' expertly written coverage of this. Welcome back to the coverage team, Craig. It's been a while. And we see here a Siege Rhino in play for Seth Manfield already, Tasigur for Marco Camilluzzi, and with just a Siege Rhino in the graveyard, it may well be that Tasigur is going to be able to get back a threat for Marco Camilluzzi soon enough. Thoughtseize revealing double Hero's Downfall and End Hostilities in Camilluzzi's hand. That End Hostilities really signaling that this is a very controlling version of Abzan on the Italian side of the table. Seth Manfield, meanwhile, his deck has control elements, certainly, but it's also got the likes of Dragon Lord Ataka, who plays every role. So the Thoughtseize here, Seth Manfield carefully noting down the contents of Camilluzzi's hand before putting Hero's Downfall in the bin, and another Siege Rhino, meaning that Seth Manfield has to feel relatively confident that this game is in his sights. Utter end the draw there from Camilluzzi.
Has it begun? The elemental? Pardon? The elemental be good for you? Elemental.
You can just hear Larson checking a couple of bits and pieces there as he sideboards for his next game. But we see in this match, End Hostilities clearing out the board and an Abzan Charm from Seth Manfield here, meaning that he gets to continue to potentially draw threats, though at least one of them looked to just be a forest. Sylvan Caryatid.
So Camilluzzi behind on life, but well stocked with removal spells for Seth Manfield's next couple of threats.
Well stocked with the removal, pretty much the definition of what Marco Camilluzzi is trying to do in this tournament. It's just going to be a matter of whether or not at 4 life he can afford to be too coy with the likes of his card drawing spells, I think. Often that's what the Abzan control decks are looking to do, is say, I can potentially run as many as 8 card drawing spells if I want to. That's as many of the blue control decks, if not more. But here, a little bit under pressure in terms of life. Not that many lands in play. He's got to be worried that at any moment Seth Manfield could drop a threat that could finish him in one go.
Ah, 4. Yeah. I'm sorry, I understood you said...
Seth Manfield asking what the life total is. That never a good sign. And here we see Whip of Erebos immediately being activated to make a Siege Rhino. Now that Siege Rhino, when it comes into play, is going to drain Camaluzzi for 3, and then also have haste, able to attack in. Marco Camaluzzi says, nope, that's enough for me. I can't deal with that at this moment in time. And so Seth Manfield wins that game. Marco Camaluzzi there was already up a game, so that squares things up. We will see some more magic from them. But in the meantime, it looks like opening hands are being drawn by Joel Larson and Rick Lee here on our front table. Hopefully we won't have any mulligans and we'll get a chance to see what happens in this, the deciding game between red-green dragons on the left and Abzan Control. Oh, sorry, Abzan Aggro on the right-hand side of our screens.
So it looks like Joel has a pretty ideal opening hand here. A couple of lands, a Sylvan Caryatid, a Courser of Crufix, and a Stormbreath Dragon. So really the mix that he's looking for of mana creatures, long-term advantage, and aggression with the Stormbreath Dragon.
Yeah, and here we have Rick Lee just developing his mana also. Fetch lands not necessarily as exciting about getting to the high mana costs as having the likes of Sylvan Caryatid, but actually Rick Lee's deck, as an aggro build, is foregoing some of the acceleration in order to have more threats at those low mana costs.
So Rick Lee picking up a Hero's Downfall that turn, preparing him for the onslaught of dragons soon to come.
And it sounds like Adrian Sullivan has evened up his match against Martin Dang. We now have all game 3s in the feature match area. It turns out that Martin Dang doesn't just have a golden ticket into this top 8. He's not got a free ride against these blue-black control decks. Adrian Sullivan finding a way of squaring things up there. Ultimate price dealing with Courser of Crufix for Rick Lee. So Joel Larson down to just Sylvan Caryatid and lands. But we know that he's got plenty of threats in his hand. He just needs to hope that those threats are going to be fast enough to deal with that. Surak, the Hunt Caller, has come into play for Rick Lee here.
So Joel having the option to add Stormbreath Dragon to the battlefield this turn. He also just picked up a Draconic Roar that turn that we saw revealed with Courser of Crufix. Looks to me like he's probably going to go with the Dragon.
Yeah, 4 toughness, kind of a tricky one for the Red-Green Dragons deck to deal with outside of that roast. Doesn't necessarily have an easy way of 1-for-1ing against Surak the Hunt Caller without the brand new one-word burn spell. I know that R&D is careful about not using those one-word names on bad cards because they always seem quite iconic when you start playing them.
Draconic Roar, a card that's otherwise really strong against Rick Lee's deck, taking out things like Fleecemane Lions and Warden of the First Tree. But given that Rick Lee was able to see it revealed to the Courser of Crufix, he can now sequence his next couple turns to leave himself resilient against Draconic Roar.
Look at that cards in hand for Joel Larson here. That is a racing hand if ever I saw one. I mean, racing Surak the Hunt Caller potentially difficult because once it reaches the point where Formidable is a thing, you will find that all of Rick Lee's threats seem to have haste at the appropriate moment. And here we see him tapping 3 mana. Looks like he's taking a little bit of pain from his lands and he's saying, I don't think I can afford to race just now. I'm going to kill your dragon and then just get stuck in for 5.
Yeah, Rick Lee looking to have the upper hand here, still with an On Offense of the Foremost, 6th land, and an Elspeth in his hand. So we're definitely going to have to see Joel Larson pull something from the top of his library to get back into this game.
Thunderbreak Regent the play there. He's got both of his creatures back here. He didn't need to tap that Sylvan Caryatid, so that, if anything, gives him a small amount of extra insurance if something scary does get played and end up having haste. He's got the extra option at a blocker. Doesn't necessarily want to throw that Caryatid under the bus, but actually there's not too many things in his deck that are going to cost more than the 5 mana he can produce from his lands anyway. So nice to have that option, I suppose. Elspeth Sun's Champion, definitely something that isn't really what Joel Larson wants to see here. And the attack from Anafenza means that now Surak the Hunt Caller at some point is going to be formidable all on his own with a few extra counters. Now a 6/5 creature running into the red zone alongside Anafenza.
So it does look like Rick Lee has a copy of Dromoka's Command in his hand, which he could use to add a +1/+1 counter to Anafenza should Joel choose to block with his Thunderbreak Regent here.
I mean, almost all of the modes on Dromoka's command, potentially great options in this matchup. Being able to prevent the damage of a spell, very powerful against some of the options for removal that Larson has, because all of his removal is damage-based. Sacrificing an enchantment might not sound like a big deal, but you know what? Not Sylvan Caryatid, your Courser of Crufix is an enchantment, and then +1/+1 counters, they're always great. And fighting, well, Rickley's got some big creatures to fight with.
So it'll be interesting to see what he chooses to do with this Dromoka's command. I mean, one possible option is just adding a +1/+1 counter to Anafenza and sort of burning the other mode, by, you know, causing Joel to sacrifice an enchantment he doesn't have, or something along those lines, so as not to target the Thunderbreak region.
I mean, another thing that he could... Yeah, I mean, I guess making any kind of a fight with a Thunderbreak region is going to potentially mean that he has to take a bit of damage back, so I can see why that's not so attractive. In point of fact, he just says, I'm kind of okay with trading here. This is always going to be a good spell in my deck. And using it to counter a removal spell might well just be the most powerful thing that he can do here now that he's got a threat on the board.
Yep, great point. One of the modes on Dromoka's command is to prevent damage from an instant or sorcery. So he can do that as well as adding a +1/+1 counter to his creature, or instigating a fight, or so on. So I think saving the card there and waiting for an opportunity to get a 2-for-1 is definitely more valuable.
We've got our first result from the feature match area. Red-Green Dragons in the hand of Jason Chung is our first victor here. He now advances to 11-2. Great result from the New Zealander there over Andrew Olschwager playing Blue-Black Control. Surak the Hunt Caller currently hunting elves, quite successfully it must be said. Attacking in the chump block from Jarl Larson, and here a Whisperwood Elemental, meaning that soon enough Rickley's board will be flooded with creatures. And the scary thing about the Manifest in this deck is that there are plenty of quite powerful creatures that can be flipped face up from Manifest position.
And Rickley just really running away with this game here with this 4 toughness creatures matching up so well against Joel Larson's Draconic Roar in his hand. Joel sitting on just a Draconic Roar, and I think, is that a Mana Confluence in his hand? Yeah.
It is, yes. I mean, it's a tricky one because as much as Draconic Roar doesn't look great in this situation, there's no way on earth that it's not going to be in your Larson's deck after sideboarding. It's still a removal spell, and when you've got a dragon in play, it still does do extra damage. We see there Haven of the Spirit Dragon coming down for Jarl Larson. Now, not only does that fix his mana, it does mean that he can potentially make sure that he gets at least one threat next turn in terms of a dragon out of his graveyard. We see currently a land on the top of his deck, which he will be drawing for the following turn.
So Haven of the Spirit Dragon, a nice find off the Courser of Crufix. Unfortunately, it might be a bit too late here as Rickley continues to crash in with his 6/5 Surak and 4/4 Whisperwood Elemental. Whisperwood Elemental going unchecked and producing manifests each turn.
Now, each of these players are on 9 and 3, and that basically means that this isn't completely an elimination match, but I think that both players have to feel like it's close to that. There's enough rounds left to go. They don't want to pick up an extra loss here because, if nothing else, for tiebreaker purposes, having a loss in these comparatively early rounds compared to where they might pick it up is going to be a little bit tougher.
So Dromoka's command asking Joel to sacrifice an enchantment, which of course is the Courser of Crufix, adding a counter to Whisperwood Elemental in the process, and an attack knocking Joel down to 5 life, and that's enough.
Yeah, I mean, Rickley, knowing that there was a land on top of Jarl Larson's deck, knew that he was effectively making life much, much tougher for Larson simply by killing the Courser before you worry about anything else, and by making his creatures bigger as well, able to get the final pump through to win the game. He advances to 10 and 3. So we've got a little bit more magic going on in our feature match area. We'll be jumping across to one of those other matches very shortly indeed. In terms of what you were hoping for when you were working on this set, Ian, obviously in R&D, you've known about the dragons that would come out of the bag for a long time. Has this Pro Tour lived up to what you hoped for in terms of seeing dragons in play?
I would say definitely yes. I mean, one of the challenges leading up to the set and in developing the set was making sure there was enough room in Standard to have these 4, 5, 6, and 7 mana cost creatures actually impact Standard, which is sometimes difficult to do. If you think back towards Standard past, we had to make cards as powerful as Primeval Titan and Consecrated Sphinx in order to get expensive creatures to actually hit in Standard. In this standard, I feel we have a much better balance of just having lots of options high on the mana curve. And it's cool that some people are selecting dragons, but it's also cool that others are opting for planeswalkers and, a variety of powerful creatures.
So we're fortunate to be able to see two matches of Magic kind of going on here. In the main screen here, we have Seth Manfield in a comparatively latter stages up against Marco Camilluzzi here. We have a huge amount of permanents, Sidisi, Undead Vizier, Whip of Erebos there, along with Sato Wayfinder and Corsair Crewfix for Seth Manfield. And then 2 copies of Fleece Mainline, one of which monstrous, we presume, against him alongside Corsair Crewfix and Elspeth on top for Marco Camilluzzi. Lots and lots going on there, whereas I think it's worthwhile just having a little sneaky peeky in the corner at Dang against Sullivan, because 2 early creatures for Martin Dang means that Sullivan may not be long for this world there. Immediately getting sort of the aggro start here against what is apparently a mulligan to 4 for Adrian Sullivan. So Sullivan sounds like he might be quite jovial in the area, but this is not what he was looking for this round. And that a buy a box promo version of Goblin Rabble Master for Martin Dang, he's not wanting to let Sullivan draw out of that mulligan. Meanwhile, in our main match, Seth Manfield, he's getting down Elspeth's Sun Champion there. Looks like he's in a good spot, except for the fact that Ugin comes down and says, I'm the biggest threat on this board.
Ugin here. Look at everything it wiped away. Elspeth, Whip of Erebos, tons of creatures on both sides of the battlefield. And that's, we've mentioned a couple times how powerful Ugin is and how it can really catch you up from any board state, and that's a perfect example of Ugin, really shining there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it kind of, the amount of loyalty on starting on Planeswalkers, I'm sure, is a very hotly tested area in general in R&D. But getting the exact right level of loyalty that you can have that kind of a board wipe and keep Ugin around without Ugin having too much loyalty seems like it must have taken a little bit of testing.
Yeah, the number 7 is no coincidence, and the fact that we saw right there Ugin sweeping away Elspeth Sun's Champion and remaining on the battlefield is one of the important reasons we chose the number 7 for Ugin's starting loyalty.
Hero's downfall, of course, meaning that Ugin wasn't able to hang around for too long. We see there Martin Dang already able to put away Adrian Sullivan. So this, our main match between Seth Manfield and Marco Camilluzzi, is the last one in our feature match area. Camilluzzi, he's got Corsair of Crewfix. He's revealing an utter end on top. There's plenty of action here from Marco Camilluzzi. Seth Manfield, meanwhile, it seemed like he had so much great stuff going for him, but it's amazing how a few turns have changed that. See our main cameras here moving across to this match just so we can get you as much action as we can from Camilluzzi and Manfield. Manfield picks up a Siege Rhino for the turn and Dragon Lord Ataka.
Wow.
So immediately, we've hit Haymaker territory. Erase on the top of Camilluzzi's deck here. A powerful card potentially. I mean, it deals with Whip of Erebos, it deals with Corsair Crewfix, but right now it doesn't have a target. That a dead draw for Marco Camilluzzi. And meanwhile, an 8/8 Flying Trampler forcing a different answer, this time in the form of Abzan Charm from Camilluzzi, who then swings in for 5 points on Seth Manfield, going to 13. Second Corsair Crewfix, effectively just gaining extra life and being a 2/4 body for Camilluzzi, though I'm sure he's fine with that.
Yeah, it's really amazing to me how these mid-range decks can just battle and battle and battle and still not run out of gas. I mean, think of the sequence that this game has gone through. We had the board flooded on both sides, Whip of Erebos, Elspeth, Ugin comes down, sweeps away the board, then comes another Elspeth, then comes a Dragon Lord Atarka, then comes another Elspeth, and they're just still battling. And it's still unclear to me, who has the upper hand in this board state.
Yeah, this is a matchup of heavyweights. They're going to go the distance on this one. And one interesting factor that's going to become an issue at some point is the amount of time left on this round. Currently, they haven't come close to reaching turns yet, but it is something that has to be in the back of their mind. Both of these players already have one draw. 9-2-1, not a bad position to be in. 10-2-1, great. That second draw, functionally very, very similar to a loss. Neither of them want to get there. Camilluzzi picked up his draw just the last round against his teammate, Andrea Mengucci. He wants to start finishing matches. Erase there in his hand, though. Currently not doing anything at all. Siege Rhino coming in here, forcing something from Camilluzzi.
Take 4. 14.
However, read the bones revealed on the top for Camilluzzi, a really important pickup for him on the following turn. He's looking to find an answer to this Elspeth that's just kind of running away with the game on Seth Manfield's side of the table.
7 loyalty counters on that Elspeth does threaten an ultimate. 7 loyalty means that you can get an emblem to give your creatures flying and +2/+2, which is typically enough to end the game pretty swiftly. It may be that Seth says that he's happy to fill the board from now on, but I'd be pretty tempted to just fly in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, given the opportunity next turn, he's certainly going to emblem and try to end the game.
And Haven of the Spirit Dragon in Manfield's hand, potentially an option to get back Dragon Lord of Tarkir.
Yeah, and I like how he's saving it in his hand as a surprise. I mean, he doesn't need the extra land now, and Camiluzzi probably thinks that Seth Manfield has a land in his hand, but he's not expecting that land to turn into a dragon. So, again, just another example of how these mid-range decks just don't run out of gas. They just continue to have things to do going into a long game like this.
Yeah, I mean, part of this is down to Course of Krufix, right? We see here Camiluzzi, after he's read the bones, he managed to get an Utter End into his hand and a Siege Rhino. There was a land on top, but he didn't need to be stuck drawing that land. He just got to put it straight into play, gain 2 life off copies of Course of Krufix. Now he's casting a Siege Rhino. Neither of these players' life totals are particularly moving down. They're just kind of wavering up and down a little bit as they jockey for position in this match. There's the Utter End on Elspeth. She's not going to be doing any ultimating in terms of this game, at least. And actually, Dragon Lord of Tarkir is in exile, so that's not an option to get back for Seth Manfield. He does have a second copy in his deck, though, so it's still a live draw for him.
So Utter End just in time for Camiluzzi, taking out that Elspeth that was poised to ultimate.
Abzanchan drawing a couple of cards for Seth Manfield. Manfield's life 13, not too much of a worry yet. Once things start getting sort of close to single digits, that's where things get really difficult. And a Glare of Heresy able to exile that Siege Rhino. Glare of Heresy, sometimes the sort of thing you might want to save for Elspeth Sun's champion, but actually getting rid of a Siege Rhino permanently, pretty decent also.
Yeah, and the 4/5 Siege Rhino unable to attack into the 2/2/4 Courses of Krufix and Soldier tokens. Although Murderous Cut may change that dynamic.
I'd have been tempted to, if the line was to actually attack here at all, then attack first and potentially get the Murderous Cut if there's a multiple block. I think the fact that this has been cast before combat potentially means that he's not going to be swinging with the Siege Rhino this turn, perhaps.
So 17, right? Sure.
Yeah, we'll see. It may also mean that he's going to be attacking with the rest of the Soldier tokens.
Camiluzzi activating his Windswept Heath before the Courser of Krufix goes away. That, of course, meaning that he gets to gain more life for extra lands coming into play. Certainly relevant.
11 to 17.
Yes, 11, 17.
Life totals now 11-17. Just confirming, with so many life changes between paying life to fetch lands, gaining life for lands coming into play, always makes sense to make sure that there's not any confusion too early on, because backtracking can be very difficult indeed.
Yep. And sure enough, the reason for that Murderous Cut pre-combat, or at least pre-blockers, was to clear the way for more Soldier tokens to come into the red zone.
And we see Soldier tokens on both sides kind of trading off, making the board a little bit clearer. One of the things that we get pressured on a little bit in the feature match area, do we have enough Soldier tokens for Elspeth standard? It's not quite as busy as it was Elemental time when we had Master of Waves around, but Soldier tokens certainly in hot demand in our feature match area for principally the reason of Elspeth Sun's champion. And the Soldier tokens on Seth Manfield's side of the board, potentially decisive. I mean, on 8 life, Marco Camiluzzi not long for this world if he can't deal with at least that Siege Rhino.
So Camiluzzi picked up an Abzan Charm off the top this turn. It'll be interesting to see how he uses it. I mean, the simplest option is just to take out the Siege Rhino, but he may be tempted to draw 2 cards here. He is on 8 life, facing down a number of creatures, so going any lower on life is pretty dangerous here, but he may figure his best chances are just to try to outcard Seth Manfield at this point.
Yeah, we see there are 3 options on Abzan Charm. Exiling target creature with power 3 or greater, drawing 2 cards and losing 2 life. Those are the modes that we tend to see most often. There is the option to distribute 2+1+1 counters among creatures. That's something that it has its moments. It's certainly a powerful trick, and what's best about it really is just the fact that it doesn't cost you a card to have that option in your deck, because you would quite happily play Abzan Charm if all it did was kill creatures or draw you cards.
Yep. And sure enough, he goes with the straightforward play of taking away the Siege Rhino with Abzan Charm.
So gradually clears things up on the board here. There cannot be very much time left on this round, though. We did hear the time being called in the main event just a moment ago. We'll hopefully be able to find out exactly how long these players have. I mean, with 6 life to deal on Seth Manfield's side, Seth Manfield on 11, Marco Camelluzzi on 6. Both of these players can end this game, but they are going to potentially need a little bit of help to do so. Little under 3 minutes left on this round. Temple of Malady there for Seth Manfield.
So interestingly there, Seth Manfield with an Abzan Charm of his own chose to draw 2 cards rather than taking out the Courser of Crufix, and that's probably due to the fact that he knows that Nissa Worldwaker is coming up next turn for Marco Camelluzzi, and he's going to need more cards of his own in order to match the power of that Planeswalker.
Yeah, Nissa here, a number of abilities that are powerful. I think that initially it may well be that the lands in play for Marco Camelluzzi start doing double duty. +1, target land you control becomes a 4/4 elemental creature with trample. It is still a land, and that's relevant because things like Utter End, they're not going to be able to kill an animated land because Utter End says exile target non-land permanent.
So in just a few short turns, Marco Camelluzzi went from facing down an army of soldier tokens and all the way down to 4 life as a result, to turning the tables with a Nissa Worldwaker of his own. But the tables have turned yet again as Seth Manfield...
He sneaks through
Ugin.
1 point. He's got 2 attackers, sneaks through 1 point, and that means that Ugin, 3 points of burn damage from Ugin, enough to end that match. Seth Manfield advances to 10-2-1. He had a fantastic finish at the last Pro Tour. He made the top 8 of Pro Tour Fate Reforged. He's back again in the feature match area in the late rounds of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. Watch out for Seth Manfield, folks. He's a very, very powerful player. Back in the booth, Tim Willoughby and Induke. It's been a great round. We've seen an awful lot of different Magic from the last round. We've seen the power of Dragons of Tarkir.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of back and forth games there. I really love the ones between Joel Larson and Rick Lee. Some pretty dynamic races there, just in terms of Stormbreath Dragon flying over the top versus a combination of removal spells and Whisperwood Elemental sealing up the ground for Rick Lee. In the background, we saw Adrian Sullivan take a crucial loss there to Martin Dang's red deck wins, just getting brutally punished in a mulligan to 4.
Yeah, punish is the word. I mean, that one of the things that the red deck does very, very well. It says, if you stumble, I'll get you.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Martin Dang's been doing in the feature match area all day. Still our king of the hill. We'll be seeing him in the feature match area next round. That was round 13. I mean, there's not that many rounds left in the Pro Tour. The people that are in our feature match area from now on, they've got to be thinking about what they need for top 8, right?
Yeah, and it still looks like, I mean, it looks like 37 points is still the holy grail. If you reach that, you're in great shape. But we may see a couple 36s slip in as well due to the number of draws that we have.
And I tell you what, if you want to find out exactly which players are in the running to make that top 8, we've got exactly the person to tell you. Let's head back to the news desk for that info.
Much to Tim and Ian there in the booth. 13 rounds down, 3 to go. I'm not going to tell you what just happened there, but it was really funny. All right, what I am going to tell you about is dragons. Dragons. Let's fire up the flames once again on our dragon tracker here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. What number do we get to? Roll the flames. We're up to 70. This is what I call a flavor win. Well done, good job. How many gods would we have had at Theros, I wonder? Might have to go back and check that coverage to find out. But 70 dragons have found their way into action already. 3 rounds of Swiss to go today, and then 3 sets of rounds tomorrow. All the quarterfinals and the 2 semis and the final will go back to back to back tomorrow, so you will not miss a thing. It's time for 4 from the floor here, so why don't we get to the action and let me start you off with Shota Yasuoka. We've seen him before in 4 from the floor. There he is, one of the fastest control players alive. He was up against Andrea Mengucci of Italy from the top 8 of Pro Tour Journey into Nyx. There's Mengucci whittling through his Utter End and his Hero's Downfall, and Mengucci took that one. 10-2-1 now for Mengucci. Yasuoka on the brink, 9-3-1. There's Sam Black. Haven't seen much of him this weekend. He's sort of been behind the ball a little bit, but he is at 9-3 coming into this round against that man, Timothy Wu, in his 6th Pro Tour, 51% so far. Black was victorious in that one, 10-3 for him. There's Craig Wescoe on your screen right now, the Pro Tour champion from Dragon's Maze. We thought he would be well positioned. I'll tell you, they ran out of table in this one. That's Thierry Ramboa of France, the Frenchman in his 4th Pro Tour, got back here thanks to a top finish at Pro Tour FRF. He is in line for a top finish here at DTK as well. Ramboa, 10-3. Wesco on the brink at 9-4. And here's Paola-Vita Dama de Rosa at 10-3 against the man with the green hair, Robert Graves, who you've seen plenty of, who went 2-4 before this in his lone PT start. It's taken him a lot more rounds to get to 4 losses, but he is now at 4 losses. Paola-Vita Dama de Rosa has partly secured a place still towards being live. He's at 10-3. Paola-Vita there winning that one. Robert Graves at 9-4. Paola-Vita Dama de Rosa at 10-3. So that's 4 from the floor. I'm going to send you across town to our video wall, because waiting there with a fantastically flavorful and extremely interesting deck, Brian David Marshall is in the company of one of our modern masters, Patrick Dickman.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir in Brussels, Belgium. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Patrick Dickman. And Patrick, it's Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir, and you took your invite to this Pro Tour very seriously.
Yeah, that's true. I'm definitely playing a deck that fits the set, I guess, because I'm playing a lot of dragons. And yeah, it's been treating me well so far, at least in the constructed portion, and yeah, I like it a lot.
We won't talk about Patrick's limited performance this weekend. It has not gone well for him, but in standard, you've been playing a deck that's done very well. What was your approach to the standard format coming into the weekend?
Well, for me, it was kind of obvious that I wanted to be playing blue, because like my problem with standard is that I usually don't have card selection. Like there's no huge amount of card selection, and now with Anticipate being printed, you finally have at least like some card selection. I mean, it's already on the screen there. Yeah, because
we anticipated that.
Yeah, sort of. Good one. No, it's just that like I miss like having an influence on my draws, and so I definitely wanted to play a deck with Anticipate and Dicture Time, which is one of my most favorite cards ever. So this was the base for the deck, and I kind of just like tried building around it. And I mean, there was a lot of like very powerful cards printed in Dragons of Tarkir, especially more or less Counterspell, which is Silumgar Scorn. And so the theme was like going in the dragon direction already, and this is like how I got to build this deck.
So this is what you're using to sort of sift through your deck to find answers, to give yourself the time to set up. Let's take a look at some of the other cards that you're going to be playing here, cards that you're looking for maybe with your Anticipate and your Dig Through Time. Tell me about Wild Flash.
It's just the deck's very, very slow. So obviously, like all your dragons, they start at 4 mana with the Thunderbreaker again, for example. So you definitely need to try and keep the ground clear. And I mean, Shock is just very good at that, because there's a lot of like early drops that die to it, and even later, like usually you can trade like tempo-wise, you can trade upwards, because you can kill cards like Boonsetter, you kill cards like Rebel Master. There's just a lot of creatures with power 2 or less that die to White Slash, and it's the same with Anger. I mean, it's like a low-cost sweeper that keeps the ground clear, at least of like decks that try to swarm you, which is like this deck's weakness. Like if the board state gets out of hand, your dragons, that they can like put it around, because you can only play one at a time, and you like have to skip your turn to play it. So there's just a bunch of removal spells.
So 2 damage, 3 damage, and then if they have a 4 toughness creature.
Well, actually, Valor stands serves double duty in this deck, though. I mean, all the dragons have an effect when you like target them, especially like the Thunderbreak and the Icefall Regen. So the protection part is actually very, very important in this deck. Like you either get to kill their big guys, or you protect your own dragons. And like despite from like trading 1-for-1 removal spell against Valor stance, they also like had to pay more, took 3 damage or whatever. So it's like a really like I think this deck like Valor's Stand is probably one of the most important cards for the deck.
So it's sort of like a split card that can be a Dark Banishing or a counterspell.
Yeah, exactly.
So tell me about Aether Spouts in the main deck. Not a card we always see main.
Problem is the mana base is built towards supporting blue and red, and maybe like casting on curve Uchitai, but you can't play a sweeper for big creatures like what's the name of it? End Hostilities. Double white is not supported by the mana base. Like you can't make it without playing a ton of tap lands, which would slow you down even more. And yeah, Aether Spout serves this role, like to just and also has a huge blowout potential. Like no one expects it really. And I caught like several Stormwrath Dragons with this already. I had a board state where my opponent had like 2 Stormwrath Dragons and a Corsair all attacking, and they all went on top of his library. So that's like, it's a very surprising card, and can definitely win you games.
Okay, so let's take a look at, we've talked about dragons, some cards that care about dragons, starting with one of your lands. Normally we do all the lands at the end, but Haven of the Spirit Dragon, what's going on with this card for you? Just the one, but it seemed very good every time I've watched you play it.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the one because, I mean, you have a lot of double colored and double red spells, like double blue, double red, so you can play more since the Haven only pays for dragons, but since you have a dragons share, like, in the Jeskai colors as well, it's important to have the fixing, and also like just getting one of the dragons back is really really powerful. I mean, it's a land after all. It also taps for colorless for artisan spells, and in the late game, it just turns into one of your powerful dragons, which is really nice.
Right. Yeah. This ability here: sacrifice Haven of the Spirit Dragon, return target dragon creature card or Ugin from your graveyard to your hand. Really reminiscent of cards like Academy Ruins.
Yeah,
or,
exactly.
The kind of things that as a control player you.
Exactly.
You just want that inevitable game state.
Exactly. You just want value out of your lands. I mean, this is why like mana lands are very good, but Tectonic Edge and stuff is very good because like if you get a land that like serves a battle role later on, that's just like really good for any type of like slower strategy that tries to prolong the game. And I don't know, these other cards, I mean, obviously they all like have some effect with dragons. Stubborn Denial might not be that obvious, but you're playing 10 creatures, and each of these creatures kind of protects the dragons. So if you like, I don't know,
so you play a dragon with 1 mana up.
Exactly. And I mean, it's also like one of these cards that like no one expects. I got a counter in Elspeth a bit after playing Ochitai, and this is like such a huge tempo swing. It can win games on its own. So it's definitely a good card in the right deck, I guess.
So we've talked about Draconic Roar. We've talked about Haven of the Spirit Dragon. We've talked about Silumgar's Scorn. So a lot of dragons matter to your deck. Let's see what these dragons are and how many of them are there. There's 10 dragons in your Jeskai Dragons deck. Talk to me about Thunderbreak Regent and how this card fits into your deck so thoroughly at 4.
Well, it's a 4-drop, so it's like the first dragon that you can play to like kind of gain tempo back because this is not a pure control deck. You can't just like play the control game against the other mid-range decks. Usually what you want to do is like definitely keep the ground clear, but then start playing dragons as soon as possible, like also play it over removal spells. And I mean, this is the first dragon to come down on turn 4, and despite like having a more or less impressive combat stats for 4 mana, I mean 4/4 flying is already a good body by itself. It also has this second ability, which is like dealing 3 damage to opponents whenever they are targeted. And with the cheap counter magic, if you can protect this 1 or 2 times, it stacks up super fast. And
so this goes right back to the Stubborn Denial you're talking about.
Exactly.
Where you play this with 1 mana up, they're like, well, I got a Hero's Downfall that,
exactly.
And then you Stubborn Denial counter it, and they've taken 3.
And the same with Valor's Stance too. Like it fits into the game plan. It's the first dragon to play. Uchitai is, I think, just a super powerful card by itself. I mean, like you can just slam it on turn 5. There's pretty much nothing your opponent can do other than like playing a sweeper. But I mean, even that you can predict. And like if he gets to attack and like the anticipate is obviously very, very powerful. And I think it's actually powerful enough to maybe find a place in like a modern or something like that.
And you've talked about liking to have some control over your draws, and you talked about the card Anticipate. But when you get to attack with Ochitai, the game must feel like it's just firmly in your control once you can attack a couple times with Ochitai.
Exactly. Like most of the time you can protect it with all the protection spells, and it's just a super powerful card. And
Icefall Regent, 2 copies of Icefall Regent.
Yeah, it's just for like tempo plays, because a lot of the time in this format, like you're going to play your Thunderbreak Regent, and then your opponent is going to play Thunderbreak Regent or another threat of his own. And Icefall Regent is just a huge tempo swing because you get to tap down their creature, you get to attack, and then they need to spend their entire turn killing the price for region because of the pay 2 more clause. And yeah, then their creature still does not untap. So it's just a huge tempo swing, and it can like pretty much like it can also tap down problematic creatures like Stormbreath Dragon, for example.
Sure. Speaking of Stormbreath Dragon, one copy of that in the deck because it's just that good. Hasty Dragons. Let's take a look at how you pulled this all together mana-wise. 3 Flooded Strands, a Bloodstained Mire, and a handful of basics. But I think the non-basics is where the come into play. Tapped Lands, Mystic Monastery 4, Temple of Epiphany 4, 1 Temple of Triumph, and then you talked about it being really a blue-red base.
Yeah, exactly. Like as you can see, it's mostly blue-red duels and just splashing the blue, the white, sorry. And so this is also why we can't play double white cards, and we really just splash for Uchitai and Vader Stance pretty much, and some type of cards.
So it's really like an Is-It Dragon deck with a little bit of white.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, Patrick Dickman, I'm going to let you get back out to the floor. Keep working on this. We got a little bit of the sideboard there that's going by. Jeskai Dragons. This is a deck that's doing really well here. It might not be showing up in the standings overall, but when you look at how standard decks are performing, this is one of the strong decks to consider. And hey, it's got dragons in it. Patrick Dickman, Brian David Marshall from the Tournament Center.
All right, boys and girls, let's talk Twitter. We have 3 hashtags to share with you, and many of you have been already tweeting on these. We have hashtag FantasyPT, FANTASYPT. Give us your 3 players who you think could be doing the business on Sunday. Those of you who like value in a game will select Martin Dang and 2 others, because at 12-1, Martin Dang, BDM, looks like being the first player into the top 8.
Wow.
Assuming that he doesn't go lose, 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 and miracle math, whatever the opposite of miracle is.
Yeah.
Bonfire.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Depends on which side of the bonfire you're on.
Indeed. But realistically, Martin Dang is your first player in the top 8 at 12-1 with 3 rounds to go.
I'm going to feel really bad about not giving him Player of the Month for last month.
Will it be Grand Prix Liverpool champion and soon to be Pro Tour top 8? You see, now that would have been a trick. All right, so that is Fantasy PT, but then we also have hashtag top 5 cards. What do you think the top 5 cards of the weekend are going to be this weekend? Are you going to put any dragons in your top 5? Are you going to put any dragons in your top 5?
I think I am going to put some dragons. I mean, Thunderbreak Regent seems just has been tremendous this weekend.
It costs 4.
It costs 4, and it just does get, like, even if you deal with it, it leaves a mark.
Right.
It's been tremendous.
It really does. So that's top 5 cards. And then on the right of screen, just underneath BDM's handsome visage, best deck. Hashtag best deck. What deck would you be playing if you were trying to play for $40,000 in the Pro Tour tomorrow here? What is the best deck in Standard right now? To help you answer some of those questions, the top 5 cards and the best deck in particular, why don't we take a look at our metagame breakdown if we can, and there you see it on your screen. So BDM, what stands out for you there?
So is this the day 2 metagame breakdown?
No, this is the metagame.
Okay, this is everything. I mean, red aggro. I mean, that really. I mean, just so many players opted, despite the continued presence of Courser of Krufix and Sylvan Caryatid in the format, to play red aggro decks and the ability to go even wider than you could before with like Dragon Fodder and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the Courser of Krufix is an interesting card because certainly I've heard a lot of respected commentators talk about the idea that the existence of Dromoka's Command is a card that has significantly actually weakened Courser of Krufix simply because it's no longer a 2/4 creature brackets enchantment. It's now a 2/4 enchantment that's a creature, if you like. So
sure.
That certainly made a difference there. Lots of aggro, as we see. Abzan aggro is next. But again, only with 10% of the field. And that's something we haven't always seen. You and I have seen plenty of metagame breakdowns.
You usually see like an 18 or a 19% of the field deck somewhere at the top of the breakdown, even sometimes a 22 or 23.
Right. You often will find that the top 3 decks are easily the top half of the field.
Sure.
And then there's this huge fall off to the 1% and 2%. But that's not the case here. Of course, you can check out the full metagame breakdown more on MagicTheGathering.com.
I know you love control decks. Were you, even as someone who loves control decks, expecting to see as much blue-black control as we've seen this weekend, and the fact that it was, one of the top 5 archetypes and took up such a big percentage of the field?
Obviously, the simple answer is no, but the slightly more complex and hopefully in some ways more revealing answer goes back to a slide that I actually made a week ago for another project, which was looking at the top 8 of Syracuse, the SCG Open, where I typed in the word aggro 8 times on that top 8 sheet. And every time I did, a little light bulb went off in my head, and I thought, if I was testing for this PT, I would say, this is not an unknown metagame now. This isn't a Jacob Wilson and Reed Duke bringing off the shelf last season's standard with a couple of Sidisi Undead Viziers and just being great at Magic, which is what the Invitational was 2 weeks ago. This feels like an actual metagame now. This is like everyone succeeding is playing aggro.
And everyone's been able to get their cards, everyone's ready,
yes.
Everyone's thought about what they want to do.
All the Zergos you could possibly want
yes.
are now done. Not that you would necessarily need 4, because they are legendary. But the control players had a lot more information to work with for this week than they had for last week, and even more than, obviously, than the week before. So I do think there's an element of that. And you and I talked yesterday about, is the Pro Tour a control format? Is the Pro Tour fundamentally mid-range now? And we do think largely that it's gone mid-range. But yes, there is no doubt that some players have felt they have enough information, because control is all about having the right answers to the right threats, and they knew what the threats were sufficiently to feel they could run it. Why don't we see who is most successfully getting themselves to the top of the leaderboard, whether they are aggro or mid-range or these control decks? Here is our leaderboard as we head into round 14. Martin Dang, as we say, the one player who should, as long as he can find somebody to shake hands with in the next 3 hours, be in the top 8. A phenomenal performance by a man who had a 24-5 record at Grand Prix this season. Wow. And he just decided, GP, PT, it's all the same. I'll just improve my win percentage overall. He's at more than 80%. Now, then you've got the 11 and 2s. They've definitely got a loss to give, Jason Chung and Andrei Stravsky. All the 10, 2 and 1s also can certainly lose one of these next 3 rounds, because 12, 3 and 1, 37 points should be enough. 36 points, that's where the real crapshoot begins, which means that once you hit Don van Ravensvaai of Australia in 8th, and all the way down through Rick Lee, Frolik, Wiegersma, Bogemers, Hendriks of the Netherlands, Sam Black, Tierra Ramboa, and Paula Vita Dama da Rosa of Brazil, all of those will feel that the next loss takes things very much out of their hands. BDM, let's talk a little about the longest name on our leaderboard. We could just initialize it down to the famous PVDDR.
Yeah, it's been a while since Paulo's gotten off to a strong start at a tournament. He's kind of been, almost, you could see him feeling a little down in the dumps.
Stop.
Yeah.
I've got a better idea.
Oh, are we going to watch him
Let's
play?
not talk about him. Let's just watch him.
Yes, it's exciting to watch him down the stretch of a tournament in contention. Can't wait.
Could be an elimination match at 10 and 3, Paula Vita Dama da Rosa, Brazil, against Sam Black.
Oh,
take it away.
Thank you very much, Rich Hagan. And I've got 2 fine gentlemen with me here. There's Randy Buehler, Ian Duke. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and we're ready to head down to the feature match area for the next round of action here from Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth. I've got Randy Buehler and Ian Duke with me. Down in the feature match area, well, it's pretty stacked up. In our main table, we've got the Hall of Famer, Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa, 9 Pro Tour top 8s on his resume. One of the best players ever to play the game, up against Sam Black, 2 Pro Tour top 8s for Sam. Both of these players coming in at 10 and 3 as we hit this final stretch of 3 rounds to go, and we are underway in the feature match here. Sam Black looks like he was on the play and starts things off with the Forest. Now, Randy, what is Sam up to over there? The name of his deck is Red Green Bees.
Yeah, this is a Hornet's Nest deck. Hornet Nest, 4 copies in the main. You've got 4 Chord of Calling to go get it at instant speed. You can roast your own Hornet Nest. You can Cetizen Tactics for value with Death Touch and Hornet Nest. It's great against creature decks. Unfortunately for him, that's not what Paolo is playing against him. The blue-black control matchup is the nightmare matchup for this Red-Green Bees deck. So it's definitely edge Paolo in terms of the way the decks line up.
Now, to be fully accurate here, Paulo's deck is heavily blue-black, Ian, though he is actually splashing white for a pretty key card.
Yeah, one might almost call this like an Esper Dragons deck, although the white is just for Dragonlord Ojutai.
Just Dragonlord Ojutai.
Okay, sorry.
Dragonlord
I
Ojutai
understated
is
that a little bit. Dragonlord Ojutai, definitely one of the huge cards of this weekend. In addition to the Dragonlord Ojutai, he's got a couple other dragons, Silumgar, the Drifting Death. And because he uses a dragon package as his finisher, he gets to play with what we call the dragon reveal cards, like Silumgar's Scorn, which we just saw there take out a Courser of Kruphix.
It did, although in that case, he didn't actually need to reveal a dragon.
Yeah, and that's one of the major strengths of that card is, early in the game, it just serves as a force spike. And because a lot of these decks in Standard right now don't get started until turn 2 or turn 3, often just force spiking your opponent's first play is Counterspell early in the game.
And we saw that here. Silumgar Scorn demanded 1 extra mana from Sam Black. He didn't have it available on turn 2 as he tried to resolve Courser of Kruphix. And it got countered. The next one also got countered by a Dissolve. And, ooh, big play here, though, for Sam. He's got Chandra Pyromaster, and Chandra resolves.
Yeah, Paolo's out of counters. It's huge for Sam.
No counter needed. Hero's Downfall is going to take care of that Planeswalker as Sam Black sends the turn back to Paolo, and bang! Dragonlord Ojutai on the battlefield, ready to rumble. And what kind of answers does Sam have to a card like Dragonlord Ojutai? He's not huge on removal that kills that kind of card, right?
Well, I mean, Cetizen Tactics and fight it with a Death Toucher in the middle of combat, right?
So again, not huge on...
Yeah, and I actually love the play of just running out Dragonlord Ojutai against these red-green decks. It's just so difficult for them to answer, and by the time you untap with it, you can hold up counter spells. It just, gets you way ahead very quickly.
Now, the question here, though, is how quickly can Paolo find an answer for the threat that Sam's played, which is Whisperwood Elemental, one of the more powerful 5-drops in this green deck.
How about now?
And it died. So Ultimate Price is going to take down Whisperwood Elemental. Sam still got value. He's got that Manifest Creature sitting there, but that does not look too imposing when it's facing down the dragon. So Sam is going to continue his game plan here and try to find another threat. But right now it's interesting because Paolo gets to play both sides of the field here, right? He is the aggressor and can be reactive as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to forget just how quickly Dragonlord Ojutai ends the game. 4 quick attacks, and as you're attacking, you're finding more counterspells to protect it or keep up with your opponent's creatures.
Wow. And here's Paolo on end step. This is after Sam played a Hornet Nest. He is going to now resolve a dig through time. So firing on all cylinders for Paulo Vitor Damarosa.
I almost feel bad for the Red-Green Bees deck. This is the second time we've had it as the feature match, the video match to start the round. Last time it was Justin getting just destroyed by Andrew Cuneo.
Now, you said that you thought that this red-green deck was a metagame call in many ways, and this is the downside of that, right? Is this a deck he doesn't want to face?
Yeah, I think what's been going on today, I mean, in broad strokes, so many aggro decks were expected, and so many aggro decks, if you look at the most played decks in the field, they were aggro decks. But the control decks kind of knew that coming in. And if you showed up with a control deck, you knew how to beat red aggro, you knew how to beat Obs on aggro, and you knew how to beat red-green dragons. So those decks have just been feeding these control decks, and the control decks are rising toward the top of the Swiss.
And that's not great for the red-green plan, so...
Yeah. Do you still have aggro decks at the top? Martin Dang, I know, is our king of the hill. Sounds like he's actually already up a game against Andre Strasky this round.
He's nearly mono-red. A little bit of green in that deck.
Yeah, he's a Tarkus command, right?
He's got a Tarkus command. He's also got a few other little tricks up his sleeve that I saw when I was down there. We'll see if we can get those ones on camera maybe in a little bit.
So here comes a crucial moment in our feature match here. Sam Black attempting to use Cetizen Tactics to take out the tapped Ojutai. Unfortunately for him, Paulo has a grip full of spells and opts to use Hero's Downfall to take out the creature in response.
Yeah, this is just plan A when it comes to Dragonlord Ojutai, is once you can start connecting, you're going to find answers thanks to the ability. And it's so difficult to kill Dragonlord Ojutai while untapped because of the hexproof, and now he gets to just keep rolling forward with counters and removal spells and keep attacking to keep that going.
There's actually 7 different decks in the feature match area this round.
Yeah, 7 out of the 8 seats are occupied by different archetypes. That's good news for standard fans. You know, you've got choices.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
The one that's doubled up, though, is blue-black control.
Ah.
I have you going 1918.
Is that good news for you, Ian, when you hear that? When there's 7 different decks, is that something that you're like, okay, something went right here?
Yeah, it's awesome. This tournament's been a pleasure to watch, in large part due to the diversity of decks there. Of course, there are some old standbys like blue-based control decks and Obzon and so forth, but even within those archetypes, there's a lot of room for metagaming and building the deck the way you like it.
All right, here's one of the combos that Sam Black's deck can do. He's roasted his own Hornet Nest. He's not going to find any targets for roast in Paulo Viter's deck. All of his creatures are dragons that have flying.
Would you say Sam Black has a handful of Hornets on the table? Sorry, no longer. They've been replaced with actual tokens now.
Yeah.
Just use his fingers as tokens.
So the downside here, of course, is that immediately after Sam played this, Paulo played Silumgar the Drifting Death, which can easily swipe away those tokens. And while Sam does attack first, he knows the writing's on the wall. And Paulo Viter Dama Rosa takes game 1 against Sam Black. We're going to be back right after these messages.
Hunt bigger game by playing in a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros. Upcoming Grand Prix include Kyoto, Krakow, Sao Paulo, Toronto, Atlantic City, Paris, Florence, and Shanghai. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule. Tarkir in the spring. Spring has sprung and the Mardu Rough Riders are traipsing past the Nomad outposts in the latest 20-card pack for Duels of the Planeswalkers. These all-foil cards will amp up your 3-color decks and help you conquer the plane of Tarkir. Visit magic.wizards.com/duels for more information.
And welcome back to our feature match area here in Brussels. Let's take a look at what Eric Froelich. We just missed the end of the game, it looks like. So Eric Froelich versus Kyle Bogemis. And it sounds like Eric Froelich was able to get in for a swift hit of 22 points of damage in a turn to take that first game.
How many Jeskai Ascendancies does it take to do that?
That's 2 of them.
Stoke the Flames, couple more instants.
Yeah. All right, so why don't we jump over to that far table there where you can see Seth Manfield versus Andrea Mengucci. And as we come in here, Andrea already up a game. Seth Manfield is currently thought-seizing Andrea in the early stages of the game. You can get a look at a heck of a lot of Planeswalkers there for Andrea. His top end is nice. Look at this. A pair of Tassigars, a pair of Elspeth, and then he even has a Liliana Vest to go along with the Thoughtseize.
A really awkward hand for Mengucci, though, here. He has no black mana, and his hand's really slow. I was going to say this Thoughtseize almost helps him in the sense that it gets an extra card in the graveyard for Delve, but he's still lacking the black mana to Delve a Tassiger.
Speaking of lacking black mana, he finds another copy of Thoughtseize for the one that was just taken, but still can't cast it. And Seth Manfield is going to begin the beatdown plan.
Not the only thing going right for Andrea is that he's already up a game, huh?
It seems so. He did find black mana here. Unfortunately, it's the tapped variety. Temple of Silence. And Andrea's going to ship that one to the bottom. Mengucci has 1 Pro Tour top 8 under his belt. That was Journey into Nyx. As does Seth Manfield, but Seth's got 3 GP wins as well. He is a veteran of the game.
And even though that Caryatid wasn't too imposing for Mengucci, that's all it really was needed, as Seth Manfield, off of a Siege Rhino and Fleece Mainline, is able to equalize here and force a game 3. All right, let's take a look at Andre Strosky versus Martin Dang here. It's 20-17 of the current life totals.
Yeah, this is a horse of a different color. Or a denizen, anyway. I think this matchup's... I was talking to Andre. We did a deck tech with him earlier. And he was just hoping to get paired against red decks. This may be a careful wish. What you wish for, right? Martin Dang up a game, and...
So Strosky falls down to 11 with that attack and is sitting on 3 lands and an elf here. Finds another forest on the top of his deck, and the hands go on the head because he's got real issues here. Martin Dang, the king of the hill, in prime position to top 8 here. He really only needs a draw.
Right.
But Andre's not in such a position, so if he beats Andre, sure, that works too.
Yeah, Dang will mathematically clinch top 8 with a win here. Even if he went 0-3 from here, you know, should an X4 get in, it's probably going to be the guy who was X1 before.
I really like the presence of Frenzied Goblin here in Martin Dang's deck. That is that top creature there, right? Really strong against a green deck whose primary defense is going to be trying to block with creatures.
Yeah, that is a Frenzy Goblin up there. That's the Friday Night Magic version.
Strosky's got Nylea's Disciples. Multiples in his hand, right? He knew the red deck was going to be good. A lot of his teammates are actually playing them on a red aggro.
Yeah, it looks like he figures he can survive one more turn here as he adds 2 creatures to the board with Whisperwood Elemental and the Manifest token, or Manifest creature as well.
Hall of Triumph.
Hall of Triumph here for Martin Dang. And all of his red creatures are going to get bigger. And by the way, that thing can't block. He's going to block the Frenzy Goblin, but that has him taking, what, 7 damage here?
Yep.
Falls down to 4 Distrosky, a.k.a. Stoke the Flames range. So he is really going to need to find a way to gain some life and quickly.
Yeah, he's got 2 in his hand. First, let's get another green pip onto the table.
Wow,
And then we'll
okay.
gain 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 life. Back up to 10 for Strosky, so not bad at all. This does look like Andre has turned the corner here. It's not impossible for Martin to win from here, but I think we should jump back to our main match and see what's going on with Paulo Vitor and Sam Black. We'll keep an eye on that side match for you and give you an update once that comes to a conclusion. Look like Strosky might be there. It was close, though. So back on our main match here, we've got Sam Black starting things off with a face-down morph creature, which we are going to get to see as it gets Bile Blight. And it was an Ash Cloud Phoenix. Paulo looks very comfortable in this matchup.
Sam does not.
He does not. Yeah, it's just Paulo's had all the answers at every single stage of this match, and it feels like he will continue to do so. What does the game look like, Ian, where Sam wins?
Yeah, it's tricky. As Randy mentioned, this red-green deck is so heavily metagamed against aggro. We saw Andrew Cuneo just dismantle Justin Cohen last round with a combination of counter spells and removal spells. I think in order to take over the game, Sam Black really needs to stick a powerful anti-control threat like a Planeswalker or Whisperwood Elemental. So he's going to want to kind of jockey a little bit and try to run Paulo out of removal spells and counter spells and find a window where he can resolve something like that.
Yeah, it only takes a couple of turns of having a card like that in play before Sam can make an overwhelming advantage. But as it stands, he has no play on turn 4. Dragonlord Ojutai is active, and you know what? Paulo's not buying it. Rending Volley and Stoke the Flames and those type of cards can kill Dragonlord Ojutai, so Paulo's just going to play Silumgar the Drifting Death and pass the turn back. He's not going to risk his dragon. That also effectively
we call it time walking Sam. He didn't get to play anything that turn because, well, presumably he left up mana to try to interact with Ojutai. Now, Sam knows that that particular plan is not going to work here, so instead he plays Whisperwood Elemental. Immediately both dragons attack. That's 8 damage plus a trigger, and also Silumgar the Drifting Death gets a trigger twice, giving all of Sam's creatures -2/2 until end of turn and killing the face down Manifest. So things are firing on all cylinders here for Paulo. As you know, we talked about it a minute ago, but wow, it's all the dragons all the time. Silumgar comes down to steal the Whisperwood. Sam sacrifices it in response, but look at this board state. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Also, I can't imagine that Sam's actually on 18 life, right? He just took 8 last turn.
He did manage a Rending Volley to kill Ojutai.
So Ojutai down.
Replacement Whisperwood.
There we go. Sam down to 10. Okay. AKA a 2-turn clock here for Paulo. Can keep wiping away the Manifest creatures as well.
Yeah, 2 Silumgars.
It's kind of weird having both Silumgar. You look familiar. The other one says, you're old. All right, here they come. Trigger, trigger, forest down.
Oh, interesting.
6 damage in. What was that?
A copy of Scuttling Doom Engine in Sam Black's?
Yeah,
that's a card we haven't seen much this weekend.
No, and I have actually seen him win with that after he got his opponent close, but I don't think it's going to work this time. We see Paulo play Crux of Fate, and I think one of them might have a bit of a cold, so that's why you saw the kind of air handshake there. But that's going to do it. Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa picks up the match there.
Yeah, it's Sam.
2 games to 0.
Sam's been under the weather.
Sam's under the weather. Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of that going on. I saw Ben Stark out there. He was battling a cold yesterday as well. You can still see our other 3 tables are going.
Still game 2, right?
So are we still in game 2 here? It does look like it. All right, we'll get those life totals up once they are all set. But one of them's going up again. All right, looks like Strosky's on 12 while Martin's on 19.
Yeah, Martin slogged his way through Disciple, killed it, kind of undid the life gain, but now here comes Disciple number 2. And so Martin Deng is hellbent.
Yeah, he's on empty here. And that Whisperwood Elemental is just so much more powerful than anything Martin Deng can do. It's going to take over this game quite quickly for Andre Strosky if Martin can't answer it. And it feels like getting through for 12 damage for Martin while he's top decking here is not a thing that's going to happen easily.
I did see it's a non-land card in Dang's hand, though. I didn't quite catch what it was.
Okay.
But it could be a start to piecing something together.
So he plays Become Immense in this deck to punch through for huge chunks of damage. I mean, that's
neat.
In his deck, it's 1 mana, 6 damage. At least that's the idea. Here's Surrak, the Hunt Caller. Strosky continues to develop his board, and you got to feel like he's getting pretty close to beating down here. Last turn, he actually attacked with an elf. He's only going to attack with Surrak.
Are we keeping track of deposed cons? I think our deposed con count is now at 2.
It doubled.
Is Narset really deposed, though? We had Narset earlier. This match is at 2.
I think so, yeah.
So Dang with Stoke the Flames in his hand, considering what to do.
Yeah, he didn't use it on the Whisperwood Elemental.
I mean, he still can. Like, if he's going to use it on the Whisperwood Elemental, he just needs to do it before Strasky's end step.
Sure. Martin's trying to find a way here. The problem is that not only does he have to stop Strasky from killing him, he still has to come up with 12 damage out of somewhere. Feels unlikely. Okay, so they looks like they went to blocks here, but you have to remember that Zergo can't block creatures. Power greater than 2.
Good old Ironclaw Orcs text.
2 or greater, excuse me. That means that Zergo just can't block the 5/4 here. And Strasky smiles because it looks like he forgot about that too. I mean, these cards are brand new.
Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of the first times in the tournament that Dang has been blocking with his deck anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Also, flavor win here. Sirach is a warrior, so cowards can't block warriors. It is known. Take a look at Martin Dang, who is currently up a game in the match, but falling desperately behind Strasky.
And we've talked about how Martin Dang mathematically clinches top 8 with a win here. Pretty good shape. I mean, probably in anyway. Andrei Strasky with a win here is probably joining Martin in the top 8.
Wow.
If he gets to 12 too.
You know, Andrei's 19 years old and he has a PT top 8 already. Like, having 2.
And here's a Tarka's command preventing the life gain from Nylea's Disciple. So a rarely seen mode there so far, but very effective in terms of effective damage dealt.
Sounds like Seth Manfield just won his match against Andrea Mengucci as well. That propels Seth to 11-2-1. So not quite in the same spot that these two gentlemen are, but Seth continues to rock.
I mean, Seth may find himself in 3rd after this round. Basically just needs to split the last 2 to make top 8.
Seth and Eric Froelich are the ones that lately have stood out to me as just being on an absolute tear.
Agreed with that. Eric up a game in his match too.
And Andre passes the turn back, leaving Martin Dang at 8 life and falling very quickly. You see that Andre is playing carefully here. Here comes Zergo into the red zone, signaling maybe he drew another one.
Yeah, I mean, while the Sirach is tapped, it actually threatens to trade with a creature here since it is a 3/3.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, you know, as we've seen, it's certainly not blocking very effectively, so you might as well get in there with it.
Yeah, it's certainly not blocking Sirach. It can block a couple of the other creatures, but this feels like a lost cause from Martin's side to me. I mean, you can see that Andre's trying to be very careful, but the 9 damage is pretty rough. And I think Andre's going to be able to close the door on this game pretty quickly. He's got 12 power on the board right now. Sounds like another Dragon Lord Ojutai sighting in the feature match area, this time in the capable hands of Eric Froelich. He loves that card.
Is that in from the sideboard?
You know,
I don't think it's main in their Jeskai token.
Isn't he maining? I think he might be. You double check that one. You got the deck list, I think, yeah.
3 in the sideboard.
3 in the board.
It's pretty nice with Jeskai Ascendancy, where you can untap it as a response to the removal spell, give it hexproof.
Because that card needed to be better. That's what he needed to do. Okay, so Strasky has decided on a 2-turn clock here. He's going to attack with Sirach, dropping Martin Dang down to 3. And he's even going to play a replacement Sirach as a blocker here. Pretty rough to get 9 damage out of 2 cards. The most you can usually get is 8 from 2 Stoke the Flames. Lightning Berserker for Martin Dang. And Strasky has found what looks like the win here with Pelukrinos. Remember, he's got an active Nykthos going there. So he should be able to kill at least the Berserker, which would give him the win, even through a burn spell. Although it looks like he's now tapped his Voyaging Satyr so that he can just kill both creatures with Pelukrinos. He can also give it haste. thanks to Sirach. Monstrous. 2 and then 3, so that's just enough to kill both. Remember, Hall of Triumph sitting up there.
Yeah,
doing
Martin can
its
trigger
thing.
prowess with the lightning strike in
Yep.
his hand, but he's not going to bother.
And that's going to do it for that game. Andre Strosky wins that one over Martin Dang, our longtime king of the hill over there. One more game to go out of that match. And it looks like, well, we were going to jump back to see a little bit of what was going on with Ifro and Ojutai. Too late. Ojutai closed out the game. Eric Froelich wins 2-0. That puts him in a nice spot. He's 11-3.
Yep.
So is that win-draw or is that win-win?
Yeah. Win and hope to be able to draw.
Okay. He defeats Kyle Bogomus there. And we're going to get a game 3 here on our King of the Hill match.
We haven't actually gotten to see a lot of the King of the Hill table because Martin Dang's matches usually end fast.
Very quickly.
I believe this is the first time he's been the last match going.
Yeah, you know, I was down in the feature match area for the last 2 rounds, and I kept trying to get it so that we could watch a little bit. But,
Yeah.
you know, in the last one, he played against Adrian Sullivan, who was on blue-black control. And this deck's quite good against blue-black control, at least in game 1.
Like, it's still fully, 24 minutes left in the round?
Yeah, they got plenty of time down there.
Whole round.
Everything went by really quickly, yeah. I mean, even Seth Manfield and Andrea Mengucci, they went to 3 and finished theirs. Paulo, of course, 2-0 over Sam Black in short order there, and Eric Froelich 2-0 over Kyle Bogomus. Relatively quick match as well. That leaves us just with this last one. Which is Andre Strosky from Czech. He is 19 years old, and he's playing against Martin Dang from Denmark, who is our GP Liverpool champion, and looking to add a Pro Tour top 8 to his resume here. He might already have it. Doesn't have it at the moment perfectly, but he is very likely to make the top 8. With a win here, he's in. Chisel it in stone. Take a look at what's the best deck here. You know, that's the question. You know, you're looking at the Pro Tour. We've got Standard here. If you want to add to the conversation, you can see on Twitter there, you can use #BestDeck and put the deck that you think is the best. I mean, when we came into this round, we're pretty late in the tournament here, only a few more rounds, 2 after this one. 7 different archetypes sat down. It is not clear what the best deck is at the moment.
I think Andre might have the most fun deck. I mean, we called it Green Devotion, which has plenty of fun draws all by itself, but his version of the Green-Red Devotion, he went a little deeper than the rest of his team even went. See the Unwritten Dragon Lord of Tarkir.
Wow.
4 copies each in
Really?
Andre's main deck. Huh. Now, it could be that those shenanigans are what he took out to get all the Nylea's Disciples and the anti-red cards into his deck after sideboarding in this particular matchup, but yeah, 4 See the Unwritten, 4 Dragon Lord of Tarkir. He actually described the Surox, which looked pretty good in that last match. The Surox and a couple of Boon Satyrs are what he thinks are probably the worst cards in his deck, but they're required if you want to play See the Unwritten and trigger the Ferocious. The dream, of course, being See the Unwritten with Ferocious for Surok plus a Tarka.
Oh, you get the haste too?
5 to your team and the haste for the 8/8 Flying Trampler. Tarka doesn't really need a lot of help getting to Formidable, it turns out.
No, she takes care of that. See one vote for Stephen Madden Green. That's the Strength from the Fallen deck.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That was a fun one.
Well, there's a vote for Jeskai Ascendancy combo from the MTG Mint team. I don't know if that is the best deck.
Off.
Yeah,
No, I don't think it's the best deck. It can be if you get the metagame just right.
yeah.
But yeah, way too much control floating to the top of the Swiss for those guys.
What's your vote, Randy?
I like the dragon heavy control decks. I think Silumgar Scorn is just a great card. Ojutai is good. Silumgar. You just get to play a lot of really, really powerful cards and do it, anticipate. Yeah, I want to be, I don't know if it's supposed to be blue-white touching black or if it's blue-black touching white, but somewhere in there is where I'd be.
Ian, if you were qualified for this Pro Tour, which of course would mean that you'd lost your job, so I'm sorry for that. But, what would you be battling with?
I think I agree with Randy. I was definitely a big fan of dragon-based control decks. Internal testing, I think Silumgar Scorn is one of my favorite cards from the new set, so I'd be just leaving that up.
Well, I'm now regretting asking you guys first because that was going to be my answer too. So,
but yeah, I also like Dragonlord Atarka a lot too. I could definitely see myself playing a deck based around that.
So we're back underway here in the feature match area. This is going to be Game 3, Martin Dang versus Andre Strosky. Playing potentially for top 8, for sure for Martin Dang, and putting Strosky in a great spot if he were to win this.
Yeah, probable top 8 for Strasky with a win.
Sylvan Caryatid is the leadoff play, and he has so far taken 0 damage. Hordling Outburst for Martin Dang is the first play of the game. You got to feel like Strosky has to breathe a sigh of relief when his opponent does nothing on turn 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely kind of a bit of a slow draw. I mean, Dang's plan is those Atarka's commands. The more tokens he gets, Atarka's command gives them all +1/+1. I mean, I think that's the favored mode for Atarka's command.
Yeah, it's actually sort of a decent draw here for Dang in that he's a little bit more burn heavy and doesn't have a lot of cards invested in just traditional creatures, which can be blocked easily by the green deck.
Okay. Yeah, the Atarka's commands can pile on a ton of damage. You can take a look at it there on your screen, and you can do 3 damage and give your whole team +1/+1, and that can add up to a heck of a lot, especially when your hand looks like Martin Dang's, where he's got...
Yep, get in there.
He's going to have 5 goblin tokens on the battlefield if he wants here.
Strosky not even contemplating a block with his 1/2.
By the way, there it is, Become Immense sitting there too. And, you know, the way that I've seen him use this is with all these tokens floating around, the one that gets through, well,
sure,
take 7.
This is an awesome start for Martin Dang against a green deck. I mean, this is exactly what he wants to do. Flood the board with tokens, backed up by Atarka's command. Don't even mess around with, you know, Zergos and Lightning Berserkers and things like that that are going to get blocked easily.
It would have been better with the Dragon Fodder on turn 2 instead of turn 4.
That's fair, but, you know, sometimes you can't have it all. Is that a Dragonlord Atarka in Strasky's hand? That could come down and sweep up these tokens really quickly.
Really?
Yeah, that's
what
disastrous.
He has here, but does he have enough mana? Every creature he has makes mana.
And he's got Nykthos.
And he's got Nykthos. Is it enough to play Dragonlord Atarka already? Not quite. Or is it? All right, so he's going to have to settle for Whisperwood Elemental and the next turn play Dragonlord Atarka. I guess the turn 3 or turn 4 Atarka was a little too much to ask, but this is going to get interesting because this is where Martin can potentially leave up Atarka's command and maybe even save his tokens with it, right?
Yeah, great point.
So what is roast hitting? The Elemental. He's going to sacrifice it in response. That's the standard play. That way he gets that ability still. And it looks like Martin Dang is going to be cautious here. He hit that much-needed land. He couldn't make the same sequence without hitting that land, but he did. And now Ostrowski goes for the big dragon, Dragonlord Atarka. He's going to have to try to hedge how he wants to do this. This is where Dragonlord Atarka should be absolutely fantastic. But those 2 untapped mana for Martin Dang are looming.
Yeah, and Andre knows exactly what they represent. He tested plenty against red aggro. A lot of his team is playing red aggro. He knows that that's... Martin is at least representing Atarka's command and probably, in fact, has it.
Really interesting that Martin Dang didn't attack into the 2 Rattleclaw Mystics last turn.
Right.
I guess there was a Manifest as well, which would have eaten the token. But yeah, I mean, he's clearly setting up his defenses against Dragonlord Atarka, which just shows incredible presence of mind to just assume your opponent has Dragonlord Atarka that's going to wipe out your team.
Don't you just go for it anyway, though, if you're Andre?
I mean, now the question I have is, does Andre sniff this out and say 2 to that, 2 to that, 1 to the other one?
Just settle for killing 2 of them?
Well, you know, he kills 3 if he doesn't have it,
sure.
and he kills 2 if he does.
I think he's definitely aware of the Atarka's command.
You get an 8/8.
Yeah.
Right. That's why I'm like,
If you think back till turn 3, he did attack into a Voyaging Satyr with his tokens, which kind of signals Atarka's command there.
Right.
Yeah, I think he knows about it. That's what I'm saying. I wonder if Andre actually just plays as if he has it and says, I'm going to do 2 damage to one token, 2 damage to another token, and 1 damage to a third. And that way, even if Martin Dang has it, he's still going to be killing some things.
Nykthos is up to 7, I believe.
Yeah, now it is.
He's able to play Whisperwood Elemental, untap
and
the
Dragon
Nykthos.
Lord of Tarkir. Okay, so here's the big moment. How much damage? He did 2-2-1. So this means that Martin Dang, he's going to lose 3 either way, and he just has to let him die, right? Or actually, no, I'm sorry, he could save 1.
Yeah, you could turn Atarka's command into a single goblin token.
But meanwhile, Andre, look at his board. That turn he played Whisperwood and Dragon Lord of Tarkir. By the way, 3 lands.
Atarka's command does come down. It's just going to save 1 goblin. And what? Deal 3 probably?
That's the default.
And he's also considering stoking the flames here, I think. Is why the tokens
before
are
his
going to the
tokens are
graveyard.
gone. So he could actually get half of Andre Strosky's life total here. Uh-oh, Strosky's shaking his head.
He's taking a lot more damage here than he expected to.
He is.
I mean, he went Whisperwood Elemental into Atarka, and Martin's just like 7 you. Or kill Whisperwood. Kill Whisperwood.
All right, so Strosky's at 14 after the Atarka's command then?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, if you're in Strosky's seat, though, don't you feel pretty good when Martin starts pointing his burn spells at your creatures?
Certainly. I think what's going on here is Dang wanted to take out the Whisperwood Elemental because that would represent 2 creatures, which makes it a lot less likely that a goblin token will slip through in an attack. And I think what Dang wants to do is get 1 token through so he can become immense on it.
Okay.
I think Strosky shaking his head was the sequencing of putting the Whisperwood onto the table before Dragon Lord of Tarkir. Stoke the Flames to kill your Whisperwood would not have been an option if Whisperwood was still in Andre's hand.
Yeah, I don't know if he would have had enough mana off of the Nykthos.
Right. I mean, he didn't. There's at least a Brattleclaw Mystic that he didn't tap. It was. I agree. I think he needed the mana.
Yeah. So here's Zergo a little late to the party. You know, when your play for the turn is Zergo Bellstriker and your opponent just resolved both Dragon Lord of Tarkir and Whisperwood Elemental on their turn, you know things aren't going great for you. That said, Strosky's not out of the woods yet. He's at 14 life here, and he needs to close out this game.
Well, it looks like he just picked up a Nylea's Disciple.
Wow.
Well, that would change things dramatically.
Here is See the Unwritten.
So he's going to see the Unwritten first. He, of course, has Ferocious, thanks to Dragon Lord of Tarkir, to get even more devotion going. Jeez.
Polukranos and Courser.
Yeah, which adds 4 more green mana symbols to his battlefield here. And I'm sure he has enough mana left over to play Nylea's Disciple, which is going to gain him how much here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, something like, or 10, 11, if including.
I got
itself.
12.
12, okay. The question is, does Andre have 12? If he does, I think we're about ready to call this one a game.
Wow, Andre Strosky going to put up a second top 8. This is platinum for him too if he gets it.
This is platinum for Andre if he gets it?
Top 8 will get him enough pro points to clinch platinum.
Jeez, and there's still another Pro Tour left in this season too.
Well, I mean, it'll be 2 top 8s of the 3 this season.
All right, so what he's doing here is he's actually going to Monstrous Polukranos to take out 3 Goblin tokens and force, in this case, Atarka's command to come again. And there it is.
Still has the mana for the Disciple.
And that's it. Martin Dang extends the hand. Andre Strosky puts himself in a very good spot to make his second Pro Tour top 8.
The sequencing there from Strosky is worth talking about. He used Polukranos to force the Atarka's command so that he couldn't say no life gain for you as a response to Nylea's Disciple.
Absolutely.
Baited out the Atarka's command. Now the Disciple gets to gain the life even through the Atarka's command. Really smart sequencing there that turn for Andre Strosky.
Awesome play by Strosky there. You mentioned, Randy, when we first came in there that Andre wouldn't mind playing against these red decks often, and you can see why. He has the tools to beat them. And that was with, as you described it, Ian, actually a really good draw there. We saw Zergo Bellstriker come up a bit later in the game, but for Martin Dang, he actually had the type of draw that he wanted, which was to go wide.
Yeah, it really came down to both players respecting each other's decks. Strasky playing around Atarka's command and Dang playing around Atarka herself. So, yeah, I think the great sequencing from the players there.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool, too, how Strasky had to keep piecing together how much Atarka's command actually affected the game. And it turned out it was a lot at both of the times that we saw it. When we saw it on each time, right?
I agree. Yeah, Atarka's command, one of the powerful tricks that Dang's deck has, and Strasky just knew that it was there, knew what it was capable of, and maneuvered things to minimize its impact.
Yeah. All right, so I believe that we are ready to head back to the news desk now, where Richard Hagen is. When we come back, though, we've got 2 more rounds of Standard here before we finish up. Oh, sorry, we're actually going to have an interview instead of going down there, but we're getting that set up now. I'm assuming we're going to be talking with Andre.
He's got to be happy. He knows that he has clinched probable top 8.
He's probable top 8 is where he's at. All right, why don't we have a word right now with Andre Strasky, Tim Willoughby.
Hello, I'm Tim Willoughby, here in the feature match area with Andre Strasky. Big smile on your face. It seems like the plane of Tarkir really, really likes you.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, Tarkir is awesome. What can I say?
I mean, with that win, you've done quite a lot for your career as a pro Magic player, because you had your top 8 at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir, right? Now, with that win, what's your record in this tournament?
It's X2, that's 11 wins and 2 losses, I think.
And at this point in the tournament, that's got to put you in pretty good spot for your second top 8 in 1 year. And I believe, what's that for your pro level now?
Well, this locks me platinum with the next Pro Tour. I will get 3 points in what is it, Vancouver? So I'll be platinum then.
A pretty exciting place to be, because in terms of your pro career, how long have you been sort of playing on Pro Tours in total?
I mean, this is my 5th Pro Tour, so not very long. I mean, I still can't believe it. I came here wanting to log gold, which was, I needed to 12-5 or 11-5. And I did that last round, and now I'm here playing for top 8. And I mean, this matchup is about a die roll, and I lost it, and I lost the game 1 pretty easily. And game 2, my opponent had really good draw, but I drew 3 disciples, and I turned it back around. And game 3, I had a great draw, he didn't. So.
Yeah, there was definitely a point where I was ready to chalk it all down to Dang. Certainly just looking at game 1, where he had a super aggressive game. I believe that he won game 1 with barely 2 lands in play, right?
2 lands, and he completely crushed me. It wasn't close,
But as it turns out, that's why we play 3 games, best of 3, rather than just the 1, because Andre Strasky, you've won and put yourself in great position for top 8 here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir.
There with Andre Strasky. Congratulations to him, right on the brink of the top 8, math permitting. Let's do some math of our own. Why don't we take a look at our Dragon tracker here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir as we head down the stretch. 2 rounds to go. How are we going? Are we going to break that century barrier by the end of tomorrow? Let's stoke the flames. That's a different set. Let's stoke the flames nonetheless and see, where do we get to? 76 dragons in the big parade. And then what would it be, 110 hornets close at hand? Something like that. Maybe a lot of counter spells as well. Our dragon counter gets you to 76 here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. I think we could see 3 figures by the final. We will see. What about Twitter? Let's see your top 3 players for this Pro Tour. Hashtag FantasyPT. Who do you think's going to win? Now you've got 2 players who are probably in the top 8. Martin Dang of Denmark and Andre Strasky of the Czech Republic. Join us at hashtag FantasyPT to put your 3 names into the mix. Then we've also got hashtag top 5 cards. What do you think the best 5 cards of the weekend are going to be? And once you sort of put those together on the right of your screen, what is the best deck in Standard right now? Hashtag best deck gives you those 3 Twitter's handles to give us. So, Fantasy PT, top 5 cards, best deck. Meanwhile, it is time for 4 from the floor once again. So let us dial up the action as we head down into the trenches of round 14. And this time around, we are going to begin with that man, Adrian Sullivan, who, it must be said, looks like he is feeling the pressure. He came in on 31 points, 10 wins, and a draw against his opponent there. And as you can see, well, it was really tight. They went super deep into their match before Sullivan won that match. He took that victory over Jason Chung of New Zealand. This is Andrew Olschwiger, who's been playing in his blue jacket throughout. He again was on 10 wins and a draw up against Malaysia's Rick Lee, the overnight leader in his 3rd Pro Tour. Began 8-0, but came here at only 10 wins, so he was really struggling, and once again it was Olschwiger who took that. Rick Lee is now on 4 losses, could be curtains for the overnight leader, but he does have good tie breaks. Thierry Ramboa, there you see, was on 30 points against that man, Jelge Wiegersma, the Hall of Famer. It was Ramboa who won that one. 33 points to him, 11 wins, and now Shota Yasuoka against Nathan Holiday. What result can I give you here? Well, the answer is, even though Shota is playing really fast with his blue-black control deck, and Nathan Holiday is no slouch, I don't have a result for you. There are 2 matches left in the round, and those 2 are one of the 2 that are still going, and both those players desperately need to win. You see David Ochoa there in the background. I can tell you that he has moved up and is still, he was at 9-3-1 coming in. That was very much alive. So, plenty to talk about. And over comfortable, relaxed setting is Brian David Marshall, and he's going to talk to one of a very, very elite group, because this is one of our 6-0 drafters. It's Kyle Bogness.
Kyle Bogness. Kyle, Pro Tour San Diego finalist, played on the Pro Tour pretty consistently after that, and then you've been away for a little while. You come back and forth. You're qualifying for a Pro Tour here and there while balancing that against a full-time job.
Yep.
You come into this tournament, you know you're going to play blue-black and standard.
Yep.
But that's also been your draft tech here. Tell us about what you did to go 6-0 in draft.
Yeah, so at first I started, I opened a good black dash rare. It's the 5-3 that you lose 2 life during your upkeep.
Yeah, Pitiless Horde.
Yeah, so at first I kind of felt like I was going to go into red-black, but I never really played that before in draft. So I started getting past some reasonable blue cards and ended up in blue-black. But because I thought I was the dash deck, I had sort of a proactive game plan in addition to all the good late game blue cards. So I had this, it was kind of like an aggro deck that was able to go long and draw a lot of cards and get card advantage, which is what I like to do in draft.
Yeah, absolutely. what are the, so you think you're going to be black-red. What's happening in terms of blue cards that makes you go into blue? Like, what are the kind of cards you see that make you switch?
So initially what happened was I got a Twin Bolt, maybe 6th pick. So I thought I was red-black. I started out with a bunch of black cards, get past Twin Bolt, take some other mediocre red cards. At the end, I start getting some.
Smells like a Summit Prowler to me.
I didn't see any of those, but I had some like it's like the 1/4 flyer and the morph that unmorphs you get a non-creature, non-land. So these were just kind of like the dregs at the end of the pack. Mm-hmm. So going into pack 2, I was definitely base black, and I was pretty much going to switch if I saw like good blue cards or red cards.
So you have like a Monastery Lore Master and an Updraft Elemental, and okay.
Yep, and then I forget what I even opened that made me want to. Oh, this is what happened. I got past Icefall Regent, pack 2, pick 2. So
wow.
I could have taken Flatten and been conservative, which is also like one of the best commons.
Sure.
But I just kind of go all in at that point. It's like, I like blue-black to begin with, so I might as well just stick with an Insane Bomb.
But you don't end up in the kind of blue-black that's a really exploitive blue-black deck. You're not really doing a lot of that kind of stuff?
No, actually, I don't think I had any exploit cards in that deck, actually.
It's so bizarre. Your opponent's like, I got to slide out my pacifism. It's got all these.
Yeah, exactly.
So you go into the second draft, and you're thinking more about blue-black now? Like you fell into blue-black, like it was there, and you went with it, but maybe not an optimal version of the archetype. What are you thinking about as you go into that second draft?
So at this point, I did a draft on Thursday on Magic Online. I 3-0'd with blue-black control. 3-0'd with blue-black control the day before. So at this point, I'm just going to force blue-black control, because why would I stop at that point? So, and then I open, what is it, Necromancer Dragon.
Oh, sure.
Pick one, pack one.
Necromancer Dragon, yeah.
It's like, okay. Guess we're doing it a third time.
So, it's funny. We did a segment earlier today where we were talking about difficult first picks in Dragons of Tarkir. And one of the things that we set up was the Dragon versus Rakshasa Gravecaller.
Yep.
Which would you take if they were both in the same pack?
Oh, man. That's really tough. I would probably go with probably Gravecrawler.
Yeah.
I think that guy's better.
Yeah, you compared that card to Grave Titan.
Yeah.
Earlier, you said the new Grave Titan.
Yep. Yeah. You can't attack on the ground anymore, and then he gets to attack at the same time.
And now you got. This is a premium card that you rarely see when you're drafting. It's an uncommon, gets picked pretty highly. But you in this second set of packs, where did you get one?
Yep, I got one 4th pick, and there was a Deathwind in the pack too.
So premium black common, premium black uncommon. Obviously, someone must have taken a black rare.
That must have happened. I would splash for the Grave Titan. It's only one black.
Right. Right.
You can get a dual land. You can get a Evolving Wild. It's really easy to cast, and it's 5 mana, so you have time to get your mana set up.
Okay, so if someone's thinking about going on to Magic Online tonight, drafting blue-black, what advice would you have for them about drafting this archetype and having the right read on whether or not it's open for you?
So both times I drafted the deck, draft 1, I thought I was the red-black dash deck. So in addition to all this card advantage I have, I also had a side plan of being able to win very quickly. And then the second draft, I was kind of waffling between white-blue rebound and blue-black, because I was getting cut off on black, even though I committed really strongly to it. So at that time, I also had the aggressive blue cards on that side.
But also staying open and being willing to go into a different color if it doesn't work out.
Yeah, because both of those colors, white-blue promotes an aggressive strategy, red-black promotes an aggressive strategy. So you have a chance to be proactive while also just having a ton of card advantage.
Excellent. Kyle, I know you're going to be playing for these rounds here for another qualification, so we get to see you in Vancouver. Hopefully repeat the 6-0 draft.
Yeah.
Maybe do a little better in Standard than we've been doing this weekend so far. But Kyle Bogomese, Brian David Marshall, sending it back to the news desk.
Thanks very much to Brian David Marshall, busiest man in showbiz. He's going to walk across town to the video wall, because waiting there patiently is one of the giants of the modern game, Mr. Willy Edel. And we're delighted to say that we've managed to put together another pro diary piece for you. This is where Willy took us inside his testing process throughout the run-up to Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. You'll see all his decks as he worked his way through, and eventually how he's ended up on the deck he's chosen. So let's take you across there now at the video wall. It's time for the Pro Deck Diary.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Brian David Marshall, here with 4-time Pro Tour Top 8 competitor Willy Edel. And Willy, you were just saying to me you'd like to sign a petition to play all Standard at the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Because you've only got one loss so far with your deck in Standard. Draft maybe has been a little rougher for you.
Exactly. It's funny because 7 years ago I would sign a petition for all limited Pro Tours, but times change. I know the man. I cannot get things fast in limited, so Standard is my thing. So Brad Nelson, everyone out there, all Standard Pro Tour, please. Let's do it.
I don't know if that's going to happen, Willy, but you were kind enough to participate in a project with us, sort of chronicle your thought process in building a Standard deck for a Pro Tour. And you started out by explaining to us your 3 rules for building a deck. Let's take a look at the 3 rules Willy Edel has for building a deck. Number 1, it must beat aggro.
Yeah, historically, in Grand Prix Pro Tours, you have a lot of newcomers, and the safeguard for these newcomers is usually aggro decks or creature decks. So I understand people that wants to beat everything, wants to beat the decks that pros play, which usually likes control, but I like to be consistent. And my first rule is to beat aggro. whatever deck that I pick, I usually like take out everything that's bad against that's bad against aggro, and put like on the sideboard, and tune my deck to be like game 1 like the aggro deck, and then I figure out like games 2 and 3.
So your second rule, you must beat the mirror. So whatever you're going to play, it's obviously going to be a deck that's well tested, well known.
Exactly.
You want to be able to beat that deck.
Like it comes like 4 years ago. Like every time I tried to have an edge in the mirror, for example, like when Judge of Legendary Souls was the top deck, I started to play like Thundermaw Hellkites. When everyone like started to play like with in modern, like I talk about modern, like with for example, Legendary Souls, I start to cutting off Liliana from the Judge decks. So I always try to have an edge in the mirror match, and I will show like the edge that I try to find on this one.
And I think the important thing here is you need to enjoy it. It needs to be something you feel comfortable playing.
Yeah. Like Pro Tools are like really exhausting. Like you play like for 10 hours a day, and if you're not enjoying your deck, like after your first loss, you'll say, "Oh my God, I'll just drop this and go home." And that happens a lot, like in casual tournaments. Like you play a deck that you don't like and lose the first round of Friday nights and just go back home.
Sure. Let's take a look. So something you must enjoy. No surprise, you started with Sidisi. So Sidisi Whip has been a deck you've liked a lot. Your starting point was a deck that has a throwback. Let's take a look at Doomwake Giant, a card that we haven't seen much lately, but this is kind of where your starting point is, like almost like the Sidisi Constellation-y kind of decks.
Yeah, I played the deck like for like 6 months, and I wasn't sure if the deck was still good for this Pro Tour, like for this new field with Dragons of Tarkir, but fortunately, like Rich Duke played the deck in the South City Invitation and top 8 of the deck, and that showed me the deck is still good. So I have like a backup plan. If everything goes wrong, I knew the CDs was a viable like deck, and I will try to tune the deck like later on my playtesting to find the best version of it.
So then from there you start to play with the new cards. You start to look, and you start looking at a version with dragons. I see Dromoka's Command, Thunderbreak Regent. You start looking at these cards. Let's take a look at Dromoka's Command. What is it about this card that makes you think that you want to get this into a deck?
This card was supposed to kill the whip decks because it's a super aggressive card. It kills the whip itself, like kills coursers and everything. And till I start to play with Dam Protector, I thought this was the best card on the set. So every single deck I try to build involves this card. Like the deck that we just showed is like a head green, pretty popular, like dragons, and I try to splash Dromoka's Commands. Like every single deck I tried, aggro decks, involves like Dromoka's Command because it's just amazing.
Okay, so let's take a look. So from there now, you start really thinking, and you're thinking about Deathmiss Raptor was in the last version also. This is again what about Deathmiss Raptor? Let's take a look at that card. What is it about this card that plays so well with this strategy that you're thinking about built around CDC 3?
When I first saw the card, I thought it was something like kind of the card that aggro deck wants, but it's not like that. I think it works like much better in the control shell. It's not actually a control shell, like a mid-range shell, when you get a lot of value blocking. He blocks very well, he attacks very well the control decks, and you have like the chemistry, like all the morphs, like whenever you play a morph, they will be scared, and whenever you have like the Dam Protectors, like it's just so much value in a big body. Like I will play, if you watch like 2-2, I will play the same way.
Yeah, and you keep talking about Dam Protector, such value there. You can play this early, trade off with a creature, maybe draw a removal spell, then flip up my Den Protector, return a card from my graveyard, and get him back.
Yeah, it's just amazing. Like I see
people keep talking about Den Protectoring their Thoughtseizes. Is that a very common play?
It's perfect. Like it's like a dream. Like I think like mid-range standard deck especially, they need like a Eternal Witness effects like for so much time. Like see this deck that you have a lot of self-mill, and you used to not be able to bring back like removals and whips and just creatures, and Dam Protector does it all. Like and the interaction between like self-mill, Dam Protector, and the Raptor like sold me out on trying to mesh all these cards together.
Okay, let's take a look. You played around a little bit with a combo version. You're going to have to explain this to me. I don't really understand it. I see the Gray Merchant, I see the Fennex, I see all these cards, but there's a card in here. Let's take a look. 4 copies of Rally the Ancestors in this version you were testing. What's going on here?
When I tried to build like all possible versions of whip decks, I crossed against like someone playing on Magic Online a version of this card, which pretty much it's like milling yourself like as much as you can, and you bring back everything. Like the version I saw had like, if you can go back, but if you can't, that's fine. Involves a lot of Mogis Marauder, Grey Merchant, and Rhino to just bring back everything and does a lot of damage.
So basically, if you can get to 7 mana, you get to return all your Grey Merchants, all your Siege Rhinos, all your Mogis.
Yeah, and you just kill the triggers. Like, if you have the Mogis Marauder give haste to everyone, you can just attack. But if not, you can just drain like for a lot. And there's some Phoenix there, Phoenix. Because I was crossing against like Green Rock Devotion deck, they have a lot of life, you cannot kill. So you can just bring back Phoenix as well and build them.
and just finish them off in one. That's actually pretty exciting.
It's pretty exciting.
I'm going to think about that a lot actually now. But we're getting a little closer. April 3rd, you're almost there. You know, we see, you know, you're back to the whip. The Den Protectors are there. Let's take a look at, you know, our featured card here. You know, Dragon Lord of Tarkir. This is like an off-color card.
Yeah, this is my pick for the best myth in the set. I know Ojutai has a lot of love, but I just love Tarkir. In the past, we had to run like Doomwake Giant with obviously like a bad deck against control and a really bad card against like Green-White when all the creatures are big. And with Tarkir, you solve this problem. Like you don't need to run like Doomwake to like to sweep all the small guys.
Because you just get to clean up with Tarkir.
While at the same time you have like a big finisher, so it does it all. Like it does the same role as both Hornet Queen and Doomwake Giant.
Okay, let's take a look at how the deck actually turned out. Let's see where you ended up. And actually go through the cards you chose. I know we started with you know, the basic mana, 1 Rattleclaw Mystic, 4 Sylvan Caryatid, 4 State of Wayfinders, and the Courser Crufix. Let's keep moving on. We'll go through this. 4 Sidisi, 1 Sidisi, 2 Hornet Queens, 2 Whips, and then these the big new cards. 3 Den Protectors, 2 Deathmatch Raptors, and a Dragon Lord.
Yeah, I had for a long time like 4 Death Misses and less Courses, but as I said, like I need some extra punch against aggro, so I need to bring back like all the Courses and take out some Death Misses. 3 Den Protectors probably a mistake. I should bring 4 as now, and 1 Tarkir that is 200 Queen as well. And I was not sure about which one I have, like 2 and 1, so I have 2 Hornet Queen main deck, 1 Dragon Lord Tarkir main deck, and an extra Dragon Lord in the sideboard.
Okay, and then let's just take a look and see 2 Thoughtseize, 1 Ultimate Price, 3 Heroes Downfall, 3 Murderous Cut, and then quickly we'll just take a look at the mana. How do you make this all work? A Coast, 4 Llanowar Waste, a Mana Confluence, Delta, Urborg, and then the last set, 1 Bivouac, 4 Opulent Palace, 3 Temple of Maladies, and then some basic lands.
Yeah, it's a pretty stock like CDs with mana base. I just switched the Mystic, the blue-green Temple for the Bivouac, and add the Confluence just to cast the Tarkir if I don't have the Caryatid or something.
And have you hard cast Tarkir?
Yeah, several times.
Absolutely fabulous. Okay, so there you have it. That's a new take on Sidisi Whip or Sidisi Sultai Reanimator, whatever you want to call it. The Willy Edel's trademark deck. You see sort of his thought process as he went through it. He's only dropped 1 game with it, so 1 match with it so far. We're going to let him get back out there. Willy Edel, thank you for sharing your deck diary with us. I'm Brian David Marshall from the Tournament Center.
So start here. I'll help you out.
Thanks very much to Brian David Marshall, of course, but especially to Willy Edel. I always think, BDM, like as a composer of music, you're always very scared of playing people bits of things or here's a song from a show or whatever until it's finished, the last dot. And the players, and it wasn't just Willy Edel who took part in this for us, we had access to a whole bunch of lists that we're never going to see the light of day, but for their willingness to share with us. So
I love that Rally of the Ancestors version. That's fascinating to me, right? Like, okay, well, I can just kill you with all these, you know, Grey Merchants of Astrodel, or you've got a lot of life. Well, I'm just going to bring in Phenax and all these creatures, and I'm going to mill you out.
Yeah, just tremendously interesting stuff, and you can understand why he didn't play that.
Of course, absolutely.
You go back to his 3 rules, you know, and like number 1, I like the bit about having fun. Sure, that's 3, and that's important.
Right.
But his number 1 is so incredibly prosaic. I shall beat aggro. Right? I mean, you can imagine Simon Gertzen saying that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lose to the person who's gonna play a creature on turns 1, 2, and 3 and attack me every turn. I don't want to lose there.
Right. Well, he's doing tremendously well in Standard, but let's see who is doing well overall, because we're down to our last 2 rounds, and now the math starts to get very complicated and players are starting to intentionally draw in the feature match area. So let's take a look at our master scoreboard here with 2 rounds to go. You're missing no action in the feature match area. Players are still shuffling up their cards. Martin Dang and Andre Strasky, we refer to them as virtual locks. The fact that they need to sit down with someone and get 1 extra point remains the case. Martin Dan and Andre Strasky currently at 12 and 2. All the 11 2 and 1s, Sullivan, Olschwager, and now Seth Manfield, who is now right into the mix at 11 2 and 1. They have a loss to give each, so winning 1 of the next 2 should do it. The 11 and 3s, again, they really need to win now. The players are ready. We're ready. It's the best hour of Magic at every Pro Tour. Let's bring you round 15 of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir.
Hello there, welcome back to the booth here in Brussels. Marshall Sutcliffe, I've got Randy Buehler and Ian Duke with me, and we are ready to head down to the feature match area for round 15 here from Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth. I've got Randy Buehler and Ian Duke alongside me to bring you round 15 action. You can see there is 1 vacant table back in our feature match area. That was an intentional draw. Martin Dang and Andrew Olschwager decided to draw this round. That leaves us with 2 back tables, and our main feature match, our 2 back tables are Thierry Ramboa versus Jason Chung. Seth Manfield is facing off against Andre Strasky. They're playing for locking top 8. And in our main feature match area, we've got Adrian Sullivan of the United States. He's sitting on 11, 2 and 1 with blue-black control, facing the hottest player on the Pro Tour,
Yes.
Eric Froelich. Jeskai tokens at 11-3. At 11 and 3, Randy, what does this match mean here? Are they playing for top 8?
Adrian clinches top 8 with a win. Eric clinches virtual probable top 8 with a win.
Okay. This is a huge one for both of these players. Eric Froelich looking to back-to-back top 8 Pro Tours here. This would be his 5th if he were to make it. Adrian Sullivan, who's been playing Magic for the better part of his life.
Oh, yeah.
This would be his first Pro Tour top 8. It would be massive accomplishment for Adrian as well.
Yeah, he's got about 17 Pro Tours scattered over about that many years, quite frankly.
Yeah.
His 2 GP top 8s are 14 years apart. I mean, he's been playing on the Pro Tour since the 90s. And yes, he is playing his cards upside down. This is what Adrian does. This is the way he learned how to play Magic. This is the way he's always played Magic. He orients his cards so that his opponents can read them. That means they're going to be upside down, and lands are sort of in front and sort of in back, depending on which side of the table you're looking at him from. That's the way he's always played. So, I mean, we're not gonna make him change that at this point.
He continues to build out his mana base. Ian, give us a snapshot of what this matchup looks like. It's blue-black control for Adrian, Jeskai tokens for Eric Froelich.
Yeah, so Adrian's got a pretty, what I would call a traditional blue-black control deck. No dragons, in fact, no creatures at all. He's leaning pretty heavily on planeswalkers, and he's really long on counter spells, beyond even the dissolves and into dissipate.
So the old school player's going old school.
Yeah, indeed. Ifro's tokens deck, I mean, it's definitely the aggressor in the matchup, but I wouldn't necessarily call it an aggressive deck. He just wants to maneuver a little bit. You can see he's already stuck a Jeskai Ascendancy, which is going to give him an advantage going later in the game. And he just wants to build up some tokens and take advantage of his spell-based synergies.
So looks like he's fired off a Raise the Alarm here. And it has, in fact, resolved. That was on Adrian's end step. And remember, the Jeskai Ascendancy is going to start powering through Eric Froelich's deck as he gets that loot, draw and discard every time he casts a non. creature here, and here's a second copy of Jeskai Ascendancy, and this thing could get rolling very quickly. Even just a board state that looks innocuous, like the one that Ifro has right now, the pair of soldiers, can get out of control. And Dissolve is going to hit the second copy of Jeskai Ascendancy.
Yeah, Jeskai's Ascendancy, a powerful card and one that's really hard for Adrian to remove once it's on the table. Really, his only way to deal with it is Ugin.
I don't know if you saw that, but Bile clears out the 2 tokens, but that is going to be the board state for Eric Froelich as the tokens hit the bin. Adrian Sullivan draws his card and says, go, end step, let's do it all over again. Eric Froelich puts Raise the Alarm on the stack, allows 1 trigger to go.
Drew secured the waste off this loot, too.
And he actually just gave it put it away immediately. Now the question is, does it resolve? Yes, it does. So here are 2 soldier tokens.
Yeah, and notably, Adrian, sitting on a copy of Dissolve, chose not to use it on the Raise the Alarm.
He's also sitting on a second Bile Blight, right? Yeah, he's got Bile Blight and Drowning Sorrow in his hand.
He's asking Eric how many cards he has in his hand, and he's just going to Bile Blight right now while Eric is tapped out. He doesn't want to mess around, so having drawn both Bile Blights, he's able to take care of the 2 Raise the Alarms, effectively just 1-for-1s, and here is where Eric Froelich's deck starts to roll. And Treasure Cruise.
Here is where Adrian Sullivan is likely to deploy his Dissolve.
That is correct. So Dragon Fodder gets discarded, and there's Dissolve on the Treasure Cruise. So what's the backup plan here for Eric? He's got 2 cards left in hand.
Yeah, so the dynamic of this game is...
And it was Dragon Fodder.
Jeskai Ascendancy is going to allow Eric to loot through his deck, but he's still not going up cards. You know, he's just trading bad cards for good ones. Adrian, on the other hand, is going to try to trade 1-for-1 as often as possible and just run Eric out of cards. You can see Eric is already down to just 1 card in hand.
Yeah, that Treasure Cruise getting countered was a big one. Froelich has Disdainful Stroke as the last card in his hand. He does have 2 goblins at the ready. He can start applying pressure to Sullivan's life total.
And Eric has held on to that Disdainful Stroke through a lot of these loots. He really doesn't want to let Adrian resolve the dig through time.
Wow, and here's main deck Drown in Sorrow for Eric. Against Eric, I should say, for Adrian. And Adrian has been able to keep Eric completely without any creatures on board, even though there's a Jeskai Ascendancy there. That's the third set of creatures that Eric played, and they've all been wiped away by a single card for Adrian.
You see, Eric gets the Disdainful Stroke pretty much the way he drew it up. He gets to stop, dig through time, and loot away a land.
He drew a Stoke the Flames.
More removal spells for Adrian. Silence the Believers, the last card in his hand, and he just drew an additional Bile Blight.
Here's the 4th copy of Jeskai Ascendancy. Number 2 countered, number 3 looted away. Here's number 4.
One quick update here. Jason Chung of New Zealand is up a game over Thierry Ramboa. Playing Green-White Devotion is Thierry. Jason's on Red-Green Dragons and closed out that game quickly. His deck certainly has fast draws.
So I actually misspoke before when I said Ugin was Adrian's only way to deal with Jeskai Ascendancy. He actually has 3 copies of Perilous Vault in his deck. A little bit of an unusual choice, but it's been working out for him well this weekend.
18. Yeah, with Adrian tapped onto 2 mana from the Perilous Vault, Eric uses the Stoke the Flames, loots his way into a Treasure Cruise. If this resolves, starts to really pull him ahead on cards.
Yeah, this is where it becomes an avalanche.
Potentially.
If it resolves.
Pretty sure Adrian's holding 2 removal spells in his hand, so Treasure Cruise does in fact resolve. Eric chooses to loot twice. Even though he had no cards in his hand, he just wants to put more cards in his graveyard for potential future delve.
And it does resolve. There's an Anticipate in hand now for Eric Froelich. He also found a land. Couldn't quite see the other card.
I think it might be Valorous Stance.
Is it Valorous Stance? It is.
And we'll see. I mean, Adrian may even want to activate Perilous Vault main phase here to get rid of those Jeskai Ascendancies, given that Eric just picked up 3 new cards and can start cycling them into gas.
Yeah, Adrian does in fact activate Perilous Vault.
Right up here. Oh, that's your graveyard? Sorry.
Ifro takes a quick look at his exile zone there.
18.
He's going to
Yeah,
crack
it's
a
interesting.
Flooded
He
Strand.
actually played that fetch land last turn with 2 Jeskai Ascendancies in play. Might be tempted to hold that to try to turn it into a better card, but he knew Perilous Vault was going to happen, and he just wanted the thin effect from getting a land out of his deck. He knew he wasn't going to get to do anything with the Ascendancy.
Another land off the top here for Frolic, who's going to fire off that Anticipate.
Okay.
What is he trying to find here?
Something to attack with. Wow. Yeah, between the Treasure Cruise and the Anticipate, his deck has really not done him any favors here.
Yeah, note that he's gone through all 4 copies of Jeskai Ascendancy, so
Right.
his token-generating cards have lost a lot of potency going into the late game here.
You also can't seem to find them. Temple of Triumph to scry a card to the bottom. Meanwhile, Adrian Sullivan hasn't really done much on his side either, but that's kind of plan A for his deck. He's found another copy of Perilous Vault.
Now, in a situation like this, Goblin Rabblemaster would be a good card for Ifro to find. Unfortunately, we know Adrian Sullivan is already prepared with removal spells. So I would say Adrian is where he wants to be in this matchup. He's made it to the late game. He's already got a couple answers lined up for Ifro's next couple plays, but here comes Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, speaking of Ifro's next couple plays, here is one. Treasure Cruise for Eric Frolic. Does it resolve?
Yes.
And it resolves. Okay, so can Eric find some pressure here?
Found a Rabblemaster.
He did. He also found a Stoke the Flames. I mean, how much just straight up burn damage can Eric's deck do here? You know, if let's just say they both end up drawing the majority of their deck here.
Results.
All right, here's Goblin Rabblemaster, which resolves, but it's going to get silenced here.
Yeah, you asked about burn in Eric's deck. He has Stoke the Flames and Wild Slash as his burn spells, and I think he's already used 1 copy of Stoke the Flames. So it's going to be hard for him to close out the game on burn alone. He's going to have to get some creature damage in.
That is exactly what Adrian Sullivan's deck is designed to not allow.
Yeah, this game is exactly where Adrian wants it to be. For Eric to win this match, I think it's going to involve the sideboard. And he has a lot of good cards for this matchup in the sideboard. A couple of Narcits, 3 Dragonlord Ojutais, Elspeth, Disdainful Stroke, Negate. I mean, he can turn himself into a control deck if that's what he decides he wants to do.
Go. You're in your upkeep.
This is an upkeep dig through time here from Sullivan.
And a big one if it resolves.
Which
Looks like
it
it
looks
does.
like it has. So Adrian now can start to dig for his finishers. What do those look like?
Mostly he's looking to end the game with Planeswalkers. He's got 2 copies of Ashiok, Nightmare Weaver, 1 Liliana Vess, and 2 Ugin the Spirit Dragon.
Okay.
Interestingly, Ifro's cycled through so much of his deck that even an Ashiok could maybe even threaten to mill him out.
It's true. All right, there is a threat for Eric Frolic. Sullivan's still sitting on 20 life. But on end step, he's going to do Raise the Alarm here, which resolves.
Before you untap.
And here is Bile Blight to take down both of the tokens. So Wild Slash is going to hit one of those tokens to give Eric at least some semblance of a board state here with just the lone soldier token.
19.
I like Adrian's play to Bile Blight there. You might think, well, you could just ignore those 2 soldier tokens for now and take 2 per turn. But if Ifro is going to win this game, it's going to involve just chipping away slowly with a couple creatures and then finishing with burn. And once he has 2 power on the board, he doesn't need to commit anything else in that Perilous
Additionally,
Vault.
what else is Bile Blight doing? And additional to that, Adrian just resolved Dragonlord's prerogative.
Right.
How do you like just ripping 4 cards off the top?
I like it quite well.
Yeah, it looks like Adrian does as well. He finds a Liliana of the Vess with that Dragon Lord's prerogative, and here's Goblin Rabblemaster to try to add to the pressure for Eric Froelich. He's never been able to mount much pressure in this game so far. Is he going to finally be able to? Here, remember that Perilous Vault sitting there too. So if it ever gets too much, Adrian can just fire that off. Right now he doesn't want to because he's got Liliana Vess on the battlefield.
Yeah.
And he is working on Ifro's hand here, forcing him to discard every turn. And there's Crux of Fate to destroy non-dragon. So both tokens and the Rabblemaster are going to hit the bin. And like you said, Randy, this game is going exactly how Adrian Sullivan wrote it up. He's been able to deal with every single threat that Eric has put on the table immediately.
Yeah, we may see Eric pack it in here soon. He's got just to stoke the flames and a land in hand.
You might want to hang in there to see what it is exactly that Adrian Sullivan does.
Sounds like a result from a back table, by the way. Jason Chung wins 2-0 over Thierry Ramboa. Those guys are both 11-3, so Chung now 12-3, hoping to be able to draw into top 8 next round.
So he needs to find a willing participant in the handshake.
Meanwhile,
Red-Green Dragons deck probably making it to tomorrow.
Ifro attempted a treasure cruise on his previous turn. It was met with dissolve.
We didn't really dwell on the intentional draw we saw, but that was Martin Dang talking Andrew Allschwager into a draw, which definitely clinches for Martin. Allschwager is now 11-2-2. Allschwager's hope with that draw is that he can take an additional draw next round to essentially double draw his way to 3 draws on the tournament and 36 points, hoping 36, where he's tied with the X and 4s, but with good breakers, hoping that that's good enough. Bit of a risky draw there for Allschwager.
All right, that's going to do it for that game. Finally, Ugin the Spirit Dragon has showed up, and Eric Froelich has seen enough. That's enough to close out that game, and we will be back right after these messages.
Your dragon, their doom. Dragons of Tarkir is now available on Magic Online. Dive into the new set by signing up for Magic Online at mtgo.com. Start on your road to the Pro Tour by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 WPN locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/pptq for schedules and information.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Brussels. You can see that it's getting a little sparse down there already, so why don't we jump down and take a look at Andre Strosky versus Seth Manfield. Andre, the 19-year-old, looking to make his second Pro Tour top 8 here in 5 attempts. A truly fantastic start to his career. He is playing against Seth Manfield, who, I mentioned that Eric Froelich is one of the hottest players going right now on the Pro Tour, but if there was somebody to give him a run for his money, it would be Seth Manfield. He has been tearing it up as well. Seth is playing Abzan with Atarka in it, and it's Green Devotion for Andre Strosky.
With Atarka.
With Atarka in it.
See the unwritten for Atarka is in fact the plan. He saw the unwritten for Whisperwood Elemental last turn, but ran it into Hero's Downfall.
It looks like Strosky does have a copy of the Dragon Lord in his hand.
Also looks like Strosky's up a game here, is that right?
Currently he is.
Yeah, this is Strosky's virtually locked. He just needs a draw to lock things up. Manfield's in the same position as Allschwager in that on X2-1, he needs to go 1-1 in these last 2 rounds.
And there we go. Dragon Lord Atarka has made her appearance in the feature match area and even sniped a Rhino in the process. So Siege Rhino down, and 8/8 Flying Trample is going to threaten to close this game out in just a few short turns if Seth Manfield doesn't come up with an answer. Yeah, Dragon Lord Atarka asks a very pertinent question. Removal and quickly. And there we go. Abzan Charm to take down the Dragon Lord and leave the board with just 3 creatures on it, though all on Strosky's side. Strosky has plenty of mana and just wants threats, and he just found one. Nissa, World Waker, welcome to the team. Let's wake up a forest and attack for 6 damage here. This is going to be a very quick clock. Remember, there's going to be another 4/4 Trampler joining the team every turn from here on out. This is exactly what Strasky needed to try to close out this match and put Seth Manfield out. All right, well, Hero's Downfall is going to stem the bleeding a little bit, but
still got the 4/4 land left.
That's
behind,
right. That 4/4 trample land is still sitting there, and here's 6 more damage. Not quite a 2-turn clock here. And what can Seth Manfield do? He's got to find some way. And he can't find it, and that's going to do it.
Seth Manfield has to play for it next round. Had a loss to give, so still controls his own destiny, but now he's got a must-win match. Basically a play-in match next round.
So Manfield's 11-3-1 now?
Exactly.
Okay.
And I mean, with so many draws floating around, and Ulschwager now with 2 draws, who knows what the pairings are going to be, you know?
Yeah, that does get a little sketchy now. Good thing for Andre is he gets to breathe easy. He's in.
Andre's in, and Martin Deng is in, having picked up the draw from Ulschwager. But those guys have already played each other, so they will both be paired down. And, you know, what are their motivations? They should want the 1 seed and the ability to play first in the top 8. So they've got that to play for. You know, may not want to offer a draw that their opponents may need next round. So the pairings could get... They're not going to be clean. It's hard to imagine they get super clean, given all the pairing downs and all the draws that are going to happen.
All right, so let's join our main feature match table where we have Eric Froelich down a game currently to Adrian Sullivan. Both players from the United States. Eric's from Las Vegas, Adrian's from Madison, Wisconsin.
Yes.
And here is a Goblin Rabblemaster. And the token actually comes in and gets to attack here.
Wow, this could be a runaway start for Efro. It looks like Adrian is short on lands and has no blue mana.
Oof.
And he's actually discarding Dragon Lord's Prerogative, hits the bin, and Eric could run away with this, especially... Well, I say that, so I saw in the gate, but he doesn't have blue mana either, does he, Randy?
Nope. Still.
So this is 6 damage.
Yeah, Rabblemaster doesn't need a lot of help.
No, it's the quickest clock you can get. For 3 mana in Standard, it just ends the game if unchecked, and that's what's happening. This is not the way that Adrian wants to give up a game to Eric. Another Rabblemaster's on the table here, but Eric has to be thinking of the possibility of Drown in Sorrow from Adrian Sullivan.
He goes for it.
1, 2, 3, 4, plus 4 there as well. So that's 10?
Yep.
Put you on 3, and any burn spell can finish him off, and that's going to do it. So Eric Froelich picks up game number 2 and forces a decider. Whew, a lot on the line here for these 2 players, and Eric's going to be relieved to pick up a game relatively easily there.
Felt like it was a borderline keep. The Skyland, Swamp, Drown.
Wow, Adrian had Drown in his hand.
Yeah, he did have Drown, and you can hear Adrian saying it felt like a borderline
Yeah, if he's got Swamp, Scryland, Drown, you probably keep that.
On the draw, you probably do keep it, yeah.
I mean, the deck is mana hungry, but I mean, the Drown in Sorrow is pretty good there.
Yeah, you keep it.
Interesting that Adrian would reveal to Eric that he had Drown in his hand there. I mean, Eric did see 1 copy in game 1. Adrian has 2 more in his sideboard, but Eric doesn't necessarily know that.
I think that's a little bit of nerves getting to Adrian Sullivan, just feeling the need to
It could be, or he could
analyze the decision that didn't work out.
He could be telling Eric that he wants... I mean, he might want Eric to know that he has Drown, so he plays a little bit more conservatively in situations like that, right? You know?
Interesting.
Yeah, don't overcommit against me.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. It sounded more to me like the decompression. You analyze the decision. You know, if I made the right decision, but it didn't work out, I can live with it. I think.
Yeah. I mean, look, Eric had seen the Drown. I think he knows that it's still going to be in there. It's not, you know, he's not exactly giving up his 6 sideboard tech or anything.
How many Drowns is it actually?
It ends up being 3, I believe.
2 in from the sideboard.
Right.
So I mean, the fact that he had a Drown in his hand there means that he probably had more than 1.
It's possible.
It's a mild amount of information he's giving away.
Oh, that's good to know. I don't think that he can see that one. Oh, you can? Excellent.
And I've sat there before.
We'd have to play very slow for either of us to not finish the game, even if it came to decking.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to come to that.
Players just double checking the clock, but realizing that they've got plenty of time in the round here.
If we do that, one of us is going to get lost. It would take a ridiculous play.
So we're going to get a decider here, and this is going to be an intense game 3. The players are jovial during the chat portion here. You know, they've been around each other for years and years, traveling in the same circles, and even a friendly handshake beforehand, but there is a lot riding on the line. Eric,
it's a big match.
Cool as a cucumber. You can see he's chill, but I know inside he wants this very badly, and know Adrian does. Adrian, he's got a whole career behind him here. And this would be his first Pro Tour top 8. I mean, that is big-time validation for him.
Adrian, a member of the new team Ultra Pro. Bob Maher, Madison, Wisconsin base team, I guess.
Yeah.
Mostly testing online.
Yeah, mostly online. Eric Froelich tests with the original team Channel Fireball, which has ballooned to like 19 people now, thanks to the addition of face-to-face games as well.
So Adrian keeps relatively quickly here. Looks like he's got a pretty nice hand. He's got a Bile Blight for early defense, a Dig Through Time, and plenty of lands, so can't complain about that start.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the sideboard plan looks like for Eric. We didn't really get a chance to see it. We just saw a few Rabble Masters go to town. I see a Dragonlord Ojutai in Eric's hand already. He kept Narset Transcendent on top of his library with that Scry last time, so we're getting an idea for what the sideboard looks like here. We've already seen 2 of his more powerful sideboard options.
Yeah, I think this is Eric just selecting threats that are particularly difficult for Adrian to deal with. I mean, Ojutai with pseudo hexproof, Narset being a planeswalker, not a creature, makes it a little bit harder to deal with.
Oh, yes. And he can just eventually overwhelm Adrian, right? I mean, if it's threat, like Adrian, it puts a lot of pressure on him. And Dragonlord Ojutai is tough to get rid of as well.
Yeah, I think Adrian still has the late game, just in terms of the strength of his deck. But if Eric can put Adrian off balance by playing a series of hard-to-deal-with threats and just requiring Adrian to have the precise answers to them, he could take over the game in the mid-game.
This is going to be a fascinating game, and there's a lot on the line with it as well. Eric's at 11-3. Adrian is effectively playing for top 8 here at 11-2-1, excuse me. There's Disdainful Stroke on Narset Transcendent as Eric starts to try to run Adrian Sullivan out of answers.
Yeah, well, I think Eric was hoping that the end-step Bile Blight took away a lot of the counters Adrian could have, right? He didn't have enough mana left to dissolve or dissipate. Maybe I could sneak this in right here. But Disdainful Stroke was exactly what Adrian needed.
Adrian does have a couple copies of Negate in his sideboard, which I imagine he'll definitely bring in this matchup, especially since most of Eric's creatures are non-creatures. You know?
That's right. And we saw that Eric has brought in some copies of Negate as well out of his board. So far, Adrian Sullivan able to keep Eric Froelich without a threat on the battlefield, but here's Dragonlord Ojutai. Does this resolve? No. Eric is just going for the haymakers here. He just played Narset into Dragonlord Ojutai, running Adrian Sullivan out of answers, or at least trying to. But this one's going to get answered by a dissolve.
Yeah, I mean, Eric has to try to run Adrian out in the short term. If the game goes super long, Adrian's got the better control deck. He's got more card drawing than Eric does.
Yeah, Eric's got the treasure cruises, but Adrian has more than that and more counter spells available. So
Dragonlord's Prerogative, Dig Through Time. Yeah, more counters. But Eric has, in fact, run Adrian out of counters now, right? That dissolve was the last one. So what's Eric got left? Plenty.
He's actually got quite a bit going on here, especially if he can hit an untapped land, which, yes, he has it in his hand, the Flooded Strand. So, you know, that one just disappeared. So Jeskai Ascendancy and Goblin Rabblemaster in the same turn isn't bad.
Adrian's going to go for main phase Dig Through Time.
Just to make sure it resolves.
Right.
I think Eric's okay with that, as he doesn't have an answer for it right now anyway, and it does restrict Sullivan's mana a little bit.
Right, Adrian now passes with just 2 mana up, so again, Eric doesn't have to worry about dissolve, just negate and stroke. Did not see yet what Adrian got off his Dig Through Time. He did get a Disdainful Stroke. Disdainful Stroke and Perilous Vault are the cards Adrian took.
Wow.
So I'm interested to see how Eric sequences his threats here and what that tells us about how he values them. Adrian has 2 mana open, which probably only represents negate at this point. So, but then again, it could represent a creature removal spell like Bile-Blight. So,
A Disdainful Stroke's got to be on the radar too, right?
yeah. Although his 2 threats right now are both 3 mana threats.
Right. So they're not actually. It's not actually relevant, but that is what Adrian could be thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, interesting. So Eric actually just plays Jeskai Ascendancy, doesn't play his land, and just says go because he's got a threat in his hand. He has Raise the Alarm. And here's Perilous Vault now for Sullivan. And end step, Raise the Alarm, trigger my Ascendancy. And this is why he has extra lands in hand. He's going to discard and get the 2 tokens. I saw a Dragonlord Ojutai, I believe, in hand. No, I did not see that. Excuse me. So Eric Froelich has Stoke the Flames in hand. A Mountain Rabblemaster. And another land.
Stoke you, and then untap my creatures, who are now bigger.
17.
Stoke resolves, Adrian falls to 17. So Eric gradually moving towards actually hitting Adrian, which he hasn't been able to do in the first or third games. He's going to attack for 4 here.
How many cards? 3. Take the damage. 13.
It's going to drop Sullivan down to 13, and Eric's going to pass a turn back. You can see the intensity has ratcheted up down in the feature match area now. Another Radiant Fountain for Sullivan. It's going to bump his life total up to 15. So much on the line for these players. Sullivan effectively locks top 8 with a victory. Eric Froelich puts himself in a position to control his destiny in the last round right after this. And looks like during the upkeep, Adrian has decided to fire off his Perilous Vault. Eric says sure, and draws Anticipate for his turn.
This is my grave. Oh, that's your grave?
Yeah, Eric still got the Rabblemaster that he didn't want to feed to the Perilous Vault, so he could go for that.
He's drawn a few too many lands here, has Eric, but that Anticipate can help him find action as well.
Excellent. Excellent. Never mind then. There we go. Sorry. Go.
And Froelich is going to try nothing here. He's just simply going to play a land and pass a turn back. Sullivan draws his card and immediately passes a turn back to Froelich, who is going to fire off an Anticipate on end step. He finds a Rabblemaster, a Treasure Cruise, and an Ojutai. He takes the Treasure Cruise immediately. Treasure Cruise has to be his most important card. It's his only way to keep up with what Sullivan does as far as drawing cards, and he's going to play a Goblin Rabblemaster, perhaps as bait?
Yes, absolutely as bait.
However, we know at home that Adrian Sullivan has Disdainful Stroke as his counterspell, which is unbaitable by the Rabblemaster.
Correct.
And we'll home in on that Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, the Rabblemaster does get to make it a token and attack, so that is something that Adrian's going to have to deal with. It's just that we kind of assume at this point that he will be able to. And there's that Disdainful Stroke you just mentioned, Ian, taking care of Treasure Cruise for Adrian Sullivan. And Eric is going to pass a turn back. Does Sullivan have an answer right now? Well, if he didn't, he's going to find one here with Dig Through Time. So the pendulum seems to have swung in Adrian Sullivan's favor here as Froelich is out of gas with 2 lands in hand. Now he does have that Rabblemaster, but the chances of it surviving even until his next turn seem very low. Drown in Sorrow.
I'll look. Yes.
And Sullivan kept the card on top with the scry, which is never good news when you're sitting across from the player who just scried in this late stage of the game. That is going to be a haymaker. Another land off the top for Froelich is not going to help him out, and this one could be slipping away from Eric.
Yeah, Eric Froelich fans are going to have to hope that
12-4 with good tiebreakers can sneak into this top 8. There are going to be a lot of players potentially trying to get to 12-4.
Now, Eric does have good tiebreakers.
He does have good tiebreakers. Of the 11-3 players right now, he actually has the best tiebreakers.
Okay, Eric takes his draw step for the turn, and it looks like he's found another land. Can't get anything going off the top of his deck, and Adrian Sullivan is going to start closing in on victory here as he now has a threat with Tasigur the Golden Fang, and he's going to start rumbling. So Eric's going to drop down to 15, equal up the life totals, and Sullivan could be minutes away here from his first Pro Tour top 8 after a lifetime of playing Magic.
Good for him.
He has dedicated a lot of time to this game. He's made 2 Grand Prix top 8s. He did it 15 years apart. Always played the game. And now he's so close. Another land off the top for Froelich. He just cannot find any action whatsoever. He's going to play a land and pass a turn back. Tasigur activated once again. Looks like Dissipate and Farika's Cure were the cards. I don't know how relevant this is, as Sullivan has a handful of gas and a threat on the table. He's just about ready to close this out. Eric falls down to 7. And now Adrian passes a turn back. He's got a 2-turn clock on Froelich. He can attack for 4 twice and end this thing, putting himself into the top 8 and making Eric Froelich's life very difficult, as he's going to face an opponent next turn that he has to beat, and then he has to keep his fingers crossed. Eric finds Stoke the Flames. Adrian Sullivan at 16.
Unfortunately, Adrian's sitting on 2 copies of Negate, along with plenty of other spells.
Activating Tasigur, he can do it multiple times per turn, though I believe he will just be doing it once. He wants to leave up his mana. Stoke the Flames Tasigur because he's got another one. And of course that one resolves. This is the one that you negate, and I'm going to see a handshake here from Eric Froelich, and that's it. Adrian Sullivan defeats Eric Froelich and all but secures his seat in the top 8 here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. A long time coming for Adrian. You know, I'm not one to give congratulations early, but things are looking very good for him. A big moment in his Magic career. That's a long time, Randy.
It is.
You know, and he's been around the Pro Tour scene for the duration of that as well. You know, it's not that he plays every Pro Tour, but he's bounced on and off. He used to be a deck designer primarily. You were saying that that's kind of how you envision him in your head when people say Adrian Sullivan. You think, oh, he used to make a bunch of decks.
Yeah, growing up as a kid playing Magic, I used to read Adrian's articles, you know, all the time. He's definitely one of those prominent figures in early Magic history.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that a lot of people at home will recognize him as well. He's done commentary, he's written articles, he's very much a voice of the game as well.
Yeah, when I first met him, it was late night Pro Tour Rome, and we were arguing about what the best decks were in that format. You know, Adrian didn't think Academy was the best deck, so it was a kind of heated argument. He had his own take on what mattered in that format.
He touched the button that you don't touch with Randy. You don't go there.
No, but I mean, he always has sort of his own take on things, which is really refreshing to sort of hear somebody who's just thinking about things in a different way and attacking formats from a different direction. So
yeah,
a lot of innovative decks coming from him.
Yeah, and you know, again, it's really awesome, I think, just to see somebody have success after that much time here, and pretty happy for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what does it look like for the next round, though, for Efro and actually for Adrian? So Adrian is hoping to get a draw. Like, could he lose next round? Or
Adrian's
how does that work?
X2-1. He's in.
He's just in.
He
and
doesn't even need a draw.
Okay.
Doesn't even need a draw. He's on X2-1. Should he play and lose, he's still X3-1. He's above that X4 scrum. I mean, look, so many draws and so many weird pairings, it's hard to say, okay, 12-4 is definitely going to get in, 12-4 is not going to make it in. I can't tell exactly where the line is going to fall off the top of my head, but I struggle to imagine that 12-3-1 is going to miss. I mean, the 37s should all be safe, and that's Adrian's got 37 already, even before he plays the last round.
Okay, now what about for Eric Froelich? He has to win. That part must happen, right?
He must win, and he must hope that 12-4 has a chance to get into the top 8. I feel like with all these draws, just intuitively, it feels like some 12-4s are going to sneak in, but we'll see.
Okay, well, why don't we send it down to the feature match area where Rashad Miller is standing with Adrian.
Hi, Rashad Miller, and I am here with Adrian Sullivan. And in the booth, they're saying you locked it up. Now, I know you've been around a lot of these tournaments. Have you done the math yourself?
I have not done the math myself, and I've gotten 9th before, so I'm going to wait for someone else to do the math. Someone like my teammates, Bob Ma or other people, they are much better at that than me.
You got a Zvi Mozovic on your team. He's pretty good at math.
I don't know if did Zvi get on our team today? He wasn't on our team yesterday.
Oh.
If that's the case.
Well, sorry.
No worries.
Okay, so now you're playing against Dress Guy tokens.
Yes.
I'm sure you tested against this.
Yeah.
Were you feeling confident about that matchup?
Very confident. It's actually a matchup that is very good for my version of Black-Blue, and even better, it's a bad matchup for most versions of Black-Blue, so it'll mean that my opponent will usually not know what's going to be hitting them.
All right, so game 2, you kept a marginal hand.
Yes.
Is that something that you would go back and change the decision you change, or are you pretty sure that was a pretty solid decision?
It was, I think, on the wire of it. I had a Drown in Sorrow, maybe 2 Drown in Sorrow. I had a Fetch Land and a Swamp, not Fetch Land, a Scry Land and a Swamp. So I was going to be able to get fairly deep on that. And if I can get past the first few turns, that's usually going to be it. They can't usually come in if they don't kill me with a Rabble Master right away. And all I needed was 1 land, and that wouldn't happen. So.
All right, that's Adrian Sullivan. They think he made it to top 8 in the booth. He's going to wait and see next round before he makes his decisions. So I'm Rashad Miller, and we're going to send it back to the news desk.
I can tell you, not as a major student of body language, that standing next to Rashad Miller there was a man really trying to contain some emotion. He had an awful lot of stuff going on right then. Adrian Sullivan, 37 points. You want to just hear your friends who you trust and believe tell you that you're in, and he was like, no, can't say for sure. Well, that's a good plan, because we think there is some pretty screwy combat math coming up as we head into round 16. Here's a simple bit of math. Last round, we had 76 dragons. Let's see what this round did to our dragon counter. Here we go. There's the flames, 78. Pretty quiet round in Dragonland, but it doesn't matter at this stage of the Pro Tour how you get the job done. Discard, counter spells, commands, dragons, doesn't matter. It's the W that really matters here in round 15. So why don't we take you out to the floor for 4 from the floor. Once again, we went deep into the trenches to find you the best action and show you some of your favorite players in action. And that means, for one thing, it means the man with the best initials in the game, PVDDR, Palavida Damada Rosa, the Hall of Famer. There he is, one of the best players of all time. On 33 points, 11 wins, he was up against Thomas Hendriks of the Netherlands, but a team cabin crew. Hendriks been a little bit under the radar, not anymore. He wins, goes to 36 points. What about Shota Yasuoka, who you see there, playing with his blue-black control deck? He was on 31 against Su Han Yoon of Japan. There they were shuffling for game 2, and pretty quickly, good plan. Yasuoka won that one, goes to 34 points. We think a win will get him in. So there you see Paul Rietzel of the United States. He was on 30 points, needing 2 wins. Park Jun-young of Team MTG Mint Card needed the same. Rietzel wins, barely alive, but on 33. Will a 36 make it in? And there's Craig Wesko on the left against Martin Muller of Denmark. Wesko, Pro Tour champion, of course. Martin Muller, the captain of the Danish World Magic Cup winning team. Those two going at it deep into the round, and those were still going as time was called here in round 15 of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. Now, plenty of other results to bring you. We'll do that shortly. But waiting for us over on the far side of the studio is Brian David Marshall, and he's with a player who isn't in the top 8 this time around, but has plenty of experience of doing so, and more importantly, has 2 teammates right in the mix. BDM, take it away.
Thanks, Rich. As you said, I'm here with Mete Zadelkai. Mete, having a great tournament yourself. Yeah. You're in position for another top 16, a virtual top 8 finish if you win this last round, but you're having far from the best results of the players on your team. Talk to me about the team you worked with for this event and where you guys ended up.
Well, we tested as cabin crew for a long time. It's a base core of Czech and Slovak players. So me and Ivan Flo from the Slovak side. Then Martin uses Stanislav Civka from the Czech side. Plus we added Frank Karsten because we really like him.
Honorary Slav.
Pretty much, yeah. But that kind of created the dynamic where we found that for the first PTs we tested for, Frank was the only non-Czech/Slovak speaker. So for the last couple Pro Tours, we've been adding a couple people to make the ranks a bit bigger. And yeah, well, Andrei Strasky, after his Pro Tour top 8, he started playing a lot. Now he's top 8. And Thomas Hendriks was actually a recommendation from Frank and myself because he qualified, won a PTQ, and now he's almost locked top 8, or probably.
So tell us a little bit about both of these. I mean, we did a deck tech earlier with Andres, and he's just 19 years old. Yeah. He's going to be playing in his second Pro Tour top 8. Yeah. This is phenomenal. Tell me about him. I mean, do you think that he's playing this is where he's going to peak, or do you think there's still room for him to figure this game out even more?
Yeah, like the thing is, like he has lots of potential. He's a great player, but he still has so much to improve. He himself said like he can do much better than this. And after the Pro Tour top 8 in Hawaii, he basically ditched school to become pro. And now with the top 8 here again, he fulfilled that dream. So, I mean, it's already a great start to a pro career for a 19-year-old.
And now, tell me, I don't really know anything about Thomas. Mm-hmm. Tell me a little bit about him.
Yeah, so I met Thomas because he was part of the Dutch national team at the World Magic Cup. So we played together with Frank, and we're close friends. There were other people on the team that I knew, so we talked, and he was a nice guy. And then he won a PTQ, and we were like, yeah, let's add him. Like one more English speaker can't hurt, and he's been lots of fun. He's been at the house testing for a long time. So
the team obviously liked red-green as a deck. Yes. Explain to me the divide between Thomas's deck and Andre's deck, because they both have Dragon Lord of Tarkir, but they're taking different routes to get there.
Yeah, I mean, the basic idea was that kind of like the Chris Fan Meter Red-Green Dragons deck that we've seen around, it has lots of explosive draws with Elvish Mystic, Carry Edits, and Xenagos, accelerating you into lots of mana. And so we both like the same core, but then Stanislav Civka said, like, let's try CD Unwritten, because especially if you get Dragon Lord of Tarkir and Surak the Hunt Caller, then you can give it haste, kill some guys, swing for 8, you can win really fast. But it's a bit of hit and miss. You don't always get to 6 mana, or you don't always have the 4-power creature. So the other version was that Fabrizio and Terry developed with Thomas Hendriks, and they're playing a little different without CD Unwritten and more focused more on just ramping up the mana with Genesis Hydra. Is
Fabrizio also working with you guys?
Yes, he is. So is Robin Dollar. So we just got the good European gold players that wanted to play with us.
So if you finish top 16 here, by the way, just going back to your performance, tell us what you played.
I played mono red, like pure mono red, 20 mountains. It was refreshing to play a deck with 21 untapped lands.
Wow.
And yeah, so just like very aggressive with Goblin Heel Cutters.
So no Atarka's Command, no Become Immense, nothing fancy.
No, like just regular creatures, good guys, and
just sit down at the table and start flinging matches at your opponent.
Pretty much, yeah. It deck's super explosive and punishes mulligans and slow draws a lot, so we really liked it and performed very well in our testing, even though at this tournament it's probably only me doing well and Frank Karsten's doing so-so with the deck.
Okay, I mean, just talk for a second. How many top 16s do you think you have at this point? Because I feel like we've seen this performance before.
Yeah, I have 2 top 8s and then 2, I think, top 16s and a 17th place, 18th place, so like virtual top 16s.
Sure.
So now another one. So. And
where will the top 16 finish leave you in terms of your goals for the year and your mission to antagonize your
Yeah, I actually,
your better half.
yeah, I was actually really sad that like the first Pro Tour of the year I didn't do really well. I didn't have any points, and then I won a GP. Then I hit top 8 at the World Magic Cup, and suddenly I had like 22 points. And so now the 10 points I get here guaranteed means that I have locked gold for next year, which is great. And yeah, I can go to all the Pro Tours next year, which is perfect.
It's awesome. We love having you at these. But so talk to me a little bit about the metagame. I mean, you're talking about this red-green mid-range deck, right? You're talking about this 22-land, mono red, draft first pick commons deck.
Sure.
And then we see Adrian Sullivan playing like blue-black control. I mean, really, is this format pretty wide open to doing whatever you want to do as a player?
Well, we kind of figured the metagame is going to be really wide and lots of playable decks, and we kind of were scared that the red-green Dragons deck that Chris Van Meter won the Star City Games Open event last week would be really popular, but then we tried playing against it, and we had lots of decks that beat it. And the ways to beat those decks were blue-black, so we kind of expect a lot of decks that beat the red-green drag or blue-black decks, and we just, mono-red beats, it's very good against those, so we were happy with the choice, but the meta is so wide, bad matchups happen, so.
Can I tell you something? Normally you get a top 16 finish in Pro Tour. Do you have to like treat your teammates to a round of beverages or maybe a meal afterwards?
Well, we have 2 top 8ers, so I think
I was getting to this. I was just going to make sure you don't pay tonight, Matej Zadelkai. Thanks so much for joining us in the chairs. Sending it back to Rich at the news desk.
Thanks very much to Brian David Marshall and to Matej Big Z Zadelkai of the cabin crew. They've had a tremendous run. They could yet be the most successful team here at this Pro Tour. Now, the Brains Trust here have been in full session and will itch the mind a little bit, and we're pretty confident that somebody on 36 points will make it in. We don't have official pairings yet. We don't have official standings after 15. But the way it is starting to shake out in terms of which of the top players have played each other and so on. In fact, why don't we take a look for you at our master scoreboard as things stand. And I'll try and walk you through some of the possibilities here. Because on our master scoreboard, it's going to become pretty clear that there are a few people who should, all being well, be able to draw their way in. There is our master scoreboard. Andre Strasky, we know, is in for absolute certain. Adrian Sullivan and Martin Dang, yep, pretty much you're guaranteed that they are in. And then the 12 threes, Jason Chung and Thomas Hendriks, well, in theory, if they had been paired, depending how pairings work, they would have been able to ID to 37 points. But that is not how we think it will shake out. We think 4 of the top 5 will potentially be able to ID. And then, for the sake of argument, Thomas Hendriks, who's on 36 points, will then face, again, for the sake of argument, Andrew Olschrager in 6th. If that was true, Olschrager, of course, on 35 points, has to play, which means that Hendriks would be forced to play, and then the winner there would be above 36 points if it was Olschrager, or it would go up to 39 if it was Hendriks. That means that you look at the 34s, Yasuoka and Manfield and Camaluzzi, all of those can get to 37 points, which again, absolutely we think will make it in. And that leaves a slot for someone, potentially Hendriks, were he to lose, having been paired down to someone like Olschrager, or, and then you just look at the 11 fours, just pick out some of the names there, my goodness gracious me. Eric Froelich, Kyle Bogomils, Joel Larson, Craig Wesco, Paul Rietzel, Sam Black, Pallavi de Domino Rosa, Matej Zadelkai, Raf Levy, and if you are Thierry Ramboa or Miodrag Kiranovic, and well done to both of them for being in the 11 and 4 mix, my lord, that's a rogues gallery at 11 and 4. All of those, and they are in scorecard order, so that means tie breaks, Eric Froelich and Kyle Bogomils are the best positioned as things stand. They will be hoping that one of them can overtake a defeated Thomas Hendriks to be a 36-pointer in to the top 8. So we expect to have a feature match area packed full of action for you in the last round with 4 matches, all of which should impact the top 8 in some way, while maybe the top 4 get to sign a few autographs in the next hour or so. We'll see how that goes. But I'm delighted to say that Brian David Marshall has been joined by another guest. We stay in Europe, and this time we go to Scandinavia, and one of the finest players ever to sleeve up 40 cards, it's Hall of Famer Nikolai Herzog.
Hi, thanks, Rich. I'm here with Nikolai Herzog, of course, the Pro Tour Hall of Famer, multiple-time Pro Tour champion, something very few people could say. You're playing on the Pro Tour again. It's been great to see you. What's it been like coming back to play on the Pro Tour these last few events?
Well, it's just as nice as it used to be, and it's probably... it's a bit harder. It's a bit tougher. I know, like, the 2 weeks of preparation has done all the difference in the world, really. It's so intense, and you have to take time away from, life and job and everything. Sure. But everything else is just as I remember it, and so many people are still playing.
Yeah, I mean, there were a ton of Hall of Famers here this weekend. I mean, I'm looking at the standings over there. I see 3 Hall of Famers, in contention here.
Yeah.
What I wanted to ask you about is, you and I were talking about, like, for you, a big part of whether or not you want to come to a Pro Tour is whether or not you feel like you can put in the preparation time, and also, if you're going to sit in, we're a little older than some of these young kids out there. If we're going to spend 2 weeks in a place with a group of people testing Magic, you want to be comfortable. You want to know who you're with. Is there a little bit of a process that goes into finding the right team, the right mix of personalities that you want to go to the Pro Tour with?
Well, yes, I would say yes, but I've been pretty lucky. They've just been accepting me, assuming I'm still, good and at the top of my game and everything. And yeah, I had teams. It started with Olorado inviting me in I think Pro Tour Atlanta, and then it has just evolved from there. I've been on the same team with a couple of the guys, and then a couple of new guys, and then a couple of new guys. And but this last team has been the best.
Yeah, so tell us about the team. It's a mix of players from all over Europe, right?
It's from Austria, Switzerland, Germany, Denmark, me from Norway, and Hungary. And it's been a great mix. And all these teams have been, I've been very happy with that part of the experience. Yeah.
So one of the players in particular that I want to talk to you about, you mentioned Denmark, of course, Martin Dang, the Grand Prix Liverpool champion, who's now locked for top 8 here. What can you tell us about? You've had a chance to live with him for 10 days. What is he like, and what is he like as a Magic player?
He impressed me as a Magic player. He's been around for ages, actually. He's an old-timer. He has, if I understood him correctly, he's played quite a few Pro Tours. And I remember him from way back in the day, from the PTQ circle, actually. Yeah, he's been around for a while. No, he's great fun, and he's very laid back but very precise. Very practical player, and all through our playtesting sessions, I don't think I saw him make a single mistake at any point. But again, we didn't play enough. I can certainly say that he's an excellent player, and I'm sure he's riding his Grand Prix now. So he's on a rush. He's an excellent player on a rush,
Right.
Yeah.
So he's got that momentum. He's feeling good. He's feeling confident in his decisions.
Yes.
Yeah. So now he's going into his first Pro Tour top 8. This is something you have more experience at doing than almost anyone in this room. What advice can you give him about going from that high of making the top 8 Saturday night to getting up Sunday morning and being as prepared as possible to take down that bracket?
First of all, he knows about who he will know who he will meet in the quarterfinals for sure, right?
Right,
so
he will
play that matchup a lot. Do not drink. Never mind me. I'm actually quite certain that he will not be nervous at least you won't be able to tell.
Right.
So I have high hopes in this man.
Now, will you be helping him play test? Will you take one into that matchup?
Sure, we will ask him. The team will ask him, and we will see what he says, and we will have a sit down afterwards. Okay. Yeah, for sure.
And then what do you do in that? I'm sure you've done that multiple times for yourself and for other people.
Limited for me, really. Yeah.
How do you don't go out and build the decks, or do you proxy them, or what? I mean, how do you go about preparing a player for a top 8?
It's mostly about preparing for the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Of course, you got to get past that first. So you proxy up that test.
It's hubris to think about the semifinals.
Don't take too much. First, you got to win the quarterfinals for sure.
Right.
And then we'll see how far we get with the quarterfinals. And if we feel that matchup is locked in some way, he knows exactly what he's doing, then we move past it and look at the other matchups.
Right.
Which matchups are potentially difficult? Which should we prepare the more for?
Right.
And we discuss sideboarding, of course.
And you guys are mobilized as he moves through the quarterfinals into the semifinals. I assume teammates are on hand.
Yes.
To sort of go, okay, we know who you're facing now. Let's figure this out. Let's start jamming games. Yeah. I saw that he sideboarded this way in his quarterfinal. You guys are really like a strike team.
Yes, absolutely. That's another really nice thing about this team. We've been backing each other so much. That part of the experience has also been great.
So will we see you? And does your team have a name?
We are Tomo. Yeah, it's not that hard to explain.
An animated GIF coming soon.
It's hard to explain, but no, it's Tamash Nudge. He goes under the name Tomo.
Okay.
And after a couple of bottles of wine at one of the playtesting sessions, it became like our war chant. Tomo, okay. Tomo. When you played the Hordling Outburst, 3 goblins, Tomo.
Will the team be going to Vancouver?
At least a couple of us. Christian Seibold is also on the team.
Oh, great.
He's the one who didn't play this deck. We actually made him not play this deck because he hadn't prepared. He couldn't prepare as much as the rest of us, exams and stuff. And he also has a lot of experience with CDC. But he's certainly going. And the rest, I'm not updated. I'm not fully updated.
Yeah.
There's a pretty good chance I will go.
Okay.
And besides that, I'm not sure.
Tell me if you had to just say one thing about how things have changed since you were playing, every day, on the train to now. What's the biggest change in the Pro Tour?
Well, in the Pro Tour or in my...
No, I know in you've got a job and responsibilities.
That part is obvious.
Yeah.
In the Pro Tour, well, people are better. The average player is better than they were.
Yeah, but
I have to say that. They put in much more hours.
Sure.
For sure, and it's a lot of Magic Online, even more.
You want to see a couple of impressive top 8s? Do a quick search for the top 8s that Nikolai Herzog won. And they are staggering. They're chock full of Hall of Famers. He's being a little bit modest. For Nikolai Herzog, this is Brian David Marshall, sending it back to the news desk.
Brian David Marshall is not kidding you. Those top 8s were foolishly good. My lord. Now, we have some standings, we have some pairings for the final round of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. Buckle up, this is the math part of the weekend. Yep, hello.
Hello.
Hi. So, I'm going to give you the nice easy bits. Here we go. Andre Strasky's on 39 points. You can count up the top 8. Here we go. Andre Strasky on 39 places Adrian Sullivan on 37. They're going to read some numbers and go congratulations 1 and 2. Martin Dang and Jason Chung of New Zealand, congratulations to both of them because Dang is on 37, Chung is on 36. Shake hands, we think, 38, 37. Of course, you don't have to.
There was an intimation from Nikolai that
Dang
might want to play because he wants to be the top seed, and it's very, very important for his deck for him to be the top seed.
Okay. Well,
so he wanted to lock it right. He wanted to lock it up, and now he can just sort of. So you might see a little bit of a wrinkle there.
Okay. So Dang would be 3 for sure because even if he loses, he's on 37 and in. Chung could be number 4, but he's on 36 points, and 36 points is the number that we're really caring about. about in this round. Thomas Hendriks is already on 36, but as we expected, as we said a few minutes ago in our hypothetical, well, he has been paired down against Andrew Olschrager, who took a draw against Martin Dang last round to take Olschrager to 35 points, which was a question mark in the booth. There was Randy was saying, not
it's a question mark at the desk too.
Right, absolutely. But now, therefore, we have to think that Thomas Hendriks on 36 may convince Andrew Olschrager to draw again, because it's basically the same scenario. Hendriks on 36 wants a draw and will be in on 37. Olschrager, if he believed last round that 36 is enough, presumably he believes this round that 36 is enough.
His tiebreakers are pretty good for a potential 36.
Good-ish, yes.
Maybe getting a little better with the draw.
For sure. So, Olschrager on 35, will he take the draw, or will that be a straight winner in? Because he would go to 38, or Hendriks would go to 39. Now we get a straightforward,
this is a good one.
awesome match. Seth Manfield, who paced the last Pro Tour and made the top 8, on 34 points against Shota Yasuoka on 34 points.
Both playing for their second Pro Tour top 8.
So somebody there gets into the top 8 because they get to 37 points, barring a draw, which would be utterly unintentional. But pretty dramatic down the stretch of Shota's there with blue-black control, trying to find a Game 3 win. There's some real scenarios there. But they are playing a straight win and in match. Then things get properly complicated. You thought they were complicated already, didn't you?
They were already, my head's already spinning.
Okay. However, again, pretty straightforward. For Marco Camiluzzi of Italy, who's been no worse than 48th in his last 3 Pro Tours, he knows that he wins and he's in.
He's sitting on 34 points.
Right.
So if he gets to 37, that's clear the field. He's good.
Yep, and that puts him to 37. Eric Froelich, who he's playing, is on 33. We just saw Eric lose at the end of the last round. But Eric is the top of the 33 pointers in terms of opponent match win percentage.
And again, if he loses to Marco should boost his tiebreakers even a little.
Doesn't matter. Froelich's gone if he loses.
Oh yes, of course.
But if Eric wins, we believe that may be as simple as a straight win and in for Eric Froelich.
Sure, with his tiebreakers.
So he will certainly feel that all he has to do is beat Marco Camiluzzi. So we believe that may also be a straight win and in. Camiluzzi 34, Froelich on 33. Now, depending where those 37s lie, whether Hendriks gets beaten on 36, whether Olschrager goes on to 36 with an ID to put himself on that 36 line, you then have Kyle Bogemers, runner-up from Pro Tour San Diego 2010, against another Pro Tour finalist, Joel Larsson of Sweden, who we've hardly seen this weekend at the top tables, but has quietly been churning out 3 wins here, lose a round, a couple of wins there, lose a round. Oh look, I got to 11 wins. There's still a round to play. It's possible that the winner there finishes 8th or 9th.
Right. And again, if Martin Dang decides to play for some reason, that also could throw another spot into the mix.
Right, that is their best hope, quite frankly. If Martin is going to leave Jason Chung on 36 points, that opens up the possibilities for the winner of Bogemers and Larsson even a little bit more. Potentially, it's the dance of 2 musical chairs between 4 people rather than 1 between 3. Let's give you the master scoreboard if we can, just to put that into some pretty straightforward context, because actually it's not that bad. It turns out that 4 people can, if they choose, pretty much just shake hands. That's Strasky against Sullivan and Dang against Chung, if they choose to do so. Let's just assume for a moment they do. So that's tables 1 and 2 taken care of. Table 3, Hendriks against Olschrager. Well, whoever wins is in for sure. If they choose to ID, then we have to see whether Olschrager's tiebreaks will hold up on 36. And if Olschrager beats Hendriks, we have to see if Hendriks' tiebreaks hold up on 36. Yasuoka on table 4 against Seth Manfield is a straightforward, thank you very much, this is what I think is going to happen, winner goes in.
Good old-fashioned last man standing.
Good old-fashioned last man standing, absolutely. Table 5 is Marco Camiluzzi against Eric Frolik. We believe that is straight win and in. And then Bogomez Larson wraps up tables 3, 4, 5, and 6. And right now, it's time to find out who makes it in to the top 8 of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir.
Hello there, welcome back to the booth here in Brussels. We have got one more round of Swiss. This is going to decide a lot of people's fates as far as their top 8. Randy Buehler, Ian Duke, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Let's head down to the feature match area for the last round of Swiss here from Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. We are in Brussels. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I've got Randy Buehler and Ian Duke with me in the booth, and we are just about underway in the final round of Swiss. This is round number 16, and we've got a lot of win-and-in type action here in the feature match area. Our main feature match, Shota Yasuoka from Japan. Blue-black control. He's got a Pro Tour top 8 already. A lot of people think he should have more than that, and he is going to be fighting here at 11-3-1, coming in against Seth Manfield of the United States, playing Atarka Abzan. He's got Abzan, and he's splashed for Atarka in that also at 11-3-1. Both of these players have one Pro Tour top 8 apiece. Randy, how much of a win-in is this? Is this clean?
It is a win-in. Period, the end.
So, a lot on the line for both players looking to make their second Pro Tour top 8s. For either of them, what do you make of the matchup, Ian? We've got blue-black control from Shota Yasuoka versus an Abzan deck featuring Atarka on a splash for Seth Manfield.
Yeah, I love these two decks. I mean, I love the innovations they have here on the classic archetypes. Shota, of course, is going to have the long game being the more controlling deck. He's got more card draw. He's got counter spells. If the game goes long enough, he's going to take it over. On the other hand, Seth, he's also got a pretty potent deck. He's got ways to draw his cards with Abzan Charm and, powerful finishers in the form of Dragon Lord Atarka and Elspeth.
So who do you think is going to win? Based on the deck.
I like Shota's chances here. I just think having counter spells in a battle between two decks that, want to go long is just going to be a huge advantage for the blue deck.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think ultimately these are both control decks, and one of them has counterspells. I mean, it's not a lopsided matchup, but I agree. I think the edge goes to Yasuoka.
Okay, so a relatively slow start for both players here. Just a thought seize from Seth Manfield, which took a dissolve.
Oh, no
from
third
Shota.
land.
And this could be bad for Seth Manfield. Now, the good news for Seth is that Shota's deck isn't the type of deck that can pounce on him and finish him off right away, but he could find himself so far behind by the time he gets his mana legs underneath him here that it might not matter. Are we going to be discarding now? Yeah, it looks like it. Rough draw here for Seth Manfield. Passes a turn back. He must have 7 cards in his hand, and Shota is going to reload here with Jace's Ingenuity. No, that was before the cleanup step, so it was in fact 8 cards for Seth Manfield, who discards a Murderous Cut, and Yasuoka is now poised to try to shut the door. Now, these blue-black decks aren't really great at slamming the door on an opponent who doesn't have mana, but how can he work this to his advantage anyway?
Well, taking advantage of the time to draw cards with things like Jace's Ingenuity is a good first step. That said, Yasuoka is on the Dragons variety of the blue-black control deck, so he can actually win the game in a pretty timely fashion. He's got 2 copies of Icefall Regent, 2 copies of Dragon Lord Silumgar, and an additional copy of Silumgar the Drifting Death. So if we see him land one of those dragons while Seth is stuck on 2 or 3 lands, the game is going to be headed toward a close pretty quickly.
Okay, there is that critical 3rd land for Seth Manfield. Can he get something going from this point? His opponent is already sitting on 7, now going to 8 lands.
I mean, I like Seth's plays here. He could have played the Courser in his main phase, but if Yasuoka counters it, then, you know...
He's just done nothing.
He's done nothing that turn, but by passing and then offering an end-of-step Abzan Charm into a main phase Courser, he's got 2 chances to get through Yasuoka's counterspells.
It looks like the Abzan Charm did resolve. Yasuoka not concerned. And there's a Courser of Crewfix for Seth Manfield, which is also going to resolve. It's going to reveal a Sylvan Caryatid on the top, but Seth did draw a land or 2 thanks to his draw step plus the Abzan Charm, so he can continue to develop his mana base.
Yeah, I like how careful Yasuoka is being with his counterspells here. He's saying, I'm not going to try to take advantage of you being mana screwed in the sense that I'm going to counter the first several spells you play. I'm going to take advantage of you being mana screwed by sitting back, drawing cards, and sculpting my hand.
Yeah, he's also got ultimate price in his hand, so he just already had an answer. Now, sure, he does let Seth have the chance of getting that 1 land. Took the risk on, but he's going to use his creature removal where applicable here. By the way, Jason's Ingenuity, too.
Yeah.
Yasuoka finds a Thoughtseize. He's going to fire that off immediately. A lot of options here in Seth Manfield's hand. You see a Tasigur. There's floating at the back a Hero's Downfall, a Sidisi Undead Vizier. There's also a Siege Rhino. Murderous Cut not high on Yasuoka's list unless he's really planning to get in there with the Icefall Regents, those type of cards. It's hard to make those stick against the Abzan deck, though. They do have a lot of removal built in Game 1. Wow, a quick result from our back table. Marco Camiluzzi is already up a game over Eric Froelich. They are playing at 11-3-1 for Marco Camiluzzi, and Eric's at 11-4.
So
all right, so there it is. Ugin the Spirit Dragon, and the first move has been made for Shota Yasuoka, looking to try to close this game out. Hero's Downfall can kill it, but he took it away with Thoughtseize, so Seth Manfield's going to have to come up with something here. Looks like he's thinking about playing a Siege Rhino. Tasigur is the play.
You can see he delved away everything but the Hero's Downfall. I think correctly recognizing that the only way he's going to win this game is if he gets that Ugin off the table ASAP.
Right, so he's actually left this mana up so that he can, in fact, activate Tasigur instead of playing a Siege Rhino because, like you said, he's going to have to get there. The problem is he's let his opponent untap here, and Yasuoka could also just have a counterspell in this situation. Okay, so Ultimate Price is going to kill Tasigur, but the ability still goes on the stack, and he's going to get a Sylvan Caryatid out of the deal, which is not going to cut it against Ugin, who's already up to 11 loyalty and ready to go ultimate even if Yasuoka wants to.
And note the timing there, how Yasuoka waited until Seth activated Tasigur so that he could put the Tasigur, he could kill the Tasigur in response, putting another non-land card into the graveyard, so that worst comes to worst, he could, return the Tasigur to his hand.
Pretty nice stuff there from Shota Yasuoka. He plays really quickly as well, and at a very high level. It's very impressive. Okay, there's a Siege Rhino now for Seth Manfield, who's going to bump back up to 12, but Yasuoka's at 15.
You're at 13. 15. So 13. And you have me at what? 12?
I'm down in the feature match area sometimes, and Seth isn't always the best at keeping his life total in a trackable fashion. He gets a little sloppy with it sometimes. But they got it sorted out there, no problem. And we're going to ultimate Ugin here.
Wow.
So a huge play here for Shota Yasuoka. He ultimates Ugin the Spirit Dragon, still leaving Ugin intact, so that's gaining 7 life, drawing 7 cards, and then you can put up to 7 permanent cards from your hand on the battlefield after that.
So fun fact about Ugin's ultimate is it was designed to be the opposite of Nicol Bolas Planeswalker's ultimate to represent the way that they fight each other.
I like that. That's pretty cool. Speaking of pretty cool, what is Shota going to come off with? He gets to put 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 5 lands.
Can't seem to find any dragons.
You know, his deck doesn't have a ton of permanents in it.
He's got 6 dragons. Seen a lot of
It's
his
not a
deck
lot.
to go 0 for 6, though.
It's true. All right, but Seth Manfield has seen enough. Ugin the Spirit Dragon finishes things off here for Shota Yasuoka, who wins the first game of this 3-game match against
That Thoughtseize,
Seth
figured
Manfield.
didn't want to reveal his hand.
No, we'll be back right after these messages.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Dragons of Tarkir accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com. Are you new to Magic or know someone who is just starting out? You're in luck because Magic Duels is the best way to learn Magic and a great way to teach your friends. Look for Magic Duels Origins this July on Xbox One, PC via Steam, and tablet via iPad with PlayStation 4 joining later this year. Visit magic.wizards.com/duels for more information.
Welcome back to the feature match area. Let's jump down and see what Paul Rietzel versus Josh Utter-Layton looks like here. Josh is on blue-black control. Obzon for Paul Rietzel. They're still in game 1 here. 2 of our top 25 ranked pros battling it out here in the late stages. Both of them, I believe, at 11 and 4.
Yeah, the winner is going to miss top 8 on tiebreakers. So what they're really playing for is 5 pro points.
Which is a huge amount.
That's a lot of pro points. That's like winning a Grand Prix.
Yeah, winning Grand Prix 8, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. It's a huge, huge amount. And that's riding on one match here, so.
Yeah, decent chunk of change, a couple $1,000. I forget the exact schedule. But yeah, the stakes are pretty high, even though the winner is not going to have the tiebreakers required to make this top 8. We're going to have either 1 or 2 players who do make top 8 on 12 and 4.
Not bad.
Okay, Rietzel drops Josh Utter-Layton down to 14 with an attack from a Courser of Krufix. Both players have many cards in hand, and Paul Rietzel's going to deploy one of them, and it's a big one. Ugin. You got to figure Josh is going to use one of his dissolves on this.
Okay.
Card gets scryed to the bottom after dissolve takes care of Ugin. And digging through time is going to happen now for Josh Utter-Layton as well. So while there is a Courser of Krufix on the battlefield, it does look like Josh, with a full grip and having just resolved dig through time, should be in a good spot to take over this game. Now, I believe Josh is on the same list that Paulo Vitor Damarosa is on, the one that, you know, not really blue-black straight up. It's actually Esper colors.
Yeah, what you might call Esper Dragon Control. They are also.
For what it's worth, in the metagame breakdowns that are posted on the website, the blue-black decks that had merely a couple of Ojutais as the white splash are treated as blue-black control. What's been labeled Esper control are decks that are more white than just a couple of dragons.
I see. Yeah, those lines are always hard to find when naming decks. You can come up with many answers that work.
So both players seem to be playing a really controlling game here. Normally, I think Josh's deck is really happy to be at this stage of the game where he's got 8-9 lands in play. But Paul Rietzel on the Obzon side still has like 7 cards in his hand.
He does. He has a full grip of cards, and Courser still going here. I see that Josh Utter-Layton has a lot of action, though. He's got Ugin, he's got Crux, he's got Silumgar, the Drifting Death, in his hand. Along with a Bile Blight. Ultimate Price as well. So a lot going on for Josh Utter-Leyton, but like you said, Ian, Paul Rietzel not short on action himself.
Yeah, he's really prepared to go toe-to-toe here. And even though Josh has powerful Ugin in his hand, because of the presence of Hero's Downfall and the fact that he hasn't played any other creatures this game, he really can't run out the Ugin until he's ready to minus it and at least get some value out of it that way before it dies.
Or protect it with a counterspell even?
Yep, that's an option too.
You can see a little bit of stress there from Paul Rietzel. This is common look for him with his hands on his head like that. That's kind of helps him think. And here's another copy of Dig Through Time. So back-to-back turns for Josh Utter-Leyton firing off Dig Through Time. He is just churning through his library. There's a Dragonlord Ojutai and a Disdainful Stroke. I think that's what he's going to take here.
And Dragonlord Ojutai is a powerful proactive card that he can run out safely because of its pseudo hexproof.
Haven of the Spirit Dragons, the land for Josh. And it looks like it is finally time to deploy some threats here. This one's going to cost 6. Okay, so let's see what it is that Josh decides. It looks like it's going to be Silumgar, the Drifting Death, and he's going to be able to keep up mana for some reactive spells as well. But why don't we jump back up to our main feature match? Shota Yasuoka versus Seth Manfield. Yasuoka taking the first one pretty quickly after Seth Manfield stumbled on mana. Seth up against it here, looking to try to strike back and force a game 3.
I like how pretty quickly means he had time to ultimate his Ugin.
Look, it's blue-black control. Yeah, move at a different speed.
I agreed with everything you said.
No, I'm with you. Yeah.
Combat.
All right, well, not this time for Seth Manfield. He's got Satyr Wayfinder digging for lands. And he's going to be able to deploy a lot more threats this game than he was in the first one. This one's post-board, of course, though. Shota is going to have been keenly aware of the presence of decks a lot like Seth's. Maybe not quite the same build, but these Abzan decks have been everywhere in Standard for a while now, and if you build a deck that doesn't have good game against them, you better have a really good reason for it. So he's going to have sideboard action, will Shota.
Quite the winning in.
This is a lot rides on this for these players. It's crazy how it just comes down to one match sometimes.
Exactly do I need to
Thoughtseize off the top here for Yasuoka.
Am I dead?
He's going to pass the turn back.
Really dead? Really dead. Uh-oh. I'm stubborn. Yeah. I will choose non-dragons.
Okay, so Courser of Crewfix doing its thing. Shota's going to crack his Polluted Delta here. And you get a look at Yasuoka's hand on the right side of your screen there. Well, he's got the tools. He's got a Dissolve, a Downfall, a Thoughtseize, and then a whole bunch of card draw spells, and he's going to use his Hero's Downfall here.
Wow.
And a big match win here on our back table. Marco Camiluzzi defeats Eric Froelich to knock his dreams out. Now, Camiluzzi was 11-3-1 coming in. Does that put him in?
Yeah, he's in. That was a winning in. Ifro would have been in with a win. I mean, Ifro had the best tiebreakers amongst the 11-4 players, so Ifro would have been the 12-4 that got in if he could win the match. But at 0-2, Froelich, boy,
that sucks because he came in
6-0
yesterday 6-0 0-2,
and now he also finishes today 0-2. He lost a pair of win-and-ins to close out the tournament.
That is a tough beat, but congratulations to Marco Camiluzzi from Italy, who secures a top 8 spot with his victory over one of the best players in the world going right now. A great win for him, and we'll be seeing him in the top 8.
That said, still a great tournament for Eric. I think he picks
Another
up
one, yeah.
33, I think 11-5 is that 10 pro points? I think it's 10 pro points, which probably gets him. Li Shitian crashed and burned hard today. His combo deck did not get the job done, did not get the pairings he needed to win with Ascendancy combo. So I think Eric may jump to the Player of the Year lead with this, near miss.
It was close already, so
right.
Yeah.
Owen also had a mediocre day.
So meanwhile in our match, Yasuoka missed his 4th land drop.
Indeed.
Seth Manfield is thought seizing him on his turn. Yasuoka could have dissolved for a chance to scry, declined to so that he can leave up dissolve for a follow-up play.
Or disdainful stroke if dissolve gets taken here.
Right.
You can see Manfield actually just shaking his head. A lot to process here. He's got to map out pretty deep into this game. He has to assume that Shota's going to find some lands at some point here. Unless he can put some big pressure, you know, if Manfield can go.
Yeah, and this time Yasuoka a little bit stuck on land, but Manfield unable to capitalize, at least not right away here.
Yeah, the only pressure being just a lowly Satyr Wayfinder. Here's Thoughtseize, though, for Yasuoka, who hasn't actually revealed what that card that he drew was. It was an Icefall Regent. And a pretty powerhouse hand here. Elspeth, Ugin, and the Whip of Erebos that gets put in the graveyard here.
Right. So both players know Yasuoka has Disdainful Stroke in his hand, so the Thoughtseize strips away the Whip, and the Disdainful Strokes threatens to stop Elspeth from coming down this turn. So smart sequence by Yasuoka.
Yasuoka finds himself up a game against Seth Manfield, looking to secure his 2nd Pro Tour top 8, but that's what Manfield's looking to do here as well. He's going to need to win 2 games in a row, and right now he does have Yasuoka in a pretty tough spot, as you know, missing land drops is really bad for this control deck. I think he would like to hit a land drop for basically every turn of the game going out to, you know, 10 or 11, and instead he's missed 2 in a row.
So I wonder if Manfield is actually going to just play the Elspeth into Disdainful Stroke here just to get it out of Yasuoka's hand. Manfield's only other threat is an Ugin the Spirit Dragon, so he may just want to take the opportunity to kind of spend his mana, get Yasuoka's counterspell out of there, and then, you know, he'll be able to follow up on a later turn with something that sticks. The rest of Yasuoka's hand is extremely expensive. Even if he top decks a land next turn, he still can't play anything.
Yeah, you know, I got to say Yasuoka's got to feel some amount of relief here, though, to be able to just use up his mana on Seth Manfield's turn and to take down, you know, an Elspeth. If Manfield just passes a turn back, Yasuoka is then forced to leave that mana up forever anyway. It looks like Yasuoka drew Negate here. That could be huge. Is this another Elspeth? Yes, it is. Wow. And the freshly drawn Negate is going to take care of it. Whoa.
That leaves Manfield with just 1 card in his hand, and that's Ugin the Spirit Dragon.
Right.
So we'll see which happens first, if Manfield draws his 8th untapped land, or if Yasuoka can draw into another counterspell.
Main phase Dig Through Time.
Main phase Dig Through Time off of 3 lands. This is just so he can hit another one.
Yeah. What he wants to take here is land and either Negate or Disdainful Stroke for the Ugin.
Exactly. So Josh Hutter-Layton did, in fact, win that grindy game 1 that we watched against Paul Rietzel. We popped in on that while these gentlemen were shuffling, and it did look like Josh was in a good spot, but Rietzel had a whole lot of cards in hand, so it wasn't entirely clear, but Josh was able to win that one, so he's up a game. Again, not playing for top 8 there, but playing for a good chunk of money and a lot of pro points, so still a lot riding on that match.
Yeah, so, World's Invitation could easily come down to the pro points at stake in that match.
Those at large bids, you know, a final match has probably decided a lot of those.
So Yasuoka off the dig grabbed Dismal Backwater and Dragonlord Silumgar. Even though he's a little bit of ways from casting it, he knows about the Ugin in Manfield's hand, and he wants to be prepared with an answer.
And what an answer it is.
Yeah, and it can answer Ugin after the fact, even after a couple turns.
And Seth then drew a comes into play tapped land, so it did not get to deploy Ugin.
You know, answering Ugin a couple of turns later might actually be better even.
Mm-hmm.
Steal it ultimate. Another update from our back tables. Kyle Bogamus has just defeated Joel Larson 2-0, blue-black control, beating red-green dragons.
And that one, that's the win and sweat match here. Kyle Bogames had the second best tiebreakers, trailing only Eric amongst the 33-point players. So he's the guy that Andrew Olschwager is now dicing off against. Come into the round, Olschwager 61.9, Bogamese 61.1.
Oh, that is going to be a sweat then.
Right, and Olschwager, he took the double draw. Like
he did do it.
He went double draw to get to 36. He could have played 2 matches where winning either of them clinches top 8, and instead he opted for intentional draw, cross my fingers. And yeah, Bogamese is the guy most likely to leapfrog him now.
Okay, back on our main match here, Shota. Looks like he killed that Siege Rhino with a murderous cut.
Yep.
His life total is starting to dwindle here. And boom. Disdainful Stroke takes care of Ugin, and Ugin was going to be a massive threat just for plussing twice and killing Shota there.
Yeah, I love the way Yasuoka's been playing this game. Just very carefully making sure he is an answer for Manfield at each step of the way. And it looks like he's actually got the upper hand now.
He finally hit those lands. We knew he had a lot of action in his hand. And he's now kept a card on top of his library after scrying there with Temple of Deceit. And he is just going to run out Silumgar the Drifting Death here. So there's an opening now for Seth Manfield to draw some powerhouse play to get himself back in this. Siege Rhino's not bad. That is going to drop Shota Yasuoka down to 3.
Seth's remaining card is a Sylvan Caryatid.
Much to his dismay. Okay, so Yasuoka gets to untap. He is alive. He's going to take out Satyr Wayfinder with the ability from Dragon Lord Silumgar, but he still needs to deal with the Siege Rhino.
Yeah, and we'll see if Dragon Lord Silumgar comes down to grab the Siege Rhino.
I think that is what's happening here, Ian.
Yep, it does open up a 1-turn window for Seth to draw something like another Siege Rhino.
Ugin.
Or Ugin, yeah. If Yasuoka believes that he might have 2 Ugins in his deck.
Now Yasuoka does have 2 mana up, just doesn't have a 2 mana counter. Okay, so Siege Rhino goes to the bad guys, and this is a huge draw step for Manfield. Remember, Yasuoka's up a game here. What did Manfield find?
Wow.
Dragon Lord Atarka, which is enough to kill Dragon Lord Silumgar and get that Siege Rhino back where it belongs. But no! Silumgar's Scorn is going to be a hard counter here. And how fast can Shota Yasuoka close out this game and the match and put himself into the top 8? That's the question now, because there are precious few draw steps left here for Seth Manfield.
Right now? What do you have? Myself at? I don't know. What do you have to like check at? Yeah, you're at 19. 19 and you're at?
And with Yasuoka sitting on a Jace's Ingenuity and a Dragon Lord's Prerogative, chances are he'll be able to find another counter spell before Seth can answer this board.
And even have enough mana to cast it.
Mm-hmm.
Seth gets a draw step here. He just took 10. Arbor Colossus. Now, how does that change the math here? Before we do that,
Well,
actually,
yeah.
before I ask
First
that, how
Shota
about we
goes
resolve?
digging.
Yeah, I think whatever math we do is about to change. So
he just found an Icefall Regent, which
I think
does get the job done.
Yeah, he may have actually had the Icefall Regent in his hand prior to that.
Wow.
But
I think he has 2 now.
Valfug Indication is +4 life, too. He's out of Siege Rhino range now.
That's right. So he goes back up
range.
to 6 and Ugin. That's right. And wow, there's a Silumgar Scorn off the top. Icefall Regent to tap it down and extend the hand. Shota Yasuoka secures his seat in the top 8. Doesn't look like he can be bothered about it, but I bet he's excited.
Really impressive play by
Super
Yasuoka
stuff
that
from
game.
Shota. Yeah,
Great
congratulations to him on his second top 8.
He's been close a bunch of times. I mean, he's had a lot of day 2 runs deep into day 2 at the Pro Tour. Only broke through that barrier once, though. That second top 8 is huge for him.
Okay, so this leaves one more table left. Paul Rietzel versus Josh Utter-Layton. Josh won game 1. Again, these players are not playing for top 8, but they're playing for top 16, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the winner will finish 10th
or something.
11th, something like that. And I feel like what they're really playing for is Worlds. Like, they want points to go back to the World Championships. Paul Reitzel's made no left no doubt about how much he loves the ability to play that tournament. He's not a guy who travels to all the Grand Prix. He's got a full-time job, so he's always, when he gets the chance to scoop up pro points, he needs to grab them, especially if he wants to get back to Worlds.
There are plenty to scoop up here as well. 5?
Yeah.
It's a lot of pro points to pick up here. Paul Rietzel's already in the Hall of Fame. Josh Utter-Layton.
Not yet eligible.
Very likely to be once he becomes eligible. He's already got 5 Pro Tour top 8s.
Rietzel has 33 pro points so far this season. Josh has 27.
Oh yeah, this is a real fight here.
Yeah,
There's
10
Dragon Lord
versus
Ojutai.
15, a big deal.
Now, looking at the board here, Ian, as we pop in, Dragon Lord Ojutai versus a player struggling to hit their mana and having to play Read the Bones just to try to do so. Looks like Josh Utter-Layton is firmly in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, so it looks like on Paul Rietzel's previous turn, he main phased Abzan Charm to try to draw land, missed twice there.
He's resolved 3 Thoughtseize this game, or at least played for the 3 Thoughtseize, and a Courser, which apparently missed as well.
Yep, so he's dealt himself a ton of damage. He's failed to hit his land drops despite drawing extra cards, and Dragon Lord Ojutai is looking to finish the game in just 2 swings here. So pretty unfortunate start for Paul Rietzel.
Yeah, look at all the damage he's been dealt. Thoughtseize, 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 Read the Bones, Abzan Charm.
Yeah, I mean, normally he wouldn't be worried about taking that much damage, but given that he's missed so many land drops despite drawing so many extra cards, it puts him in range for a quick kill from Dragon Lord Ojutai, and he just isn't going to have time to deploy his hand.
He just took another damage from his Llanowar Waste there, but at least he gets Tasigur the Golden Fang on the battlefield to try to do something. In the meantime, he's going to take 5 more in the air, putting him down to just 2 life.
Although, fortunately for Paul Rietzel, it looks like Josh Utter-Layton doesn't have anything left in his hand.
Yeah, wait a minute. give me an attack step, and we'll get back to you on that one, Ian. Here we go. Let's take a look at the top 3. Oh, look, a dig through time. It's also Foul Tongue Invocation, which he could take to just take out Tasigur right now.
He took the dig.
Took the dig. So Josh goes from having not a lot in his hand to the card that finds you exactly what you need.
Right. Well, yeah. Having just lands left in his hand was step 1 for Paul Rietzel to get back into this game. Step 2 would have been Dragon Lord Ojutai missing on the Anticipate trigger. Unfortunately for him, that Anticipate drew Josh Utter-Layton into a dig through time, which is going to draw him into even more.
Which looks like it looks like he's going to get another dig through time and then a Dragon Lord Silumgar, or maybe that's a Silumgar the Drifting Death, but one or the other.
Yeah, if Josh were to pick up a counterspell here, that would be all but game.
Yeah, he couldn't find one. The Dissolve would have been fantastic for Josh, but like you said, it would have effectively ended the game. As it stands, it is kind of interesting. You know, Paul, if he has a removal spell, he's just forced to fire it off here.
Yeah.
And he does have Hero's Downfall, and I think it's going to resolve.
I don't think he's optimistic.
I don't think he is either. He's passed the turn back to Josh, meaning that Dragon Lord Ojutai now has Hexproof, and Josh can actually decide whether or not he wants to attack with it. You know, he doesn't have the ability to protect it, and now he could just say, well, if I can't protect it, maybe I'll try to play for a win next turn or something along those lines. He also has another dig through time that he can resolve. He's going to have to take out the other dig in his graveyard to do it. Here comes Dragon Lord Ojutai. And Hero's Downfall takes down the Elder Dragon. No worries, though, for Josh. He's got a backup plan. Another hexproof Elder Dragon. Or not an Elder Dragon, excuse me. Dragon. This is Silumgar the Drifting Death. Dare you block. Josh is at 16.
Hexproof seems like an issue here.
Yeah, this one doesn't lose hexproof at any point.
Nothing.
Okay, and that's going to do it. A jovial handshake between the two, but you know that Josh is relieved to win this match against a tough opponent like Paul Rietzel and to pick up all those extra pro points and money.
That's platinum for Josh, if my math is right. He's either at platinum now or 1 point from clinching it. I mean, he'll need the 3 points from the next PT, but if he was at 27, he just picked up 15. Okay, that's 42. He's going to get at least 3. I think the line's 46 this year. Anyway, Paul, good news for Paul. he lost this match. He didn't get the 5 points he wanted for Worlds, but the 10 points that he does get, I believe, clinches another season of Platinum for Paul.
Okay, so another season of Platinum for me. He's going to be out there on the road, and you know he has been able to juggle this with his full-time job and that kind of thing. We see that a lot, and he's going to be compelled to do so again.
Platinum benefits also stack with Hall of Fame benefits. He double dips every time he comes to a Pro Tour. He gets both of those appearance fees. It's it's hard to find time to go to all the Grand Prix, but the Pro Tours are a pretty sweet deal for Paul. If he can maintain Platinum.
Shota Yasuoka played his guts out there and made it. He is going to be in his second top 8. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been playing really impressively all weekend. He's a super fast player, but that doesn't detract from his technical skill. I mean, it's just truly amazing watching him execute swiftly and perfectly, and I really love the deck that he brought to the table this weekend. It's not quite what we've seen from all the other varieties of the blue-black or Esper control. It's kind of his own spin on things.
Which he's very known for. You know, he is very much a brewer in Constructed. He'll bring his own decks every single time, and he seems to do well with them every single time. He rarely misses. Now, the big question mark for Shota is, how did you do in the draft? And in this case, I think he finished 5-1 in the draft portion, if I'm correct, and he certainly 3-0 day one, and it looks like Shota has kind of hit his stride with draft. I wonder if he's putting a lot of extra time in on that.
Dude can just play Magic.
Yeah, he can just
I feel
play,
like
but
he's just overdue for this top 8. He just kept coming close, not quite getting in. It's just a matter of time.
It was just a matter of time. Now, Randy, you think you're in the Hall of Fame, and you think about it a lot. You know, you have a vote, that kind of stuff. Shota Yasuoka is one of those people, I think, that everybody looks at like, you know, I want to vote for Shota, but he just has the one Pro Tour top 8, and that just doesn't meet the threshold for most people.
Agreed.
Does 2 change that?
I think it changes it for some number of voters. Absolutely. I mean, I'm not a big believer in litmus tests. You need this many top 8s. I think you have to look at the whole thing. And for me personally, I put a lot of stock in top 16s, top 32s. You know, somebody like, you know, an Eric Froelich who only had the 3 top 8s, but had like 9 top 16s. I thought he was a borderline candidate. Now, fourth, which is part of the reason people think that 4th top 8 really puts him over the top. Shota's got some of those top 16, top 32s where I do think second top 8 will get people to give him a long, serious look.
Okay. That's going to do it for the Swiss rounds here from Brussels. Let's send it back to the news desk and Richard Hagan.
Marshall, Ian, Randy, thank you so much for all your sterling efforts in the booth over 16 rounds of Swiss here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. There's one piece of drama left, really, and we're still several minutes away from that. As I peer around the camera, I can tell you that there are 10 minutes left in the round. Could have just looked at the screen. You know that as well as I do. 10:35, there you see it. One person is really, really sweating right now, and that is Andrew Olschrager. It is his birthday today. Happy birthday. Is it going to be a happy birthday? 2 rounds ago, he was on 34 points, knowing that a win in either of the last 2 rounds would put him in the top 8 of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. Then he faced Martin Dang, and he took an ID, putting him to 35 points. Then he played in the last round. He took an intentional draw, taking him to 36 points. We know for certain that Andrew Olschrager will finish 8th or 9th at this Pro Tour, and he began the round with a 0.8% opponent match win percentage, that's the tiebreak, over Kyle Bogomez, who defeated Joe Larson. There are other players getting to 36 points. There are some terrific players getting to 36 points, but their tiebreaks are quite a long way back. We're almost certain that Bogomez or Olschrager will be 8th and 9th. If you ID'd yourself into 9th twice over 2 rounds, wow. That's the position for Olschrager and Bogomez. Meanwhile, Strasky, Sullivan, Dang, Chung, Hendriks, Yasuoka, Camelluzzi, they're all on social media high-fiving everyone. They are in. 7 in. Who is 8? Well, someone who is in the happy position of being one of the 7 is waiting for us right now. And I know a lot of you are bleary-eyed over at the far side of the world. I think we should let you go to bed very soon. So without further ado, let me offer you Mr. Jason Chung.
Thanks, Rich. Brian David Marshall here, sitting in the chairs with Jason Chung. Come on, they were
I'm excited.
They've been waiting. I heard people in New Zealand have been staying up, not willing to go to sleep until they knew you were locked for the top 8.
Yeah, I've been messaging a bunch of people after every round, and I had lots of people that are like, congrats on like probably making top 8, but I really want to stay awake until you get a handshake. Like, I have like lots of shout outs to people who like stayed awake, like Ruben Wilson stayed and I was like talking to him. Carwayne Johnson went to sleep. There was a
Well, he doesn't get a shout out then.
He does not get a shout out.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. And then there was like a bunch of people that would just stay awake, and lots of people that actually went to bed just before. So let's not mention their name.
Okay.
Definitely don't mention Sten or Henry.
Nope, will not mention them at all. Okay, so this has been a pretty big season for you. You're coming off of a top 16 at the previous Pro Tour in Washington. You're coming off a Grand Prix top 8 in Auckland, and now you have a Pro Tour top 8 here in Brussels. What does this mean for you for the season? Are we going to see a platinum Players Club in New Zealand?
Yeah, that is the plan. This has been huge for me. I've locked up gold, and like hopefully I can win the first round tomorrow, and that locks me up platinum. And I was reading the benefits of platinum like 5 minutes ago. I really like the paying for hotel accommodation. I don't have to sort it out.
You just want the ease of mind.
Yeah, that was what appealed to me the most.
I gotta tell you, if you like an offbeat personality, I haven't known Jason very long yet, but I could tell already. You know, Jason said to me, I really want to win my top 4 match for the trophy.
Yeah,
my top 8 match so I get a top 4 trophy. He's like, I want something from my bookshelf.
So in my top 8 of Grand Prix Auckland, I was doing really well, and then I lost the first round of top 8, and I was just like, did top 4 get a trophy? Did I just lose my win and in for my trophy?
Right, playing for platinum though in top 4, so a little bigger. It would be nice to have the trophy.
Yep.
But get your platinum. Tell me a little bit about your preparation for this tournament.
I did not prepare much at all. Like, I got in Thursday morning, and I was basically saying I should play the same deck as Paul Jackson, which I'm rooming with right now. And I was like, he was on Absent Aggro. I'm like, all right, I'm going to play the same 75 as you because you tested and I trust you. So then I took a look at his list and I'm like, I'm not going to be able to play this properly. I'm going to play a much easier deck. So I ended up playing Red Green Aggro, and it was the same deck the other New Zealander Matthew Little was on, and we played that same 75.
Okay, and then what is the appeal of that deck for you in terms of being, like, what makes it easier to play for you than Abs on Aggro?
Most of your turns, you're just playing one card, like 2 tops. You don't have to worry about removing stuff, and it's quite an aggressive deck, and you just like play dragons, and you just need to draw really well. Like, the deck like reduces the amount of decisions you need to make. So, at the end of the day, like I basically played a deck, and I was just like, I just need to draw well, and I did.
Okay. How was Limited for you this weekend?
I played 2 drafts prior to this weekend on Moto, which I 3-0'd them both, and I still had no idea what I was doing. And I basically came in being like, I'm going to draft the same strategy I normally draft, which is red aggro. Like, I'm a big fan of aggressive strategies in draft, and it's pretty good at dragons, offers a lot in red. And both times I was just able to go into red and just draft like a red aggressive deck.
So is that a deck like a dash deck where you're getting like Scream Reach Berserkers and cards like and Mardu Scouts and that kind of stuff?
It tries to play it tries to always play like a 2-drop on turn 2, 3-drop on turn 3, and then just like close the game, have like the good removal spells like Twin Bolt, and like you said, like some of the dash cards if it's available.
Sure.
I'll draft red-black, but that's not like my biggest fan. Like, I really like drafting red, stay in red, and then figure out what color I'm in later.
Whatever's open, you'll just accompany it with that. Okay, so you got to play a match tomorrow. We don't know yet who you're going to play. Who is going to help you play test overnight, and what's your plan for preparing for your quarterfinal matchup?
Well, first of all, we're going to go to a really nice place for dinner, which I don't know where yet. And then afterwards, all of the Australians are going to help me test
we have Paul Jackson, we have Paddy, we have Don, we have Chester. Like, there's just a bunch of like really nice guys, and like they're really good to test with. They're going to help me prepare, and they really want me to get platinum.
Well, now will you stay up, or will they stay up for you? Will you go to bed and like wake up and get like handed a dossier on your quarterfinal matchup?
I did not think about that. I definitely want to get to bed at a reasonable time, but I definitely want to be the one testing for some majority of time. Like, hopefully we can get 2 matches going of the same 75 versus 75.
I'm just going to give you you might want to save the really nice dinner for tomorrow then.
The plan is to have 2 nice dinners, one celebrating top 8 and one celebrating platinum.
Excellent. I like this plan. I like this plan a lot. Okay, so good luck tomorrow. Good luck with your double dinners.
Yep.
And we're going to send it back to the news desk and Rich Hagon.
All right, thanks very much to Brian David Marshall. 10 matches still to come in. I wonder how many of those, if you could slow time down and actually see the 20 players still playing out there, how many of those have played either Kyle Bogomez or Andrew Olschrager? Really matters. 8th, 9th, Olschrager, Bogomez, we think. I suppose someone else could sneak into 9th up from the 33s, but it really does look like that. 7, though, we know are locked in. If you're just joining us, Strasky, Sullivan, Dang, Chung, Hendriks, Yasuoka, Camiluzzi, in for sure. Olschrager, Bogomez, that's the decision point, we believe. Lots of other important matches coming in, though. Few names that have been off the radar, because once you get to round 4 losses, you tend to fall off the feature match table somewhat, and we just don't have time to tell you about everyone. We do have a couple of minutes now, just to mention a couple of perhaps some of your favourites. Bob Marr, Hall of Famer, Team Work as was, now Team Ultra Pro. He's kind of the organiser behind that team. I think the sponsors will be very happy with the team's first outing, and Marr ends up with 11 and 5. So right in the mix of top players in day 2, not quite in the mix for top 8 though. Also 11 and 5, Makihito Mihara, the 2006 world champion with Dragon Storm, although he was a Dragon Master there, couldn't quite get all the way to the top 8 here. 11 and 5 also for Bram Snepvangers of the Netherlands. Now, we hardly saw Bram at all this weekend, but he quietly went about winning 2, losing 1, winning 3, losing 1, and that gets you to 11 and 5, a really, really solid day 2 record. Steve Rubin, well done to him. He really delivered on this Pro Tour, 11 and 5. Joel Larson, of course, missed out, losing to Kyle Bogomez in that last round. He falls to 11 and 5. 12 and 4, you saw Josh Utter-Layton beat Paul Rietzel 12, so Rietzel goes to 11 and 5. And I want to give a special shout out to Christopher Virula, 11, 4 and 1. Pretty sure that is the finest performance by a Guatemalan at this level. It's probably, that's going to be enough to bring him back again, because 33 match points gets you another invite. That is fantastic job. Well done, Guatemala. You have a star representing you at the highest level. Well done, Christopher Virula. So, more action, more players waiting to be interviewed by Brian David Marshall. We go to Europe, we go to Italy, the very likeable, the very excitable. Here's Marco Camiluzzi.
Thanks, Rich. Brian David Marshall sitting here with Marco Camiluzzi from Rome.
Yeah, from Rome, capital of Italy. Yes,
capital of Italy, right?
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
Tell me what is going on with Italian Magic. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of Italian flags high up in the standings. You're coming off a strong performance at the last Pro Tour.
Yeah. Well, no, it's good. You know, we are starting to be a big community. You know, we're a little state, but you know, year after year, after some good results, probably the start was when Samuele Stratti won the GP Philadelphia in 2010, and I was there. You know. Probably after this point.
Were you part of that mob that was just like cheering and making a huge scene there?
Yeah. We were maybe 12 Italians, but we were looking like 100 person. You know.
How nice was it for you when you clinched top 8? One of the first people that came running over to you was Samuele Stratti, and he just gave you a big hug and was like, yeah!
Yeah, it's probably the best part of this game, you know. I knew a lot of friends. I saw a lot of places. It's really good. After 5 years, the same guy that won the APT, it was the first one that shook my hand. So it's huge.
Now, I know that we talk a lot about how one player will go and have success from a country, and it'll sort of lift up the player base and bring other people there. You have a very direct story about this. Mario Pascoli, who was top 8 of Pro Tour
Kuala
Lumpur. He inspired you to come to the Pro Tour.
Yes, of course. When I was started playing, I was almost 18. I just, I was in this shop. I just heard a lot of stories, about. Remember when we were in Australia? Remember we were in US, in Japan. So, I started feeling, wow, I really wanna. I wanna be in this story, So, I was just thinking the game is really beautiful. It's a super skill game, and with this game, you can see the world, I knew a lot of guys, a lot of players. It's fine.
Yeah. Now you work a lot with Andrea Mangucci, Italian player who's coming off a Pro Tour, recent Pro Tour top 8. But I would expect maybe an Italian team, but you're part of an international team with a lot of players from the United States as well.
Yeah, we are. I'm working with Day One MTG. There are really a lot of good players.
Ben Friedman, Chris Calcano, Timothy Wu,
Daryl Donegan. I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We are making a good work. We are all good guys. Honestly, not for me in this PT, because I told you I didn't have a lot of time for testing because I'm working a lot. We're working a lot in this period, but we made a really good job. So we are a good team of friends. We are working really hard. So today is me. Tomorrow will be another one.
Right. So it's a team effort.
Yeah.
So what's your plan for tonight? How do you plan to prepare for your quarterfinal? What do you do?
I'm not sure, because a little part of me think that I need to test a lot, test the matchup that I have to play in the quarterfinal, try all sideboard plans, make all strategies as possible with my teammates. But there is also a part of me that said, maybe I can go outside with my friends and my teammates, share something to drink, some beers. But, I made both. So.
A little of both?
Yeah, I'm sure that I'll take some beers for sure.
But you'll also have your friends play testing the matchup for you and giving you advice about how to sideboard, get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, good night's sleep for sure, But no, I told you, I really believe in my team because they are all good players. So if they test a matchup and they say, okay, Marco, you have to do this, I believe in him.
Okay. Tell us about the deck and why it's been so good for you this weekend.
I was playing Absent Control. It's it's nothing special deck, because you play one spell for turn, you play 26 lands, that is really a lot. There are a lot of lands, nothing special, but it's really consistent, You take some little advantages turn by turn, and you have a lot of bombs. So, for this deck, honestly, I have to say thank you to Andrea Mangucci, the other Italian player, because he played a lot this deck. He made all sideboard plans. I told you, a week before PT, the team doesn't have a great idea. After a week testing Absent Control, they said, okay, this is really good deck.
That's the deck. So, well, I'm going to let you get out on the floor, celebrate with your teammates. Not too much, though.
No.
You're going to practice?
Yeah, it's true. I'll practice.
And we'll see you tomorrow. For Marco Camiluzzi, this is Brian David Marshall, sending it back to the news desk, and Rich Hagon.
Now, I know that you love trivia. I'm pretty certain that Marco Camiluzzi is the only top 8 player in Magic history with 2 copies of 4 different letters in his second name. Double M, double I, double L, double Z. Marco Camiluzzi. That's the kind of stats you want here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. More importantly, here's stats you actually want. Of the 9 decks that are left in the building that can still claim this title, well, it's a pretty interesting mix. Andre Strasky, who of course is in the top 8, is playing Green Devotion. Adrian Sullivan, Blue-Black Control. Let's start counting those up, shall we? Number 2, Martin Dang, Red Aggro. Fine. Jason Chung of New Zealand, he's playing Red-Green Dragons. Thomas Hendriks is Green Devotion. That's the second copy of that in the top 8. But then, Shota Yasuoka, Blue-Black Control. Marco Camiluzzi, Abzan Control. Kyle Bogomez, if he makes it in, Blue-Black Control. Then you've got Andrew Olschrager, Blue-Black Control. Quite a lot of control running around. Quite a lot. So we see who makes it in. Green Devotion, Blue-Black Control, Red Aggro, Red-Green Dragons, Green Devotion, Blue-Black Control, Blue-Black Control, Abzan Control, Blue-Black Control. One of those Blue-Blacks, Olschrager or Bogomez, we still believe, as we wait for the last few results. Well, our Dragon Tracker is going to lie dormant overnight. How did our 16 rounds of Swiss end up? Our Dragon Tracker, every time one appeared in play in the feature match area, well, let's see our answer. Light the flames, 85 dragons. 85 in the feature match area. It's more than 5 a round, just in the 4 matches, and often less than 4 matches, because we saw, obviously, the whole of one. That's an awful lot of dragons running around. Will we get over the 100 in the 7 matches tomorrow? Well, Green Devotion, Blue-Black Control, Red Aggro, Red-Green Dragons. There's a lot of Blue-Black Control running around. That's certainly some Silumgars we might see. So we'll have to see what happens with that. I can tell you that we're closing in on the end of this round. We're down, no matches left. That means they're crunching the numbers now. But I'm going to head you across town once again. We're in Belgium, but just next door is the Netherlands, and that means the home of our next top 8 competitor, sitting with Brian David Marshall. It's Thomas Hendriks.
Thanks, Rich. Brian David Marshall here with Thomas Hendriks. Congratulations, Thomas, on your first top 8 of your Pro Tour career. Tell me a little bit about how you became to be the second Dutch player in the cabin crew.
Well, I was on the Dutch WMC team, and I was playing with Frank, as you all may all know. And well, I just asked him if I could prepare with him, and he said, yeah, why not? So he invited me to come.
It always pays to ask.
Yeah. It was a good experience. I enjoyed it a lot.
So now you're testing with these guys. You all realize that red-green is going to be a very powerful way to go. And you and Andre Strasky, both in the top 8, both from the cabin crew, take 2 different directions on how to put Dragonlord or Tarka into play.
Yes.
Tell me about the differences between the 2 decks.
Well, he went for the CD and written version, which I didn't, because I wanted to be able to have a better game against the control decks in the format. Well, he didn't play against the control decks at all, so his deck worked for him, and I did play against the control decks, and I won against a couple, so I guess my choice worked for me, so I guess it was a bit of luck with the pairings, and also both decks are fine. So.
Right, it's a solid deck no matter what. But if you think you're going to see a lot of control, see the unwritten just becomes too risky in your mind.
Yeah, too many expensive spells, and it's if they're killing all your guys, you're never getting the 2 guys. So then it's just 6 mana, I get 1 guy, and I rather just cast 1. And in the CD and written versions, you cannot play the Genesis Hydra, and that one's really good against control. So that's why I wanted to play the CD and written Lust version.
So the big difference is he has CD unwritten, you have Genesis Hydra. Is that yes, the main distinction between the 2?
And Xena Ghost, the Planeswalker, also Xena Ghost. Yes.
So do you have any idea of where you guys are in relation to each other in the standings as you go into the top 8? Like, could we see like the red-green showdown in the quarterfinals?
I hope not, but I believe Andre finished first because he even won his last match, I heard. So, and I don't think I'll be last because there's one person with X4 in the top 8, so I won't be seeing him in the quarters.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay.
That's
so
really
you
good
dodge
for us.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell me about how you two, as teammates, but ultimately as adversaries here, are going to prepare for the top. Are you going to split your team up for playtesting purposes?
I think we'll first prepare for the quarterfinal matches, of course. And for the Maria, we played enough of it already, so I don't think we need to prepare that. We'll just play a couple of games.
But will you get some teammates working with you for your quarterfinal match, while he gets some teammates working with him for his quarterfinal match, or will you guys help each other? How do you split up the team resources when you have 2 players in the top 8?
I'm not sure yet because this is my first top 8, but I think we will be. We'll just do it all together and we'll see how it goes. I think we want to prepare all the matches we both play, so I think we'll prepare for all the matches together.
Okay. What was your draft record like this weekend? How did you do in the 2 formats, draft versus standard?
I started the first draft at 2-1, and then lost 2 in standard, so I was 2-3 after round 5, and then I lost. Then I won the rest. So I was 5-1 in draft total. Yeah.
So you have not lost a match
since round
6 you won, and then you've won all the way through.
Yes.
Did you get to shake hands in the last round, or did you have to win that as well?
I did.
Okay. All right. You got to take a little bit of a breather there in that last round. Okay, Thomas, I'm going to let you and Andre get out there and start drafting up your teammates.
Yeah.
You'll first pick Frank, I assume.
What?
You'll first pick Frank if you have to choose a teammate.
Everyone is good enough, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay, I'm going to let you get out on the floor. So for Thomas Hendriks, it's Brian David Marshall, sending it back to the news desk, and Rich Hagon, who has some results we might all be waiting for.
I think the important thing is that we have all the results. So that's the key thing. No matches are waiting, so all the math is done. The players will go out and there will be a top 8 announcement which we will bring to you live. Remember, we knew that 7 were in for sure. Andre Strasky, Adrian Sullivan, Martin Dang, Jason Chung, Thomas Hendriks, Shota Yasuoka, and Marco Camiluzzi. We've been telling you throughout this little exercise in math excitement, which is an interesting little phrase in and of itself, that Andrew Olschrager, with his ID in round 15, may have put himself in jeopardy. And with his ID in round 16, may have put his tournament life in extreme peril. Kyle Bogomez beat Joel Larson, and Bogomez did all he could. 0.8% is what separates Bogomez from 8th place over Olschrager, and a lifetime of eternal misery for having ID'd twice. But is it enough? All I can tell you right now is that things got very, 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 very close. We'll wait for the top 8 announcement to see what unfolds. But meanwhile, BDM, while you were chatting with the top 8 over there, we were talking a little about the decks that have emerged into the top 8. And there's no doubt that one of the big stories here is blue-black control. If Bogomez gets in, he's blue-black control. Olschrager is blue-black control, so that's one for sure.
It could be as much as half the top 8 field.
It is, because either way, because they are both blue-black control.
Oh, sure.
Right, and then you have Shota Yasuoka there for certain. Right, and then you have Adrian Sullivan as well. You've got a couple of Green Devotion decks with their different flavorings.
Sure.
We've been talking a lot about flavorings of decks through the weekend. The word that is reasonably missing from this list, well, there's 2. One is Abzan. We have an Abzan control list from Marco Camiluzzi. And the other is aggro. Go back 7 days, Syracuse, aggro 1 to 8. Oh look, blue-black control lists went, now I know what you're trying. And here are my answers. Fascinating metagame calls.
We've seen this happen before at the Pro Tour level where a white weenie deck dominates the field. I think that was that Pro Tour Yokohama, where the white weenie decks were dominating literally the week before, and then people were like, well, I guess I'll play these sulfur elementals and these, so people will adjust to this very strong shift in the metagame from one week to the next.
I'm still surprised though just how many have made it through. Now, they're all blue-black. None of them are Esper. Right. There is no blue-white control list here.
It's not the blue-black deck that's splashing for Ojutai.
Right, like Palavida Damaderosa was played. Because we called that blue-black basically because Ojutai was the only card that was in there. So that was the way, rather than lumping them all into blue-black control. But I do wonder whether the fact that the control list was relatively straightforward in terms of color pair, that you weren't, that this time around, control was not diversified into, am I pure Esper, am I blue-white splashing black, am I blue-black splashing white? This time, everyone who's been getting there are blue-black. The players are ready. Someone's about to have heart failure. Let's find out who. It's time for the top 8 announcement of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our top 8 announcement. In first place, with 40 match points, from the Czech Republic, Andrej Strasky. In second place, with 38 match points, from the United States, Adrian Sullivan. And in third place, with 38 match points, from Denmark, Martin Dang. Congratulations. In fourth place, with 37 match points, from New Zealand, Jason Chung. And in fifth place, with 37 match points, from Japan, Shota Yasuoka. In sixth place, with 37 match points, from Italy, Marco Camiluzzi. In seventh place, with 37 match points, from the Netherlands, Thomas Hendriks. And in eighth place, with 36 match points, from the United States, Andrew Olschwager. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 8 competitors for Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir.
Congratulations, guys. Congratulations, guys. Great work. Just hang out with me for a few minutes.
.06 of 1% is what separated Andrew Olschwager in 8th from Kyle Bogomez in 9th. 0.06%. BDM, we have history on Sundays and we have hard luck stories on Saturday nights. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle was really looking for a finish that would allow him to continue his season. So this is, while it's a hard luck story that he came that close, I know Kyle is ultimately happy that he is going to be going to Vancouver, playing in another Pro Tour, trying to mount his case to get to gold or silver, to sort of string the next event together as he gets himself back into Pro Tour fighting shape here.
Right, this is someone who is a finalist from a Pro Tour in 2010 and just coming back to the game now after a few years out.
But I got to look forward to tomorrow. And to me, everything, we talked about blue-black control as being this storyline this entire weekend, and who better to carry that torch into Sunday than, I think you know what I'm going to say here, Shouty Yasuoka. Yeah, I mean, he is the patron saint of control players. He played a blue-black mirror at the end of day one. His opponent's like, well, I got into Magic because I was watching Shouty Yasuoka play control. Right? This is his second top 8 of his career. He, of course, is a Pro Tour champion at Pro Tour Charleston, won the Player of the Year race that year.
2006.
2006. Has come so close so many times to getting another top 8. Really kind of like, you want to talk about hard luck. I mean, he's really just missed a lot of close calls.
Sure.
Got there emphatically this weekend.
Yes, that's certainly true. In order to win, he will need to beat 3 of 7 potential opponents. Let's walk you through the top 8. BDM, who's on number 1 seed?
Andre Strosky. Andre's now playing in the second Pro Tour top 8 of this season. He, Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir, he has a top 8, and now he's here top 8 again, a member of Cabin Crew, playing kind of an offbeat deck from the other members of his team, playing red-green Devotion, but choosing to go with See the Unwritten, where some other members of his team did not do that.
So basically, as long as it's now, he's in the top 8 of the Pro Tour. Cons of Tarkir now, Dragons of Tarkir now. It's only when it's a go, Fate Reforged. Well, he's only 19.
Only
he
19
in the now.
Yeah, only 19 years old, 2 Pro Tour top 8s. His teammates say, you know what? He's great. He's going to get better. Matej Zadelkai said, there's still, and he said, no insult intended at all. There's still a lot of room for improvement with him. So, very exciting to see what he does.
Number 2 is who?
Well, someone who's been playing Magic longer than Andre Strosky's been alive, and that's Adrian Sullivan. Adrian Sullivan, he's at Gen Con when Magic is released. I mean, he's been playing since the earliest days. He's been involved with the game in all sorts of different facets. He's been at the Magic Dojo. He's, worked on different websites. He's been writing about Magic for forever, as long as almost anyone has been writing about Magic. And over the last couple of years has become just one of the vanguards of the control decks in Standard over the last couple of years, whether it's white-blue with Quicken or blue-black with Perilous Wall.
Yeah, and it's no surprise to see him do well here because, first of all, he said he had a fantastic draft deck on day one, and as soon as he saw his draft deck on day one, he thought, yeah, I'm going to monster my way through this tournament. He really felt he was in great shape. But it wasn't misplaced confidence. This is someone who is in the top dozen or so in this 450-strong qualified field at Standard, our constructed format. No surprise that he's done well and is in his top 8. Number 3.
Number 3 is Martin Dang, no doubt crushed by missing out on winning Player of the Month for March in my column this week. That gave him the kerosene to, light his fire here. No, I mean, Martin Dang obviously won Grand Prix Liverpool earlier this month. Wind at his back, a good team supporting him. This player from Denmark.
That's right, and it's his 10th, 11th Pro Tour now over a long, long period. I mean, dating back, to the early 2000s. And he's one of those players, it's all very well for us to talk about, here's someone new who's just starting out and they've done fantastically. Here's someone who's been around forever at the forefront of the game. Well, Martin Dang's someone who gives you hope that actually you keep playing Magic, you keep learning, you keep just being around.
You don't have to be 19-year-old wunderkind Andre Strosky. You can actually figure out what you're doing and get better.
That's right. Yeah. You can, and slow and steady sometimes wins the race. This is a race he's won, and he has one of the best win percentages of anyone this season. Up up over 80% at Grand Prix level, he decided to make it the same at Pro Tour level. Great job. Number 4.
Jason Chung. Jason's coming off a top 16 finish at Pro Tour Reforged. Someone who kind of slipped under the radar, a little New Zealand player, was keeping up the New Zealand faithful, was staying up till 4:30 in the morning, waiting for the announcement that he was officially in the top 8. Wanted to see that handshake. Go to sleep. He's in.
They have
You'll
done.
see
You
him
don't
tomorrow.
need to talk to them. They're not there because they're stocking up on sleep for the top 8.
5th seed, Shota Osoka.
Right. Who we've discussed.
We've discussed.
It's going to be interesting because sometimes things can get murky when you have someone great playing a particular deck, and sometimes the matchups are bad, and sometimes it's the only one of the deck, and sometimes it's unusual. Tomorrow, we could see Shota potentially, depending how the brackets fall. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, but there is a potential for a blue-black masterclass in Control. Just suddenly going to make me finding sleep difficult tonight.
And you know what? Shota Osoka in the top 8 is going to make sleep difficult for all 7 of his potential competitors that he could face throughout tomorrow. Just one of the most respected and feared players in the game.
Who's number 6?
Marco Carmeluzzi, Italian player. Really had a fascinating conversation with him about the Italian Magic community. Again, someone who was inspired to go to the Pro Tour, talking to Mario Pascoli. Someone you remember from your Pro Tour debut.
That's right. In the booth, the finals of Pro Tour Kuala Lumpur up against John Fink.
And he said he's in his game shop in Rome with all these players who've been to the Pro Tour, and they're like, oh, remember that time we were in Japan? And oh, do you remember that time we went to the United States? And he's like, I want to do that.
That sounds great.
And he was there when Samuel Estrade won in Philadelphia.
Right.
And it was a great moment because the moment Marco won his match against Eric Froelich and came out of the feature match area, the first person to come just like ramming into him with a giant bear hug was Samuela Estrade.
That's wonderful, yeah.
Yeah, it was really amazing, and I know it meant a lot to Marco for that to happen.
Right, 3 Grand Prix top 8s for Camiluzzi as well. This is not a bolt from the blue by any stretch of the imagination. Great job. Number 7.
Thomas Hendriks.
Right.
So Thomas Hendriks, coming off of being a member of the Dutch national team at the World Magic Cup, worked with Frank Karsten, said, hey, Frank, do you think I could come hang out with the cabin crew to prepare for this event? Frank's like, yeah, sure, come on. And here he is. He's playing a different, we talked about the 2 versions of the red-green deck. He's playing a much more traditional rampy version, whereas Andre Strasky's playing a combo-y version that has See the Unwritten.
Right. Yes.
And interestingly, if you had to pick one based on what Hendriks said to me, he said, my deck's much better against Control. Andre's is kind of weak to Control because of See the Unwritten. So, if one of those 2, the smart wager would be on Hendriks there.
Right, so by my reckoning we're up to 7, and that brings us to the edge of his seat.
The tightrope walker.
Right. We should give him that name.
Yes.
And now presenting to you in his first Final Four.
Without a net.
Without absolutely nothing but net. Andrew Olschwager, my lord. So, I like Carl Bogemus very much. I am so relieved for Andrew Olschwager that he is in this top 8 because with 2 rounds to go, he was on the brink. He was at 34 points, knowing that a win in either of the last 2 rounds would be safely in on 37. And he then took an intentional draw to go to 35 and an intentional draw to go to 36. And then sweat and sweat and sweat. And 0.06%.
Unbelievable. Let me give a quick rundown on the top 16 here. Kyle Bogemies, Craig Wesco, Josh Utter-Layton, Sam Black, Paulo Vitor, Damarosa, Brad Nelson, another strong standard performance for Brad Nelson,
of course,
and Andrea Mengucci and Seth Manfield. That's your top 16. Just a stacked top of the field.
0.06% of 1%, by the way.
Yeah.
I know you're going to write me otherwise. So, dust settles on 16 rounds of Swiss. There behind us, you see the top 8 coming into view. Let's see who we've got here. You've got Martin Dang over here on the left from Denmark. There's Jason Chung. There's Marshall Sutcliffe, not in his first Pro Tour top 8. Shota Yasuoka. There's Marco Camiluzzi. Thomas Hendriks in the striped shirt. Over the far end, Andrew Olschwager. And then at this end, number 2 seed, Adrian Sullivan. And there, 19 years old, not a care in the world, and not a pair of trousers in the world, Andre Strasky.
Andre, every other Pro Tour Strasky.
Exactly. In the here and now, he gets the job done. Let's see who does it tomorrow. Until we meet again, you'll see all the quarterfinals, one after the other, 2 semi-finals, one after the other, and then it's best 3 out of 5 for somebody to claim $40,000 and a slice of Magic history. Don't you dare miss it, from New Zealand to Brussels and wherever around the world you are. Thanks for being with us here. On behalf of everyone at Wizards of the Coast, Brian David Marshall and Rich Hagan saying bye.